Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter was in Middle-earth? Harry Potter x Lord of the Rings. Part 2. After 15 days of trekking, the wind suddenly shifted southward. Through a night of stumbling, dawn broke on a pale, chilly morning, revealing them atop a low hill crowned with acacia trees. The grayish-green trunks seemed carved from the hill in #039's very bedrock. Dark green leaves shimmered in the pale morning light, while the berries glowed with a reddish hue. The Fellowship of the Ring had been following the 15-day routine set by Gandalf and Aragorn, sleeping during daylight hours in hidden spots or among the bushes. At dusk, the watchman would rouse them, and they would share the meager, cold main meal. They couldn't in #039 risk lighting a fire, as the smoke might draw the attention of the spies. At night they set out again, searching for paths that would lead them southward, to meet Barzanbar, the Red Horn, the cruel Caradhras. The 10 members adhered to this peculiar ritual, as the community and #039's hope rested on the secret. Their aim was to conceal from the enemy the knowledge of the perilous feat undertaken by this so strange and heterogeneous group. That morning, Aragorn and Sam were assigned to the first watch. The watch ended shortly after several flocks of Fangorn Crebanes, birds resembling enormous crows, flew overhead as if searching for something. It wasn't in #039 until the sky cleared of that strange cluster of dark clouds that Aragorn leapt toward where Gandalf was sleeping, waking him to inform him of the new situation. After deciding that the best plan for the group would be to depart at nightfall, Gandalf sent Sam and Aragorn to bed. Seizing the opportunity that young Potter had woken up while Aragorn was rousing Mithrandir, the two of them stayed behind to keep watch. Sam and Aragorn were now fast asleep, and the eerie silence of Acebeda, author, the name of the area were in, kept the guards on duty on high alert. Even the faint chirp of a tiny cricket sounded like giant footsteps in the deep stillness. Add to this the early warnings from Aragorn and #039's mount, and it and #039's. No wonder they felt an eerie sense of being watched. Harry sat in the shade of a massive rock, with nothing to do. His gaze drifted toward the azure sky above them. He watched intently the cottony white clouds drifted slowly, so still they seemed they might never move. It took him a moment to realize they and #039 mysteriously shifted positions, only when he looked up again. Was what Voldemort told him true? Could the ring fulfill his most cherished wish? I briefly observed the little hobbit, the brave young boy who would be tasked with carrying the ring to its destruction. I smiled sadly. Impossible, he thought. Something so small couldn't in #039 possibly return to his beloved godfather. Yet, his gaze once again fixed on the sky. The tiny ring was causing serious trouble for all free races in Middle-earth. If it had the power, it could even terrify Gandalf himself, whom he was beginning to see as a very important and powerful figure. Perhaps he would have the power to resurrect the dead, to bring Sirius back to life. If that were true, Harry Potter would have the most exquisite opportunity to claim that ring, the most perfect one. He stayed close to Frodo the entire time, knowing the young hobbit trusted him and relied on his magic. But, the thought of what Aragorn might think of him made his face darken. He knew he had no choice. His oath to the Baggins family forced him to subdue Harry, even kill him. If the boy tried to claim the ring, it wasn't that death itself frightened him. After all, he'd long since grown indifferent to it, but for Aragorn, the ultimate punishment would be killing Harry. For Harry knew the horseman held him in deep esteem. But that wasn't all. The mere thought of Middle-earth and its people made his heart ache. If Harry stole the ring, he'd be condemning them to live under the shadowy rule of Sauron, the Lord of the Rings. He fixed his gaze on the pale, tranquil sky, letting the wind carry away his grim thoughts and purify his mind. The sky is marvelous, isn't it? Gandalf's voice startled young Potter. I've observed it throughout my years in Middle-earth, and its beauty never fails to amaze me, he said, his wise eyes fixed on the celestial mantle. Whether day or night, dusk or dawn, cloudy or clear, the sky always dazzles with wondrous beauty. His dark eyes met Harry's gaze. The young wizard, meanwhile, was on edge. Had he read his mind? Would he know what he was thinking? Wait, he just remembered he'd asked Gandalf for help to shut his mind and stop Voldemort from getting inside it. He was starting to get seriously annoyed by what that snake was doing, and frankly, he was already fed up with its constant and annoying intrusion. Gandalf, he said, his gaze fixed resolutely on the wizard. I need your help, please. Mithrandir was taken aback by the young man's demeanor had shifted completely from calmly gazing at the sky to adopting a determined stance, his eyes blazing with fire. I need you to teach me how to shut my mind, he pleaded. Gandalf observed with curiosity. You told me you could read minds and know where I came from. But does that mean you can also close them? Can you block others from accessing your deepest secrets? I looked at him with pleading eyes. Very good, young Potter, Gandalf said, but, turning his gaze to the front, why is this so important to you? Harry gave a slight shrug. Could you tell me about Voldemort's constant visits without making him sound mad? Tell me, Harry. Harry stared intently at his hands, fiddling with his fingers as he slowly and carefully thought through his answer. Voldemort, he said, clenching his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white from lack of circulation, suppressing a torrent of insults that would leave him blue. King bad in front of the wise man. The murderer of my parents has a certain, I swallow my saliva, unpleasant connection with me, which allows him to enter my mind and control it at will during my dreams. Gandalf remained silent, listening to Harry's confession. Although I had mentioned his sleep hours during our first meeting, and he'd actually seen one of them, I assumed the boy didn't remember that. Well, when Gandalf brought up sleep again, the young mage flew into a rage. He figured that was why he couldn't recall, but not just that. He could also, the young wizard continued, pausing to find the right word, present himself before me like a clear vision. When I'm awake. Gandalf was taken aback by this, though he didn't show it on his face. And I fear I breathe. I fear he might possess me. Even though I'm so far from him. Harry fixed his gaze. The green against the dark of Gandalf. That's why I need your help. After Harry's speech, Gandalf embraced his long, inseparable staff, while stroking his upper lip and removing his hat. Wiping his forehead with the long right sleeve of his robe. Harry, he said solemnly, what you just told me is absolutely crucial. He looked her in the eyes intently. Absolutely crucial, he emphasized. If that Voldemort ever gains control of your body, the entire community would be in grave danger. Frodo and the ring would be in mortal peril. He pressed his face against the boy who had survived, as if about to unveil a vital secret. When did you first suspect that Voldemort might have the chance to possess you, even though you were so far away from him? As the future confession approached, Harry swallowed hard and lowered his gaze, ashamed of his rashness in asking to join the ring community. Just before we set off, Mithrandir stared at him during the council. He slowly lifted his bashful eyes. He appeared before me, he positioned himself right behind me and spoke. And what did he tell you? Harry, tell me what that man said to you. I asked seriously. He told me. Harry's eyes briefly lingered on Frodo's sleeping form, but this didn't escape the gray-eyed Gandalf's notice. He told me the ring had the power to bring back to life. Sirius, my godfather. A moment of silence fell as Gandalf weighed the weight of his words, the gravity of the confession. He knew through Aragorn who Sirius Black was, and understood why Harry had been watching the ring with covetous eyes lately. Yes, he had noticed those sneaky glances Harry kept casting. He was heading toward the perilous ring. What he didn't know was whether Harry could pass the test of greed by attempting to steal the ring. He had himself lost all willpower when Frodo had openly offered it to him, and had overcome it. All he hoped was that Harry could do the same if he couldn't shake off that doubt right now. First, Harry, I must tell you that by knowing Voldemort's likely whereabouts and still joining this journey, you've endangered the community. Young Potter hears this with shame. Second, the ring, despite its powers, I doubt it can bring a mortal back to life, especially if they died in another dimension. I understand, Harry said firmly. I was just making those very deductions myself. Besides, he turned to Gandalf, I couldn't betray the trust Aragorn placed in me, or yours, by letting me join them. And I couldn't condemn all races of Middle-earth to live in Sauron's darkness. Gandalf smiled with satisfaction at the young man's answer. He knew great things were expected of the boy, but at this moment, he had surpassed the limits set for him. A spark lit up his eyes. Harry might resent the prophecy destined for him, but it truly revealed the nobility and courage one might expect from anyone hailed as a hero before they were even born. He trusted that, one day the young man would accept his fate and return to his own dimension to face it with honor, just as the young Frodo, the small and brave hobbit, was doing now. And soon he would make certain Mounters who wished above all to flee to the crown that had been appointed to him. A sound from the sleeping informed them that the second shift had ended, making way for the third and final shift of the day. "Then we'll keep talking, boy," said the wise wizard, patting Harry on the back. "Now see to sleep a little." Harry nodded, and after Legolas helped him up, he bid farewell to the elf and the dwarf, hoping the stones wouldn't bother him too much and that he could quickly fall asleep. The wind blew with an overwhelming force that showed no sign of abating. It resembled a thick layer of long, sharp needles anchored to the pale, delicate skin that wasn't sheltered by the damp fabrics resting on the warm bodies of the members of the ring community. Caradhras stood imposing and menacing, his verses OICE roaring fiercely against any invaders daring to tread his soil. He cared neither for the war of the ring nor for sides. To him, the conflicts between wizards, elves, dwarves, and men held no value. He had arrived before all of them. His sole wish was to drive those unwelcome creatures out of his realm. And if his desire to cross it, then by Iluvatar he would not let them pass without a brutal battle. Harry felt himself faltering. The snow, the cold, and the wind were gnawing at his bones. His lips, showing an unnatural and unappealing bluish tint, kept trembling, and his teeth were grinding. He could no longer feel his lower limbs, and it seemed his arms had completely lost their movement, refusing to obey the brain's commands to keep rubbing in order to generate some warmth through friction. And if he were honest, that really didn't matter to him. What truly mattered was sitting right there in front of a huge fireplace, sipping a large cup of steaming hot chocolate. The Elstari won. Dread when they could light the firewood each of them carried. He wondered when he would choose Gandalf between death and fire. Personally, he thought that death. He was too close, and if the wizard didn't give his immediate consent, he'd personally light his own. He hadn't grown weary of hauling a massive log to freeze to death with him. The young mountaineer lay in a drowsy state, a dangerous drowsiness amidst a raging snowstorm, which could lead to hypothermia and ultimately death. A gentle yet firm shake snapped him back to reality, making him blink a couple of times before meeting Aragorn's worried gaze. "This will be the end of the middle class," Gandalf declared, directing Harry's gaze toward the hobbits huddled together, their long travel robes soaked by the falling snow that was about to bury them under a frosty tomb. Harry also noticed the brave pony Bill standing right in front of them, offering them some shelter. "Bill," I smiled. The name brought the Weasley family to mind. What were Ron and Hermione doing now? They must be preparing for exams, sitting under piles of books courtesy of their dear friend wrapped in warm blankets. He shook his head. He shouldn't let his thoughts wander. But he wanted to freeze to death. He remembered that his new friends, the four hobbits, were struggling more because of their shorter stature. If they didn't act soon, his little companions would be the first to perish. Since Caradhras seemed determined not to forgive the invaders and kept attacking them with relentless, seemingly endless bursts of fury. Azella was jolted from his meditation by the intoxicating scent of something. When he lifted his eyes, he saw Aragorn's hand holding a leather bottle right before him. Harry took it with great care before casting a puzzled glance at Aragorn. "Mayruver, a liquor crafted by the elves of Rivendell," he said softly and slowly, as the young Azellahan was weak and confused. "Take a sip, it will help you regain some of your strength." Harry looked curiously at the bottle he was holding, then turned to see little Pippin, who looked completely recovered. "Bibi un poco Ari," he said with his strange accent, "that Rivendell liquor is amazing." The boy who lived nodded. After taking a sip from the bottle, he felt the sweet, warm liquid flow down his throat, reviving him anew and filling his entire body with warmth and vitality, restoring the strength he had lost. Turning to his mentor, he returned the bottle with a transformed expression. Aragorn couldn't help but smile at his improved condition. He feared the snow might claim the young man he had cherished so deeply. He took a sip from the bottle and then returned it to its guardian, Gandalf. "How about a fire?" Boromir asked abruptly. "It seems the time has come to make a choice. Fire or death, Gandalf. When the snow has covered us, we'll undoubtedly be hidden from hostile eyes, but that won't help us." "Light a fire if you can," replied Gandalf. "If there are sentinels brave enough to withstand this storm, they'll find us anyway, with fire or without." Boromir immediately removed the massive log he had been carrying. In fact, everyone had loaded branches and logs at Boromir's suggestion. And it seemed too late to light a bonfire. However, uncertainty began to creep across everyone's faces except Gandalf's when the long-awaited call didn't come despite the efforts of Boromir, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. It was beyond the skills of a man, an elf, or a dwarf to light a flame that wouldn't die in the whirlwinds or ignite wet fuel. Gandalf, weary of seeing the disappointed faces, was about to intervene. "But, bluebell flames," a voice cried from behind the 5 adults gathered around the firewood. Instantly, blue flames danced across the wood, flames so fierce that even the wind's fury couldn't quench them. The little hobbits dashed toward the new bonfire as the adults turned to face the boy, each with a distinct expression. Aragorn wore pride, Gandalf flashed a smile, Legolas, Gimli. And Boromir looked utterly astonished. I say, Boromir, utterly astonished. Legolas ended up as the warrior of Gondor. Yes, replied a shy Harry, amused as he tucked his magic wand away. "It seems the young Azelahan is full of surprises, don't you believe me, my friends?" Gandalf said, watching with amusement the faces of the 3 who were unaware of the youngest traveler's magical abilities. He thought, if only there were a way to preserve those expressions. At dawn's first light, they cast the final log. The fire that had warmed T.H.M. through the bitter night now lay dormant, leaving only charred wood and a muddy pool around the bluish embers. Yet, for good fortune, of all things, the storm had ceased, just as Boromir had said. Harry realized how true it was that the man of Gondor knew the mountains. Gimli looked up toward the mountain's peak and shook his head. "Caradhras hasn't forgiven us. He said he's got even more snow to pile on top of us. If we keep going, we'll surely be buried under all this snow. The best thing is to turn around ASAP and get out of this awful mountain." Everyone agreed with him, but the withdrawal seemed difficult. Impossible. Just a few steps from where they were, the snow was several layers thick, far higher than the hobbits. If the young Astari were ahead of us with a flame, perhaps he could forge a path for us. Legolas said, looking far more animated than the others, as if the storm hadn't bothered him much. Harry observed him for a moment, wondering what material he was made of, until blue eyes met green ones. That's when Harry realized he was talking about him, and then he noticed everyone's gaze was fixed on him. "What do you think, Harry? Ready to lend us your skills?" asked Gandalf as he adjusted his hat. Legolas's idea is quite good. Harry nodded immediately, untying the trusty staff that had saved him from countless predicaments. He turned toward the snow, his back to the group. Just as he was about to utter the magic words, he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Aragorn. "Very well, Harry, but I'll go right behind you and guide you to where you should place your marvelous wand," I whispered in Elvish. "You Uma-Ader." Father, the words had slipped from his lips like a joke, but their meaning struck him instantly, leaving him speechless. He had never spoken to any living being like this. Not even Sirius when he was by his side. It wasn't that he was forgetting his father James, it was just that, the words had come out so naturally, so effortlessly, as if he'd used them 10 times a day. He felt Aragorn giving him a tight hug on the shoulder. "Varna Mesta, Ion, Adelante, Hio," he said softly. She knew the boy needed affection, and she could sense the spontaneity in his words. Besides, she didn't mind calling him that, son. Perhaps, when the war ends, he would truly accept it as such. Harry raised his wand with a graceful wrist movement, holding it firmly toward the snow that had piled up before them, blocking their path out of Barzanbar's territories. Fire and unexpected orange burst shot from his wand, illuminating the surroundings and forcing them to close their eyes momentarily from the dazzling light. When they opened again, the snow in front of Harry began to melt, slowly falling in chunks along with water droplets that slid playfully across the piled-up snow. "Are we going on?" Harry asked innocently, turning his smiling face to get a better look at them. The dark walls of Moria loomed before them. These mighty guardians encircle the ancient and wondrous kingdom of the dwarves, Khazad-dûm. The only source of the coveted mineral called mithril, an incredible silver metal, as tough as dragon scales and as light as a feather. "Ah, finally! The walls of Moria," exclaims Gandalf, drawing the attention of the young wizard Azelahan and Frodo, who was at side of the Grey Mage. Wow, that was the only word Harry could muster to describe what lay before him. He roamed the walls of Moria with his green eyes, tracing the path from his birth to where darkness allowed him to go. "Gimli," he said, pointing at the mountain. "Is that where the dwarves live?" "Of course. Young Mountas," he said, sitting beside Harry and puffing out his cheeks with pride at being able to talk about dwarves with someone different from his own race, especially someone as young as the green-eyed Astari. "We love living within them. It's absolutely magical. The underground rivers, whose waters seem dark until a torchlight touches them, reveal a crystal clear blue so transparent you can see the stones hidden at the bottom. The vast echo that resonates within them when they lie desolate. And the gems, oh, the gems and diamonds they conceal, guarded with such trepidation, as if awaiting our arrival to claim and mold them to our whims. Though I keep glancing sideways at Prince Legolas, some fear stepping into them." Harry covered his lips to suppress a laugh that would disturb the elf. He merely passed by the two without looking at them, heading straight to where Aragorn was standing, right beside Gandalf. And #34. "Forgive me, young Azelahan, and number 34, I said, and number 34. But we must find a way to cross these dark waters. After all, and number 34, I added with a smile, and number 34, I doubt he and number 39, do you want to swim in them?" And #34, Harry shook his head with a grimace as he watched Gimli begin to move away toward Gandalf. They continued walking in silence, no one daring to break the calm that seemed to reign at the moment, content to watch the dark, still waters that kept them reaching the walls and touching them with their own fingers. They soon reached a place where stagnant waters emitted a foul odor and had a greenish tint. Gimli stepped into the water without hesitation and found the greenish water reaching just above his ankles. The community members then began walking on the water, forming a line. Harry was careful where he stepped, for beneath the decaying waters lay sticky, slippery stones. The young Astari turned his face briefly and saw Frodo make a face of utter displeasure as his woolly, tiny feet touched the water, then began walking as fast as he old to get away from the unpleasant sensation. Frodo was about to reach the shore when he stumbled and nearly fell face-first into the stagnant waters, but strong, firm arms stopped him. And #34, "Watch out, Frodo, and number 34, Azelahan said, and number 34. You and number 39, D be in trouble if you took a bath in them." And #34, he nodded, pointing at the emerald waters, and smiled kindly at him. The bearer simply observed those green eyes, sometimes veiled by a veil that dimmed their radiance. Could he trust Harry, the young Astari? The words Gandalf had just spoken came to his mind. And number 34, "The evil will attack from outside the community. And I fear it may come from within." And #34, he admitted he was afraid that his friends might betray him through the ring he wore. "Is something wrong, Frodo?" I asked, watching with genuine concern the man who had earned my respect. No, he quickly shook his head at number 39. Nothing. Azelahan lowering his gaze at number 39. Nothing. Harry watched him briefly before helping him cross the muddy waters. The young Baggins reminded him of himself, closing himself in, bearing the weight of the world on his shoulders. I smile at this declaration. I and number 39. D never thought of it that way before, but now that I saw it in someone else, it hit me instantly. Maybe I and number 39 am not the only one with a cross. I wanted to help the Hobbit, but I didn't in #39, you know how. And #34, well, here we are at last. And #34, Gandalf said, stopping right before the walls of Moria where two tall, sturdy trees grew, their long, broad roots stretching from the wall to the waters lying just ahead. And hash 34. This is where the elves and number 39, path from Acebeda ends. And hash 34. The oak, the family tree of the two magnificent trees, stood as the national symbol of this land. They planted it here to mark the boundaries of their domain, since the West Ghat was used for trade with the lords of Moria. Those were the happy days when close bonds sometimes existed between people of different races, even between elves and dwarves. The friendship and number 39's weakening wasn't in hash 39, the dwarves and number 39. Fault, Gimli said, prompting Harry to roll his eyes as a fresh argument broke out between his two new friends. I and number 39, they never heard anyone say the elves were to blame. Legolas quickly defended himself. Listen, they interrupted Harry. I know it must be fascinating to listen to them argue for hours on end, he said sarcastically, but now they're in the same team and should be friends. Or at least try to get along, since Frodo needs both of them. And I added while putting a hand to my forehead, otherwise, if they weren't of the same gender, I'd swear they'd be in love, he said. Recalling the endless squabbles between Ron and Hermione, leaving both the elf and the dwarf wide-eyed and bursting with laughter at Aragorn. Very well said, lad, Gandalf exclaimed, laughing without the slightest scruples, and turned to the two astonished members. Learn something of what the young Azelahan told you, and added in a more serious tone, in these dark times, bonds of friendship must be strengthened and the community must stand united. Every single member plays a vital role in this collective. Right now, we both need to find the way out. The sun is setting, and the wolves are closing in. Both the elf and the dwarf rushed to assist Gandalf in his search. Gimli gently struck the walls with his axe, listening to the sound it made. Legolas pressed his ear against the walls, trying to catch any murmur. For now, Gandalf stood between the two trees, observing the section of wall with complete and focused attention. Harry, for his part, sat among the hobbits, watching them around him, as if expecting something to attack them at any moment. Why aren't they rushing? Exclaimed Pippin, frightened by the distant howls of wolves. I don't want those beasts to find us with the doors shut. Stay calm, Aragorn said, watching the three seekers intently. The dwarves' doors are invisible, so much so that even their own owners can't find them if the secret has been lost. Both the hobbits and Harry watched in surprise. How could even the owners find them? And how were they supposed to? Just touching and waiting for someone to open it for them. Aragorn is right, Gandalf said, listening to the conversation. But these doors weren't built just for their owners to find them. He tapped his long fingers against the wall opposite him, right between the two crows' eyes that know exactly what they're looking for. Surely they'll find them, he exclaimed, then moved closer to the wall and began whispering something. Ready, can you see anything? At first, Harry thought the old wizard had miscalculated. But when the clouds parted from the moon, letting his light shine through, he saw thin silver lines begin to trace themselves across the wall, forming a drawing. A pair of trees, a crown with 7 stars above it, a hammer and an axe, and a star shining brightly. They are the emblems of Durin, exclaims Gimli, referring to the star-embellished crown, and to the Yule and hammer. And the trees of the High Elves, Legolas continued, obviously referring to the trees. Yes, Gandalf said, and the star of Fainar's house. They are inscribed in the Ithilden, which only reflects the light of the moon and stars, and which sleeps until someone touches it by uttering words long forgotten in Middle-earth. I heard them many years ago and had to concentrate to recall them. What does the writing say? Frodo asked, gazing in wonder at the silver threads. It says nothing of importance to us, said Gandalf. They only say, the doors of Durin, Lord of Moria. Speak, my friend, and enter. Below, in small characters, I, Narvi, built these doors. Celebrimbor of Acebeda carved these signs. What does it mean? Speak, friend, and enter. Asked Merry. This is pretty clear, said Gimli, if you're a friend. You just say the password and the doors open. But what word is that? Asked Harry. You don't know the word, Gandalf. No, the magician exclaimed. Harry was taken aback. So why they brought them here if they didn't know how to get in? He noticed Aragorn's expression, finding it unusually calm, far too calm for what he thought. So what's the point of bringing us to this damned place? Boromir exclaimed, glancing at the dark water and shuddering. You said you'd once crossed the mines. How could you do this without knowing how to get in? Your first question, Mithrandir replied, Boromir, I don't know that word. Yet, as for your second doubts about my story, or have you lost your ability to reason? Don't come in here. I came from the east, where the other door is, the one we'll exit through. The old wizard, with all the respect he deserved, Harry thought, began to remind him more and more of the Hogwarts director. Both guides to the youngest, both beacons of hope, both mighty warriors who did not reveal themselves until the moment was necessary. What are you going to do then? Asked the young Tuck. Bang on the doors with your head, Peregrine Tuck, Gandalf said irritably. If that doesn't make them slam shut, I'll at least have some peace, no one asking me stupid questions. I will find the password. Pippin fidgeted restlessly until he felt a warm embrace on his shoulder. It was the young Potter. He whispered calmly while offering a smile. Pippin returned the smile, then fixed his gaze on Gandalf. Mithrandir approached the stone, struck the star with his staff, and cried out in a commanding voice, Anan Edhelen, Edro Hyaman. Nothing happened. Fennes Nogothrim, Lasto Beth Laman. The silver lines faded, but the stone remained unchanged, still, impassive. He kept repeating those words, changing their order, pace, and volume, but nothing happened. Edro, Edro, he shouted, striking the stone with his stick. Open it, he yelled while he tried to push them with his hands. Finally, he threw the stick and sat down on a stone. Let's just go down to the pony, I told Harry, though he didn't see the point. Frankly, he was starting to doubt the doors would open. But then he thought, if Gandalf was so much like Dumbledore, he'd find a way through. Sam saw the two henchmen approaching his friend Bill, so he ran over to find out what the two men wanted. No, I won't let it happen, Sam cried out when Aragorn told him Bill wouldn't enter the mines. Sir, abandoning him now would be almost murder, he said, shivering at the wolves' howls. Sam, Harry said mines aren't a place for a pony. He's got just as many chances as we do to make it home safely. Don't worry, he knows the way. Frodo approached Sam, placing his hand on the pony's shoulder as it began to weep. Sam had developed a deep affection for the pony, and the pony for him. Understanding the situation, Bill moved his snout close to Sam, gently rubbing it against the boy's shoulder. Harry and Aragorn dismounted the pony, settling their luggage to leave behind the warm clothes they'd used to ward off the cold, though they figured they wouldn't need them anymore. Soon, the food and water bottles remained in the bags, and each of them made a bag for themselves. The wolves' mournful howls echoed once more, unsettling the community members who had been in absolute silence, too afraid to make a sound. The waves grew larger and drew closer, some already lapping at the shore. It's a riddle, Frodo said as he stood up, right in front of the doors. What's the Elvish word for friend? Gandalf said from his seat. Melon. The star of Fainor shone before fading, revealing a doorway emerging from the dark stone. It slowly split in two, inch by inch, opening outward road until the two halves became perfectly aligned. The community members approached the new opening, which revealed a passage shrouded in darkness, a dense shadow that blocked their view of what lay beyond where the light reached. Very well done, Frodo, exclaimed Harry, joining Merry and Pippin in their celebration as they began to spin, hand in hand. It's nothing, said Frodo, embarrassed. Arago. RN smiled at the childlike behavior of the young members, but then turned his face to the new darkness with a serious gaze. He wasn't sure if he wanted to go in, but Gandalf had followed him to Caradhras Circe. He had suggested that idea. And he would follow blindly wherever it led. Gimli crossed the threshold before the others, stepping into the new darkness. Gandalf and Harry followed, both raising their wands. The young green-eyed wizard murmured a simple lumos, causing the tip of his wand to begin glowing intensely. Mithrandir, for his part, placed a stone at the tip of his elongated staff, which began to glow softly. Behind them, Aragorn and Boromir entered alongside Legolas. The hobbits, standing in formation, waited at the doorway. Soon, Elf Sir Gimli said excitedly, you'll be treated to dwarves, hospitality. Roaring fires, foamy beer, and golden meat to the bone. This is my cousin Balin's house, and they call it a mine, a real mine. Harry heard this, but the stage didn't look like the one Gimli, Glóin's son. had painted, stained by the floor, they could. To see the corpses of those who were once people of the dwarf race. This isn't a mine, Boromir exclaims, it's a tomb. Lego. Loss immediately crouched beside one of the corpses, taking the arrow that had killed him. Orcs, he shouted as he hurled the arrow, then prepared his bow. Boromir and Aragorn followed, drawing their swords as Harry did. The next thing happened in a flash. Frodo felt something grab his ankle and he tumbled to the ground, being dragged toward the lake. A terrible squeal echoed through the air as Bill the pony bolted along the shore. Vanishing into the darkness. Trancos. Sam's voice rang out, shouting with all his might, Trancos. The miners inside the mine immediately turned to see what was happening. Aragorn and Boromir rushed toward the entrance, swords in hand. Harry followed them, wielding both sword and wand. What he saw in the lake left him frozen in place for a few seconds. Just then, the fountain of all those extremities emerged from the dark waters. A colossal head with a gaping mouth revealed rows of razor-sharp tiny teeth. A monster Harry had never seen before. Aragorn! Frodo shouted. Harry saw Frodo fall straight into the enormous jaws of the massive creature. Wingardium Leviosa! He shouted as loudly as his vocal cords would allow, sending the little hobbit floating toward him. Legolas! Boromir shouts, calling upon the elf's wondrous powers to halt the beast for a moment. The Prince of the Dark Forest did not hesitate to accept the invitation once more. Immediately afterward, an arrow whizzed from his bow, piercing through one of the beast's eyes without a hitch. Into the mine, someone shouted as they shoved the hobbits and Azelahan through the mountain opening. Once inside, they ran a little further as the beast came upon them, knocking down the entrance and their exit from the eternal darkness of Khazad-dûm. PTQ 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 PTQ. The door to the room was slammed shut. How dare he? If it weren't for Dumbledore's final and threatening prohibition, he would have already. He would have thrown it at the bastard. Furious Remus Lupin paced through the room, turning around when he reached the wall and walking backward, like a caged beast. He gasped heavily, his nostrils contracting with each inhalation and expanding with each exhalation. The Hogwarts potions professor and the werewolf had another argument, just one of many. Over the past 7 days since Harry's disappearance, they'd grown annoyingly normal. The two adults had argued more times in this short span than they'd ever quarreled since they first met. It was common knowledge that the former professor had always been a kind-hearted man who opposed violence. This morning's discussion started off like all the others, with 2 words in the same sentence, Harry and Regras. The Wanderer kept expressing his burning desire to see the young man he loved so much again. Crafting phrases that always began with, when Harry returned. Professor Snape, whose kind and optimistic demeanor note the sarcasm was always present at dinners or breakfasts, as he had to brief the Order of the Phoenix members on his findings, apparently had reached the limit of his limited patience and with his well-known urge to ruin his enemy's day made bitter remarks that only served to irritate Lupin, who was too sensitive due to the loss of young Potter, his friend Black, and due to the proximity of the full moon. The first argument had been nothing more than a back and forth of verbal attacks. But the second was the straw that broke the camel's back, ending with Severus stunned and wounded. The werewolf had lunged at him, intent on tearing his throat open. Wolves were on the loose these days had it not been for Mad-Eye Moody. The incident would have escalated from a minor neck injury and a split eyebrow to. Mooney had decided that a beating wouldn't hurt the professor. That very night, Professor Dumbledore spoke with the two of them, scolding them as if they were just 2 students. Though the verbal sparring never ceased except when the Hogwarts headmaster was around, this was exactly why the werewolf kept wanting to pounce on the other man. He'd bolt out of the scene in a flash, barricading himself in one of the countless Grimmauld Place rooms. Tired of walking and feeling a bit calmer, he lay down on the bed, positioning himself so that his right hand landed on the nightstand, where a pair of glasses rested. Remus sat down slowly, picking up the glasses. He smiled. He had arrived at Harry's room without intending to. I was so eager to see him. Even if it was just a fleeting moment, even if it was just a photo of the boy. His golden eyes turned toward the front. Harry's trunk lay at the foot of the bed. Hermione had told him that Harry had a small photo album containing pictures of the boys' parents and a few shots taken by the three of them. He got out of bed and crouched down in front of the trunk, opening it slowly with utmost care. Harry wouldn't mind borrowing the little album, surely. With his right hand probing through the disorganized trunk, he began searching inside, but a grimace of pain crept across his lips as he frantically pulled the injured finger to his lips. Licking the blood oozing from the wound, he wondered, what the hell was this? Grabbing the lamp and holding it close, he began carefully searching through the trunk. A gasp escaped him. There, at the bottom of the trunk, tucked away and covered by books and clothes, lay a mirror that felt eerily familiar. With the solemnity of a priest, he removed the object and brought it to his face, gazing intently at it. The mirror of Sirius, James's. Why did Harry have it? He laughed at the absurdity of the question. Surely Sirius had given it, but why was it broken? That didn't matter now. Maybe the mirror had been knocked over in a moment of carelessness. Or perhaps the weight of the books. A smile formed on her lips. He began searching for the mirror fragments. He would take them to have repaired. What a surprise Harry would have. He'd surely be delighted, since this mirror had belonged to James, his father, and Sirius, his godfather. PTQ 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 PTQ. Gandalf stood at the forefront as before. In his left hand he held the gleaming staff, which barely illuminated the ground ahead. In his right hand he wielded the sword Glamdring. Behind Gandalf walked Gimli, his bright eyes glowing in the dim light as he turned his head sideways. Behind the dwarf came Frodo, who had drawn his short sword, Dardo. The blades of Dardo and Glamdring showed no reflection, which was a good omen, for these swords, forged by elves in ancient times, glowed with a cold light when orcs were nearby. Behind Frodo came Sam, followed by Legolas, the young hobbits, and Boromir. In the shadowy darkness of the rear, Aragorn walked solemnly and silently beside Harry, whose wand had been tucked away. Gandalf, fearing he might be spotted in the gloom of Moria, had decided not to risk having more than one torch. After the collapse, Ey had been walking silently through the darkness of the mines, with Gandalf leading the way and Gimli accompanying him. The wizard had said no one better understood the cave's darkness than a dwarf. Yet Gimli offered little help to Mithrandir, who seemed to remember the path through Moria like the back of his hand. He only occasionally sought the dwarf's advice, but the final say always belonged to the mighty wizard. They had been stumbling through cracks and fissures in the walls and floor, with a chasm occasionally appearing right before their eyes. As these dangers grew more frequent, their pace slowed. Exhaustion overwhelmed them, yet they had no desire to stop. What they truly yearned for was to see the sunlight again. As they walked through the mines at night, they encountered their first major obstacle. After hours of trekking with brief stops, Gandalf stumbled upon a wide, dark archway splitting into 3 passages. All led in the same direction, but the left passage sloped sharply downward, the right ascended, and the middle one stretched straight ahead, smooth and flat, yet dangerously narrow. I don't have any memory of this place, Gandalf said, hesitating under the arch, holding the staff high as he searched for any mark or sign to recall it. I'm too tired to decide, he said, shaking his head. I suppose you are too. Better we stop here while the night lasts. The community members nodded in agreement without hesitation, as they were truly exhausted. Grateful for the respite they were granted, each settled into a corner, ready to catch their breath. Harry lay down beside Aragorn, receiving a smile from his mentor who couldn't help but feel proud of what Azelahan had accomplished so far. He trusted and knew the boy would surprise him even more before the adventure ended. Gandalf volunteered to be the first to guard, since, as he put it, he couldn't bear to look, given how he felt about the passage. Just as Harry had settled into a comfortable position, the deep voice of the gray-haired wizard called out to him. Aragorn merely gestured for him to follow, offering a warm, reassuring handshake. The young Potter found the old wizard sitting on a stone, his long pipe between his fingers, sending columns of soft white smoke into the air. Tell Harry, he said, his eyes fixed on the 3 doors, that dark mage with this strange connection to you. When he enters your dreams, Does he show you visions or just talk to you? Yes, Harry said after swallowing. Horrible nightmares, accompanied by his absurd rambling. As I thought, he said, blowing his whistle lately. Have you had dreams, or any kind of connection with this magician? Harry paused to recall when Voldemort's last attack had occurred. To his surprise, these visits had ceased since the D.I. He told Gandalf everything in the land of Acebeda. He turned his astonished face toward the wizard, who merely turned for a moment to give him a mischievous smile. Sir, I say, opening and closing my mouth like a fish. How did he do it? Looks like my old tricks still work, don't you think? Harry nodded vigorously. The power of the mind, Harry, is incredibly powerful. A trained mind can control everything. Always remember that, Azelahan. You asked me to teach you how to shut down your mind, to master it, but you don't realize that's a power you already possess. I could attack you, try to read your mind. But only you have the power to control access. That's something no one can teach you, something you must learn on your own. But said a surprised Harry, that's impossible. I can't. I don't have the power to shut my mind. Anyone who wants to can enter it and turn it into a disaster without me being able to stop them, he ended with a sad smile. That's not true, Harry Potter, I said, the wizard. You do have power over your mind, and I've seen it. The young green-eyed wizard looked at me in surprise. Mind control isn't just about shutting it down, Harry. It's about using it to do countless other things. Then he added with a knowing tone, remember when we fought? Prong's son nodded, embarrassed. Do you remember how your wand came buzzing to your hand, with no other way to cast your magic? Harry didn't know how to answer. That's Harry. That's the power of mind, directing your magic without needing any other means besides your body. But at that moment, emotions took over: anger, determination, refusing to be defeated. Harry, if you can master your emotions, you'll achieve your goals by summoning them one by one when needed, and keeping them hidden when you don't want others to see them. A silence fell between them, with only the sound of water flowing beneath their feet and the rhythmic tapping of droplets on the floor. I've given you the theory, said Mithrin. It's up to you to put it into practice. PTQ 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 PTQ. Damn Potter. Voldemort scurried about the room, stomping heavily as he checked his Death Eaters. Lucius, he roared, his serpent-like face turning toward the aristocratic blonde with cold gray eyes. My lord, he said, bowing his head, showing composure in a situation where others would have already lost their composure. Fear, what have you found out about Potter's whereabouts? He snorted with pent-up hatred, spitting out the final word. He already knew where the boy was, but wanted to avenge this rage. No one better suited to endure the crucifixes coiling between his fingers than the strong and arrogant Malfoy. Nothing, sir, he said after a moment, mentally preparing for what he knew was coming. Nope, he shouted, clutching his wand. Then tell me why your damn influences can't serve you right when you can't serve your master properly. Crucio. The blonde writhed in agony, his face contorted in agony as the cold air seeped through his skin. Damn Potter, Voldemort thought as he punished his dear. So that wizard is shielding you from me. Gandalf. The old man in the middle. It had been 2 nights since I last reached out to the boy Potter. All my attempts to break through the barrier surrounding the boy had been in vain, nothing compared to that wizard's power. I wanted to know, I wanted to now if his plan to claim the ring had worked. Ever since I planted the seed in Harry, telling him the ring could return to black, I couldn't stop wondering if it had succeeded. Now the young Potter was the owner of that magnificent ring. I knew the boy, though I told him not to believe me, would try to find out. Curiosity had always been one of his greatest flaws, and also his greatest strengths. Curiosity killed the cat, Harry thought, as he flashed a sinister smile. Lucius's shout snapped him back to reality, breaking the spell before he could kill the blonde. He watched Malfoy writhing like a worm on the floor, the state he'd left him in, with white saliva trickling down the edge of her lips, forming an unpleasant pool on the marble floor. Crabbe, Goyle, the 2 titans advanced in lockstep, like trained soldiers. Remove him from my presence. Take him to the Malfoy mansion, he commanded, turning his back on them as he strode toward his throne. He couldn't tell if he'd followed the order or not. It would have been better if they'd obeyed, but they were screaming like rats, licking their upper lip. He needed to contact the White Wizard, Saruman. But he couldn't either. Harry was his link to that world. And without access to it, he couldn't reach Middle-earth. I would charge them, and the child would regret it. PTQ 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 PTQ. The community was in what was once the Chamber of Records, but Harry thought it was the Chamber of Horrors. Bodies, stripped of skin and reduced to skeletal remains clad in armor, had perished within it, haunted by horrors. Trapped in a relentless pursuit that lasted until the last one breathed their final breath. In the center of the room, bathed in a beam of sunlight that seemed to pierce from somewhere, lay a 2MB with an inscription that Gimli had not taken kindly to. Balin, son of Fundin, Lord of Moria, a tomb. The dwarf knelt before her, tears streaming down his face, for he was her cousin. They've seized the bridge in the second chamber. Gandalf's voice echoed, reading from an ancient earth-filled tome once held by a skeletal figure. We've barricaded the doors, but we can't hold them for long. The community members exchanged uneasy glances, scanning the surroundings. They felt under surveillance, desperate to escape that room at once. The ground trembled. Drums echoing in the abyss. We can't get out. A shadow moves in the darkness. Gandalf paused, his expression darkening. We can't get out. They're approaching. No one did anything. The room was silent, except for the sound of their breathing. A sound of something falling and slamming against the stone broke the silence. The community quickly turned their heads to locate the source. Pippin, it seemed, had once again fallen prey to curiosity. And now a skeleton clad in armor began to fall, dragging a chain tied to a boat behind it. The noise seemed to echo through every last corner of Khazad-dûm. Boom, boom. The community stood in anticipation, each harboring their own fears. Harry longed for the noise to end quickly, for with each thud he felt a hand pressing against his heart, wishing nothing had been disturbed. A final, muted blow. They waited a moment. It was over. A sigh of relief escaped some lips. Tonto Tuck, Gandalf exclaimed irritably as he closed the book. Next time, just throw it away and get rid of your stupidity. Gandalf snatched the hat and staff from him, putting them on, but thump, thump, thump. The drums resounded through the darkness of Moria, shaking the walls and making the stone itself tremble. Tum, tum, tum. Once again, but this time followed by shouts and wild laughter that seemed to be rushing toward them. Orcs, Legolas shouted. We can't leave, said Gimli. Quick, close the doors, Aragorn shouted. Both he and Boromir dashed back through the entrance, with the latter being struck by an arrow that narrowly escaped his body. They slammed the doors shut with force and speed, using the old axes that had been left lying on the floor. They have a cave troll, Boromir said, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Legolas and Gimli rushed to the second door of the room, the east gate. Just as they were about to shut it, Gandalf shouted at them, "Don't shut it. You can escape through there. Here we are, locked up like they were before. But I wasn't here then," he said, as he unsheathed the long sword. Its blade gleaming with a cold light. We'll make the House of Records fear us, Aragorn declared as he unsheathed his sword, following the example of Boromir and Harry. Legolas had already drawn his bow, now aimed at the door being attacked by the orcs. Let them in, Gimli shouted, climbing atop Balin's tomb. There's a dwarf in Moria who's still breathing. He swung the mortal axe. The hobbits stood behind Gandalf, each gripping a short sword and sweating cold. His first real battle. Well, not that he hadn't had one before, being the boy who'd endured countless encounters with Voldemort. Or his servants came with the title, but this was his first major battle in Middle-earth, alongside his new allies. The door burst open, revealing orcs scrambling to enter the room and eliminate the invaders. Harry observed Legolas's deadly skill, striking down 2 enemies with a single arrow and killing 2 at once. Aragorn charged into battle with a war cry, his SW. Ord whirling through the air as he cleaved down enemies' heads. Boromir shouted, "Gondor," as he swung his blade, and Harry marveled at his skill, precise strikes with the sharp blade and deft parrying with the massive shield. Gandalf was another story, wielding his long staff and sword with such mastery that he seemed less like an old man and more like a seasoned warrior. The hobbits had begun our battle with the cry of, "For the county," as they charged at the foes who had lunged at them, seeing them as small. But to their surprise, the hobbits attacked together, supporting each other. Harry's observations were interrupted when two orcs approached him, making absurd movements to scare the youngest traveler. With the composure honed through battles since age 11, Harry drew his sword and cleanly severed the orc's head. Watching a jet of black blood gush from the severed vein, the second orc lunged at Harry, brandishing a dirty yet sharp blade of a scimitar. Harry parried the attacks, gripping the sword with both hands as he delivered strikes that had already landed on the orc's body. Yet one of them was destined to prevail, for the battle was far from over. Harry severed an arm, and then thrust his blade through the orc's heart with a single strike. Heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor, and an orc entered the door, dragging a massive monster. "Troll!" Pippin shouted. Had it not been for this cry, Harry would never have realized it was a troll. It was so different from the ones he'd ever known. A roar escaped the animal's throat. Not so different. The troll charged straight at Gimli without warning, swinging a massive mace in his hand. The dwarf had to leap out of the tomb, which had been deliberately positioned to intercept him. Gimli landed on the ground, and his cousin's tomb lay in ruins. But the troll didn't stop there. It kept attacking the dwarf relentlessly, forcing him to fight tooth and nail to break free from the monster's grip. Solarum. A brilliant light momentarily blinded the giant troll, and Gimli could finally rise, bowing his head in gratitude to Azelahan. The fight with the orcs continued, and the troll forgot about it, since it wasn't in attack mode. Harry moved with lightning speed and agility, blocking and attacking without a thing to disturb him. Eager with the thrill of battle, everything was going smoothly until the troll, who had regained his sight, thrust a lance at Frodo, twisting it slightly with a twisted smile on his lips. Harry paused for a moment, unsure what to do. Frodo was dead. His heart burned with rage, consumed by a fiery fury. He charged into battle against the troll, just like the other members. Merry and Pippin had lunged at the troll's back, their sword tips clashing with force. The troll thrashed about, trying to shoo them away. It grabbed Merry's foot and was about to strike with its mace when Gimli arrived, swinging his axe. Harry joined the fray, striking the giant beast wherever he could as it looked about to collapse. Legolas aimed his bow at the creature, searching for a vulnerable spot, the perfect spot to pierce through, and then he saw it. Pippin, who was still following the troll, had slipped a sword struck the troll's neck, forcing it to tilt its head upward and expose its throat. Legolas released the arrow that pierced the creature's head from side to side. Moments later, the troll lay dead on the ground. The moment had come. Aragorn approached Frodo's body, which lay face down among the rocks, when, "I'm fine, I'm not hurt," Frodo said, rising on his own two feet. Like a man who had risen from the dead. Everyone looked at them in surprise, their faces beaming with excitement. "But how?" asked Aragorn. "That blow would have killed a wild bear." "I believe you, my dear hobbit. Hold more than meets the eye," said Gandalf with a paternal smile. Frodo unbuttoned his shirt slightly, revealing a mesh collar with silver-tinged rings. "Mithril," Gimli exclaimed, "but they don't keep up as the orcs." Voices and laughter drew nearer again. At the Khazad-dûm bridge, Gandalf said, looking at the gate that had not been locked. The community members began running toward her, emerging from a massive chamber. They sprinted toward a distant gate, but orcs surrounded them until they reached a point where they could no longer advance. They were completely encircled. Harry unfurled his wand, ready to use it if needed. The orcs stared at them with those terrifying eyes, and laughter filled the air, but a roar erupted from the darkness, and in the distance, orange reflections danced on the wall. The orcs. They began talking among themselves, using that terrible language that very few understood. They didn't know it had happened, but all their enemies fled in terror, hiding in the holes they'd come out of. "What is this new trouble?" Boromir asked seriously. A silence followed as Gandalf pondered the answer. "A Balrog of Morgoth," he said with a serious look. Harry didn't know what he was talking about. But from the expressions on everyone's faces, he knew it wasn't good news. That's how they did it. With the orcs. Path cleared. they soon reached a door leading to a staircase. Boromir nearly fell, but Legolas saved him. "Guide them, Aragorn," Gandalf said. "The bridge is near." Aragorn stepped forward to help, but was immediately thrown aside. Gandalf roared in fury, "Do as I say. These swords are no longer of use here. Forward." They continued down the stairs, with Gandalf in the rear guard, as he was looking after something, the Balrog. They descended the stairs, only to find an abyss blocking their path. Legolas leapt forward, urging Gandalf to follow. The wizard complied. A hail of arrows rained down upon them. Legolas halted to draw his bow, but even with mortal skills, the relentless barrage of arrows overwhelmed him. Harry sprang into action, sheathing his sword and gripping his staff, shouting, "I protect." An invisible shield formed between the orcs and the community, deflecting the arrows and making them impossible to reach. Thus the others continued to leap across the abyss, but when Boromir leapt, embracing Merry and Pippin, a part of the staircase collapsed, plunging into the abyss. Aragorn hurled Sam, who was caught by Legolas. Harry could only watch, as he had to hold the shield. When Gimli's turn came, he flatly refused to be thrown out. "Nobody throws a dwarf," he declared, and leapt up on his own, having to be pulled by his beard to avoid falling off the cliff. But another section of the staircase collapsed, leaving Frodo and Aragorn stranded on the other side. When Harry turned to see what was happening, he saw the stair section where Frodo and Aragorn were standing swaying precariously, threatening to collapse onto her. The young mountaineer watched this with fear, setting aside his shield and aiming his staff at his companions. But who could he help? He couldn't make both of them levitate at once. If he removed the weight of one body, the stairs would collapse even faster. He was in this state of indecision when Aragorn gathered all his wits and pushed him up the stairs with the weight of their bodies, thus enabling them to reach the other side unharmed. With that, they began to run across the narrow and perilous Khazad-dûm bridge, but Gandalf halted mid-journey, sword and staff in hand. From the shadows, a colossal figure glowing with fire and shadow approached the wizard. "You won't make it," he roared. "I am the guardian of the sacred fire, the bearer of Arnor's flame. The dark fire won't protect you." "Fire of Urim." The beast attacked him with a massive sword forged from fire and shadows. "You won't make it," he shouted hoarsely, striking the bridge with his staff and shattering part of it where the beast had been standing. Despite the exhaustion gripping his body, he felt the pressure exerted upon it, as if something were wrapping around him, a fist clenching tightly around his torso, pressing and suffocating. He could sense the texture of this oppressive force, gently tracing his body from end to end, moving with a breathy rhythm. The dampness of that skin, cold, smooth, coat, ed in a viscous liquid that clung to his arms, face, and clothes. He slowly and lazily opened his green eyes, trying to focus them, for despite the darkness he could see through it, like two jade daggers piercing the stage's gloom. He quickly realized his situation. He tried to shout, to prove in some way that he was still alive, that his body wasn't just a pile of rot. Those two beasts would satisfy their hunger, but he was utterly exhausted, too drained to act. He couldn't care less about two giant, slimy snakes coiling around him, their cold, smooth bodies enveloping him. Not even their rough, damp tongues caressing his face, keeping him awake yet in a drowsy state. "Welcome, Harry," a voice whispered in his mind. "I see the beautiful sleeper has finally awakened through the kiss of his two princesses." A soft, cold laugh escaped him, lifeless, devoid of hope. "I imagine you already know what's happening," the voice continued. A silence fell. During this moment, the Dark Lord waited for the young man's response. But he was too exhausted to think, completely consumed by that mortal embrace. "Harry, I've possessed your body. And now, following your new friends," footsteps as they recited these words. Young Potter let out a gasp, as if energized, shaking violently as he tried to break free from his mental confinement. "Don't worry, you haven't lost much. Let's just say I've decided to explore this new world. Get to know it, and observe your fellow travelers. Get away from them." He finally managed to shout, and with this, he intensified the pain like a fire that had been fed with more wood to burn more fiercely, causing the young prisoner to let out a cry of agony from his lips, and threatening them with long fangs from which a crystal clear, colorless liquid gushed, yet deadly as any poison. He needed to seek help. He needed to warn the community. In a desperate attempt, the child who survived focusing on his enemy, thereby forging a miraculous bond with Voldemort. Seeing what he sees and feeling what he feels. His green eyes darted frantically as his mind grew disoriented, unable to pinpoint his location. One thing was certain. The Mina were far behind them. He searched desperately, for Voldemort was beginning to take complete control of his body in a battle of wills where he had every advantage, yet he couldn't fully command his exhausted mind. Just as he was losing control, his eyes fell on Aragorn, who was leading the group and guiding them. Serious error. Ah! Exclaimed Tom Riddle's shadow. That's Aragorn, your second, or rather, your third father. Don't touch him. Don't dare harm him. Voldemort, he screamed with all his might, his throat tearing as the pain that was attacking him. Don't worry, Harry, you'll soon feel his absence, for you'll reunite with him. In the other world, Avada. PTQ 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 PTQ. Delaying even a single day in fixing it, said a man with silver-like hair and a wrinkled face bearing a pair of sharp, weary green eyes as a magical mirror, and fixing it will be a pain in the... It doesn't matter, Remus interrupted with a smile. I didn't expect you to fix it so quickly. When did you tell me you could come pick it up? He hoped it would be ready by 3 p.m. tomorrow, he said, looking at an old pocket watch. All right, I'll come anyway. Thank you very much, he said as he grabbed the pickup key and opened the door, making the doorbell above ring. When she stepped out, an autumn breeze brushed against her face, tousling her hair as it played with the strands. Her golden eyes rested on the cloudy sky. She knew rain would soon come. The sky seemed to whisper it, while the wind carried the scent of water. The unnominated breaks into Azkaban. Extra, extra. Death row inmates break out of their cells. The minister faces trial for incompetence, shouted a boy carrying a stack of the magic newspaper. Hey, boy, Remus shouted, instantly grabbing the young lad's attention. Give me one, he said, handing him 7 nuts. Sirs, I know newspapers cost 5 nuts, but even Remus can afford to give a small tip. Thank you, sir, he said before stepping aside to resume his song, which echoed through the entire Diagon Alley. Remus watched him leave, then turned to the newspaper's front page, where a massive photograph of Azkaban prison showed Kingsley directing other Aurors who should not be named breaks into Azkaban. In the early hours of today, the one you know personally stormed into Azkaban, thereby liberating the Mortifagos who had been arrested on the day Minister Cornelius F. Udge announced to the magical world the return of the one you know. We don't understand why he did this. After failing his assassination attempt on the ministry, he should be furious with them, reported Auror Kingsley, who is currently imprisoned in the magical prison alongside a group of other Aurors. It is believed that the ministry, Cornelius Fudge, guilty or innocent. Hours after the incident at Azkaban prison, the International Confederation of Magi announced that British Minister Cornelius Fudge will face trial for incompetence in his official duties, potentially facing sanctions and permanent suspension from his position. Members of the CIM informed this Prophet reporter that they have already identified potential candidates to serve as ministers with greater pride and dignity, acting in accordance with the current situation. So far, El Profeta hasn't managed to secure an interview with Mr. Fudge, the current minister, as he has flatly refused to share his version of the events and barred journalists from entering the Ministry of Magic offices. Meanwhile, Albus Dumbledore, director of the School of Magic and Wizardry, member of the International Confederation of Magicians, and head of the Wizengamot has. The werewolf abruptly cut off his reading. He knew Albus would spill everything he'd said to the press at tomorrow's meeting, only to exaggerate it. Besides, he wasn't in the mood to keep reading. He was utterly exhausted. It was August 28th, and the night held a full moon. He wouldn't have gone out personally, but he needed to take the mirror to get it repaired. Harry could return at any moment, and he wanted to surprise him. Remus Lupin started walking through the bustling Diagon Alley, noticing that despite Voldemort's threat, young Hogwarts students would still be seen running around trying to make last-minute purchases. He smiled, reminiscing about his student days when the Muggle community would gather to exchange new inventions in jests. Or rather, schoolbooks. Just then, I passed by Scribulus Ever-Changing Inks Source, a place selling pens, ink, rolls. I don't know how to spell it in Spanish, but I've read the books in English where a group of friends were playing. He laughed at recalling a similar situation, but back then the main characters were the Wanderers. This time Wormtail couldn't join them because he and his family were in Spain. The Wanderers had already finished all their shopping, needing only parchment and ink bottles to complete their supplies. As the boys were leaving the same shop, Sirius stumbled, accidentally knocking James off balance. James had spilled his ink bottle on Padfoot's hair. Sirius took his revenge by drenching him in a chocolate milkshake. James chased after him through the alley, determined to get even for the incident. While Remus had to carry all the shopping bags and packages, trying to keep up with his friends who were running around in a chaotic frenzy through the alley, he had to give nervous smiles to everyone who was struggling to keep up with his friends' fun. His friends were just focused on enjoying life, completely oblivious to those ahead of them. With a forced sadness, he remembered catching up with them in a tiny alleyway, arriving with all the packages, unable to see clearly where he was going because his face was completely covered. "Moony, Moony, Moony," Sirius' voice sang in a little tune. "What are we going to do with you?" "My dear Mr. Padfoot, you're absolutely right," James exclaimed. "We, soaked in ink and chocolate, have ruined our dignity. Dr. Moony, could you kindly explain how we should impress the women passing by today?" "Of course, we're completely ruined," Sirius said, "but I can't stand you still being immaculate." A young Remus peeked out from under the pile of packages that threatened to spill all over the floor. With trepidation, he noticed his two friends wearing mischievous smiles, the kind that curved up whenever they pulled off some mischief against the innocent students of Hogwarts. "Are you guys?" Lupin whispered, offering his shy smile that had won over most of Hogwarts' female population. Padfoot, Prongs. He eyed them suspiciously as they approached, hands hidden behind their backs. "What's going on?" "It's because of the sun and the moon," I was trying to say, Padfoot. "Solidarity?" Remus asked innocently as he walked backward, moving away from his two dangerous friends. "That's it," Sirius exclaimed. "Solidarity. We promise it won't hurt at all, little one," said James, who had slipped behind the poor werewolf and lifted something right above Lupin's head. "Wow, isn't that Lily Evans?" Remus exclaimed, making a face. Where?" asked James, who was in a hurry, forgetting what he had to do and trying to wipe his face. Seizing the chance, Remus hurled the stack of packages at Sirius, then dashed down the alley, trying to dodge his friend's mischief. "James," Sirius shouted, exasperated as he stood up, "you're a fool. He tricked you with that scheme, acting like you were a baby." But, Prongs gave a little puchero, as if someone had just taken away his favorite candy. Meanwhile, Remus had hidden behind a flower stall and let out a deep sigh. Having just escaped those two lunatics he considered friends, or so he thought. "Oh, Moony," James' voice said, "you've wounded me deep within," he exclaimed, placing a hand to his heart in a painfully fake gesture. Before Remus could resume his wild chase, he found himself tied up with his hands and feet. "It was out of solidarity, my dear doctor." Moony. A frightened Remus watched as his two friends approached him, and he would have sworn he could see a pair of horns on each of them and a matchstick trailing behind. Moments later, three young men were walking down Diagon Alley, carrying packages and bags. Two of them wore beaming smiles, their arms draped over the shoulders of a man with blonde hair and strange golden eyes standing between them. James was drenched in chocolate, Sirius had red ink on his hair, and poor Remus was sporting his signature blonde locks, drenched in black ink and the always immaculate tunic soaked in chocolate. He smiled. At least it was his favorite flavor. I mechanically took a parchment that a young Auror had given me. I held it at eye level without pausing my walk. "Defend yourself and protect your house from attackers." Since Voldemort's return became public, we've seen young Aurors handing out parchments detailing how to defend against Death Eaters. Following the attack on Diagon Alley, security had been heightened, and now Pater OL officers could be seen patrolling the area. "Hey, Professor Lupin," a young voice shouted. The werewolf turned toward the source of the voice and saw Hermione, Ron, Neville, Ginny, and Luna seated Table outside Florine Fortescue ice cream shop, each of them devouring a delicious ice cream from the shop. "How are you doing?" he said, moving closer to them. "Very well, Professor," Neville replied. Delighted to see the kind Professor Loopy again, though he couldn't care less about being a werewolf. If his grandmother trusted him, it meant he was trustworthy. "Yes," said Luna Lovegood, "just having fun with Ron and Hermione." Remus looked at me confused, but a sly laugh caught his attention. "We've heard that my brother's already been put in the ring." Ginny managed to say this between her playful laughter. "Seriously?" exclaimed the werewolf. "Congratulations on that," said Hermione to the crowd, and even Ron, blushing to his ears. "Harry will surely be overjoyed when he finds out." "Harry, you mean he doesn't know?" Neville asked timidly. The werewolf suddenly realized his mistake when mentioning young Potter. They weren't supposed to know about his disappearance. Now that he thought about it, how would Albus handle this? What would he tell the magical community? "I'm sorry to announce that Harry Potter, the boy who lived through this disappearance, has vanished right before my eyes." Of course, the magical world would descend into chaos. Harry, the hero who had defeated the Dark Lord, vanished while the Dark Lord was still alive and terrorizing the world. Professor Luna snapped, snapping him out of his thoughts. "Where's Harry? Why hasn't he come to Diagon Lane too?" Remus looked at Neville and Luna with concern, exchanging worried glances with Ron and Hermione. After a moment, the Potter's two closest friends nodded in agreement. "Guys, we need to talk," he said, giving them a serious look but not. PTQ 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 PTQ. Aragorn led the group at the head, guiding them briskly into the forest stretching several kilometers away, toward the golden woods of Lothlorien. The community members moved steadily behind the Mountaros, desperately trying to escape Khazad-dûm. His exit resembled a gaping hole that breathed darkness, terror, death, threatening to swallow them if they dared to approach. Just behind the company, 3 snow-capped peaks loomed, imposing and majestic. The peaks of Moria's mountains, Celebdal, Fonuadhal, Caradhras, 3 colossal mountains whose the inner chambers ran through the endless labyrinth of corridors that formed the Arvelis, an ancient kingdom of the dwarves. The 9 companions pressed onward along the silver stream, a marvelously swift waterway nourished by mountain streams. It shimmered in the pale sunlight, weaving through emerald rocks to create a frothy white spray as it cascaded in short leaps, gurgling through a rocky channel. Around them stood low, twisted spruces with bare branches, poised to regreen when spring arrived. Aragorn led the charge, with Boromir and Legolas closely following. Gimli trailed behind, carrying the heavy axe in his hands, while Merry and Pippin kept pace, occasionally turning to check on the exhausted Frodo, who was being helped by his loyal servant Sam. At the very back, not from physical exhaustion but sheer curiosity, the young Potter moved forward, carefully RVing his companions and the surroundings. Azelahen stopped abruptly, as if something unexpected had occurred in the silent landscape. "Welcome, Harry," he murmured. A twisted smile formed on the slender, chapped lips, turning their head skyward and making a pair of rubies sparkle on the dark complexion, completely forgetting the dazzling emeralds that should have been in their place. After a moment when it seemed they were pondering, they resumed their march, sinking into the body's resistance, advancing swiftly by stomping hard on the green grass, the sword striking their hips each time their feet touched the blade. A gentle current caressed her long leather gabardine, swaying it as she played with her jet-black hair. She paused once more, unfastening the rod and stroking it as if it were a beautiful treasure. A sneer of hatred crept across Potter's young face. His crimson eyes blazed fiercely, then gave way to dull green pupils that darted about in confusion. He turned his head sideways, desperately trying to locate his surroundings. A sneer. The pain curved his lips, his eyes began to glow red once more, but before they fully turned crimson, they settled on the company's new guide. "Aragorn," he murmured, lost, wounded, carried away by the wind. For a fleeting moment, the body seemed motionless, its eyes devoid of color, only the whiteness of snow. For a brief instant, it appeared as if the body would collapse, plunging at dizzying speed toward the grass, toward the earth, where it would rest in eternal slumber, where life would abandon the flesh, leaving it to become the food of crows and worms. But before all that could happen, before the body hit the ground beneath his feet, his arms regained mobility. He quickly placed his hands on his legs, gripping his knees tightly. His breathing was labored, like someone who'd just run thousands of kilometers to save his life and finally managed to stop. His head tilted forward, covering his dark face as hair cascaded down his face. I slowly raised my profile, gazing ahead, my red eyes piercing through the curtain of black hair. Damn you, you brat. How dare you challenge him? How dare you take control of that body from him? I'd pay. I'd make sure he paid. He writhed not just from physical pain but the agony of soul-shattering torment. Ah, he gasped inwardly. This is Aragorn, your second, or rather, your third father. A twisted smile crept across his lips as he listened with bated breath to the boy's desperate pleas. Don't worry, Harry said, pointing at the mount with his wooden staff. You'll soon feel his absence. For you'll reunite with him, in the other world. Silence is golden. A contorted grimace of pain twisted the young face, distorting it. The cane slipped from his fingers, and he brought the hand to his heart, pressing it. Clenching into a fist, he began to breathe heavily, trying to draw air into his lungs, filling them with oxygen, but it wouldn't work. No matter how hard he strained, how much he sucked, it just didn't seem to reach him, never seemed enough, leaving him with a suffocating, choking sensation. He collapsed onto his knees, one hand resting on his knee while the other kept pressing against his chest. He coughed slightly, coughing up a thin thread of blood that trailed down to his chin before falling onto the green grass as delicate crimson droplets. With one final breath, he collapsed onto the green carpet, exhausted, his hand never leaving his heart. Harry, Harry, a desperate voice called out, shaking the aching body. Open your eyes, Iluvatar. Open them, Harry. Aragorn shook his protégé's body, terrified that something grave had happened to him, afraid a poisoned orc arrow might have grazed him and he hadn't done anything to heal him, only to find him wounded. A dry cough escaped the young man's lips between his arms, a cough that meant he wasn't dead. Thanks to the Valar, he was still alive. A pair of confused and weary green eyes appeared before the frightened members of the company, observing everything as if it were their first time. The little hobbits let out the breath they had held, feeling so relieved that Merry and Pippin began dancing, holding each other's arms. Legolas smiled openly, letting the wind caress his golden hair. Boromir sighed, gazing at the sky stretching above them. Gimli struck the grass with the axe, shedding a tear. Oh Elendil, Harry, don't scare me like that again. Aragorn pressed his chest tightly against his chest. Victory, the young Potter whispered weakly. I cast him out, he sighed, clinging tighter to the air of Isildur's body. Seeking the warmth of that embrace, the warmth and affection denied to him when he was just a child. The White Mage, the traitor, Saruman, one of Sauron's most powerful servants. So many names could be given to that old man standing before a black stone, one of the 7 lost Palantir. Just as he was speaking with his master, a serpent-shaped shadow suddenly appeared between the master and the White Mage. The shadow lunged at his fist, letting out a piercing scream of agony. He knew exactly who it was. That so-called Voldemort must have been up to no good again with this mage he didn't even know. Could this be a crucial turning point in the war? A soft cloth glided over the stone. Then he began descending the countless steps of his white tower, carefully surveying the landscape until reaching the far end. I gave a sinister smile, letting his mind wander to the looming threat. The orcs labored relentlessly. True, they weren't exactly the most appealing creatures, short, stocky, with long arms, dark faces, hooked noses, and elongated fangs. They wore dirty, shabby clothes and heavy shoes. Yet they were dexterous at tunnel digging, weapon crafting, and other practical skills. They despised beauty and reveled in killing and destruction. Their perfect army, these most battle-hardened soldiers, knew they lacked something more. He descended to the bottom of that hole and saw, with delight etched across every feature of his face, how they were born. His Uruk-hai, those who would surpass the orcs. The same form of life, but perfected. There was no other way to put it. Thousands of black birds flew into the hole, swooping toward the mage, the most conspicuous figure in the scene, thanks to his white robes and hair. Lothlorien, he said, with a twisted smile, so they've hidden in the golden wood, under the protection of that elf witch. Galadriel once again turned her gaze to the pups resting on the ground, among the mud. They would soon be ready. She placed a hand on the nearest one and would prove her loyalty to Saruman by hunting them. After the minor incident with Harry, Aragorn resolved to resume the march as soon as possible, to reach the forest of Lothlorien before nightfall. There they would be safe from the orcs of Moria, who, as he had learned from experience, would come out to hunt them once darkness fell to protect them. Why wait until night? Why not now? The orcs couldn't stand sunlight, it weakened them, so they preferred the darkness. It was a stroke of luck that as they emerged from the shadow of Khazad-dûm, the sun greeted them, shielding them and giving them time to flee and hide before those demons came out to track, hunt, kill, and devour them. Orcs, after all, relished raw blood and flesh, eating men, yes, even their own kind. They were an unpleasant existence, a life utterly ruined. The orcs were conceived as a mockery of the elves, created from Ilúvatar's firstborn. Mutilated elves, corrupt, in the cavernous darkness of the dungeons. Enemies who should never be taken lightly, for like the elves, they were fierce warriors and the most loyal servants of evil. Harry walked beside Frodo and Sam, receiving worried glances from the two hobbits. None of the group knew what had happened to Harry. After Azelahan awoke in his mentor's arms, they had stopped at that very spot. Harry needed to regain his strength to move forward, while Frodo required treatment for the wound inflicted by the giant troll. It was true that his quota of mithril had shielded him from death, but such a blow left a mark on the delicate body of the ring-bearer. A purple bruise, darkened by time, stretched across his right side and chest. Part of his back also bore the scars. He had a contusion wound, the one he'd struck the wall with when the troll attacked him with the long spear. After the wounds were treated and the company had taken its food, they prepared to leave, extinguishing the fire and erasing all traces. Night had fallen. Thousands of stars rose above them, glowing in the vast darkness of the sky. Harry and Frodo walked at the rear, silent, listening carefully to any sounds they might hear behind the path. The young Potter paused briefly, turning his head slightly backward to listen intently. Frodo did the same, waiting to hear what the young rider would say. "Do you hear that?" asked the young wizard with green eyes. "What?" the little hobbit asked softly. "Like the sound of footsteps." "No," he said, shaking his head slightly. "It must be my imagination." The young Baggins looked at him briefly before continuing on. But once again Harry stopped. They are again," he exclaimed. "Are you sure you can't hear them?" Frodo hesitated for a moment, then, his eyes lost in the vastness stretching before him, added, "A soft footstep, which stopped after we had paused." Not a question, but a fact was Gollum, he said, turning to Harry. "Are we going to score?" he said, hearing the footsteps stop again. "The old ring-bearer. That is, before he became Bilbo," and then added in a soft murmur, "Smeagol. Gandalf told me a bit about him when we were in Moria," he explained with a sad tone. A silence fell, leaving everyone speechless. The loss of the Grey Pilgrim, Mithrandir, was still too close. They felt adrift without their guide, the mage who had been both mentor and ally, listening and advising them all along. "Come on, and quat," Harry said, a warm smile playing on his lips, to which Frodo replied with another, "And quat, let an #039's hurry. The others can an #039 be seen anymore." The cold wind blew gently, rustling softly through the leaves of the trees that lay beneath it. "Oh, Lothlorien," exclaimed Legolas. "Lothlorien, we have reached the gateway to the Golden Forest. What a pity it an #039's winter." Harry gazed in awe at the forest. He could feel the magic radiating from it. Time stood still on the earth beneath those trees. Everything remained unchanged, eternal. A vortex in time, an oasis in the desert where the antiquity of all that entered its depths was preserved. The trees towered over them. In the pale starlight, the trunks were gray, and the trembling leaves glowed with a faint, reddish-yellow glow. These were unique trees across the Middle-earth. Trees whose leaves in spring carpeted the forest in golden splendor, for in winter the leaves remained on the branches, yellow, and waiting for the coming spring with new shoots. Then they would fall, making way for fresh leaves that would form a golden canopy, while the old leaves. Old women would cover the earth with gold. These wonders, these trees of yellow flowers, were called Meliorn. And Quat, Lothlorien, and Quat, Aragorn murmured, tracing the bark of the nearest tree with a touch, sighing as if recalling something. And Quat. What joy to hear the wind through the trees again. We in #039. Re still far from the gates, but tonight we won in #039, to reach them. And Quat. Let us hope the elves in #039. Virtue protects us from the dangers ahead, he added. Turning to the entire group led in #039, go. We in #039. LL venture a little further, where trees surround us, and after leaving the trail, we in #039. LL look for a place to sleep. The members nodded, eager to sink into a deep sleep. They ventured into the forest, following Aragorn, who seemed to know the labyrinth of this vast and marvelous woodland, which appeared to be covered in gold. The Nimrodel flowed through the woods, its waters murmuring and cascading, carrying the tragic legend of Nimrodel the Beautiful and his lover Amrith. The hobbits and Harry walked together, close to Gimli, who was on high alert with the axe in his hands. And Quat, stay close, young friends. And Quat, he said to the five, turning to wait for them. And Quat, they say a powerful witch lives in these forests. And Quat, he said, walking cautiously while holding his weapon in both hands, followed by the five curious youths, a witch elf with terrible power. All who see her fall under her spell, and are never seen again. Harry watched as Frodo stopped abruptly, turning his face as if searching for something. Frodo. Azelahen took his hand, worried about the young hobbit and #039's well-being. Then I heard a voice. And Quat, why? Our coming to us is like the footsteps of fate. You bring with you a great evil, bearing the ring. And Quat, Frodo yanked his arm free from Harry and #039's grasp as if the burning sensation were excruciating. They exchanged a look. At that moment, Frodo looked confused, his eyes filled with fear, and he shook his head. What had happened? What was that? Did it enter Frodo and #039's mind? Well, Gimli continues here in #039. A dwarf you won in #039. T catch easily. I have hawk eyes and fox ears. Suddenly they found themselves under the sights of hundreds of arrows, poised to be fired. It had been so fast that Harry hadn't even had time to draw his wand. Even with the reflexes Quidditch gave him, he hadn't noticed those elves' presence. Though he was still reeling from what had just happened to the young ring-bearer, had it even entered his mind. But what about that voice? The dwarf breathed so intensely that an arrow could pierce through him in the dark, said a blonde elf with copper eyes, who seemed to be the leader of that group. Harry climbed the tree with agility, guided by a thin silver-gray rope that gleamed in the forest's darkness. The branches of the Malorn tree were nearly horizontal at first, then curved upward. But near the trunk's crown, they split into a canopy. There, he saw the elves had built a wooden platform between the branches, a structure they called a flet, or talon, as Aragorn had informed him. A round hole in the center allowed access to the platform, and through it ran the thin yet sturdy silver rope. Upon reaching the carriage, he found his fellow travelers seated. With a heavy heart, he noticed the elves perched on the platform were constantly watching Gimli, their hands clutching bows ready to fire before he could even react. He shook his head and quickly slipped away from the entrance. As Aragorn still hadn't boarded, Harry approached the dwarf and sat beside him, resting his hand on the dwarf's shoulder. Don't worry, young Azelahen, he said, gazing at him. The elves' courtesy toward dwarves has been this way since before my father's time. With a mischievous smile, he added in a whisper, though dwarves have taken it upon themselves to do so. The young Potter smiled. If it weren't for Merry and Pippin's cheerful personalities and Gimli's comments, this trip would surely be anything but joyful. Harry felt a strong, fatherly embrace on his shoulder. And it was then that he realized Aragorn had already climbed up, now standing before Haldir, the leader of the group of elves. The boy who had lived through it watched them argue. They indeed agreed to provide shelter in their cozy flotilla, but refused to take them to Cars Galadon, the city of the Galadrim, as they called the elves inhabiting the Lothlorien forest, for two reasons. The first was Gimli, who apparently had no idea since the dark days how long it had been not a single dwarf had set foot in that city. And 2. Something about Frodo and the ring. Harry couldn't quite grasp what it meant. "You're carrying great evil with you," Halder had told Frodo. "Very well," Halder finally said. "But they'll stay here tonight. As for the dwarf, here's our plan. If Aragorn and Legolas keep watch and answer for him, we'll let him pass. But he'll have to cross Lothlorien with his eyes bandaged." After Aragorn nodded, the group prepared to sleep, split into 2 flots they were and large enough for 9 people to rest comfortably in them. The hobbits stayed in one tree with Halder and 2 elves who turned out to be his brothers. The other elves had returned to their watch posts. As a group of orcs had taken over the forest, the elves would hunt them before reaching their city, while the rest slept in the hollow of the nearest tree. Harry stayed awake for a while, zing at the stars shining through the pale ceiling of trembling leaves. Gimli snores to his left, and he could hear Aragorn's steady breathing to his right. Legolas and Boromir must have fallen asleep by now, as their constant breathing could be heard in the air. Finally, swaying up there in the branches and down by the sweet murmur of Nimrod's cascades, Harry fell asleep, remembering how he had defeated Voldemort's power over his body. "Harry," a soft murmur reached the ears of the green-eyed wizard. "Harry." He slowly opened his eyes, focusing them. "Harry." He stood up, careful not to wake the others. Who was calling? Harry. There it was again. That voice. That murmur. He peered over the edge of the cliff, searching for the person calling him. But there was nothing in sight. Harry, resolute, he grabbed the silver rope and let it drop through the hole, the entrance to the cabin, and slid down smoothly. The moment his feet touched the solid ground, he drew his wand, holding it before him without casting any spells. He walked carefully across the carpet of dry leaves, advancing slowly. Behind him, the rope gleamed like a silver thread on the gray bark of the Meliorn. He quickly moved away from the shed where 4 of his comrades were resting. The gleam of the rope had already turned into a faint whisper of silver in the distance. Harry. The starlight spun rapidly around his heels. The murmur had reached his back, but he saw nothing. No one, only the faint glow of the rope against the tree. Quick footsteps behind him, a fleeting shadow vanishing among the trees. Harry turned swiftly, but saw nothing. Once again, steps around him, the crunch of branches and dry leaves. His heart began pounding faster. Blood surged through his veins, adrenaline pumping, senses sharpening. Others were already urinating their pants. This was Harry Potter, the one who'd survived 4 physical confrontations with the most terrifying wizard of his era, plus countless mental battles. The crunch of dry leaves before him. Heavy footsteps. "Who?" "Darrow," he said in a commanding tone, speaking both languages. The footsteps drew nearer. He could hear them more clearly. Soon he would face the intruder. Footsteps. A figure began to emerge before him, moving swiftly without pause. Lumos Maxima. The white light radiated with force, even cutting through the conjurer. Harry had to close his eyes to shield them from the intensity. But, before he could open them, his arms were tightly gripped by hands. He was trapped. Circe. How they'd love to have him left there. The cobalt blue eyes met Harry's almond green ones. The young Potter turned pale as fast as a storm. "Sirius." A whisper barely audible. "Sirius," he murmured, tears at the edge of his voice. "Oh Harry," said the Animago, embracing the son of his best friend. "How are you? Are you feeling well?" he asked, pulling away and cupping his face. "By Merlin," he exclaimed, gazing intently. "You've really grown, little boy. Every day. What's going on? You look more like your father." Then, realizing he wasn't wearing his glasses, he started looking for them around the place. "Sorry, Harry, I didn't mean to scare you." "Fine," said the green-eyed wizard, wiping away tears that welled up in his eyes. "I can see without them." Sirius stood up, and before he could react, Harry clung tightly to his godfather. "I miss you so much," he said. "I thought you were gone. That I'd never see you again. But what happened? How did you end up here?" Sirius was about to answer his questions, but Harry spoke before he could. "It doesn't matter, you'll tell me later," he said. Then turned and started pulling at his tunic, adding, "You must be tired. Come, let me introduce you to some friends." You must meet Aragorn, and—" Harry stopped, as Sirius hadn't moved forward. When he turned to him, he found him kneeling, clutching his stomach, a pained grimace on his lips. "Sirius, Sirius." The animago rested its head against the nearest tree. A call. Sweat began to trickle down its temples. The pain intensified, and Sirius Black tightly shut his eyes, enduring the agony that overwhelmed him. He fell to his knees, coughing violently. When he regained control and began breathing, he reached for his aching chest. A thin thread of blood trickled from his mouth down to his chin. Sirius Harry huddled beside his godfather, his face etched with worry. "I'll go get help." "Stay here. Don't move. I'll be back," he said, his voice trembling. He couldn't lose his godfather again. No, he didn't want to. He couldn't abandon him now that he'd saved him. He couldn't bear it. Harry sprang to his feet, about to dash off to find Aragorn when he felt Sirius take his hand. The young Potter turned and met Sirius' eyes. Their gaze was filled with defeat, the eyes of someone condemned. Someone who only awaited death. "Sirius," a gentle murmur. "Harry," he said with a sad smile, "when you were born, you were the pride of James, Lily's, and mine too. I remember the first time I held you. You were a beautiful baby." He gasped for air, coughing a little more. "Harry," he spoke with difficulty, "I always want you." Sirius' hand fell heavily to the ground, lifeless, dead. The blue orbs had vanished. The eyes no longer showing life. The head had fallen upon the chest, lifeless, mere flesh ready to rot and turn to dust. "Sirius." The green-eyed boy pressed himself against his godfather's body. Sirius Harry shook the lifeless form, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Cyrus. Sirius, please," he whispered, his voice trembling. "Sirius, open your eyes. Sirius, Sirius." The young green-eyed wizard collapsed onto his godfather's body, weeping and letting out all his anguish. Damn life. Damn injustice. With all his might, he wished to die and reunite with Sirius. Where no one could ever separate them, where they would be together with their parents, and finally have the family he'd been denied since his first birthday. Whoa! Harry quickly pulled away from Black's body. Surprise had taken over the green eyes. "Oh, poor little Potter boy. Did you get scared? Did it hurt?" Absolutely. A cold, guttural laugh escaped Voldemort's lips. "A dream. Was everything just a damned dream?" Harry clenched his fists, digging his nails into the white skin of his hands. He was still dreaming, but the pain he was inflicting on himself was helping him a bit, otherwise he'd explode. Damn, he'd shown vulnerability to that snake. Voldemort had nailed Harry's final move. He'd landed a low blow, where he knew it would hurt the most. He could still feel the immense pain of losing Sirius for the second time. The weakness that had drained him of all his strength when he saw his godfather's body still clinging to him. He knew, if Voldemort attacked him now, fighting for control of his body, he would win and he would be powerless to stop him. Voldemort began approaching the young wizard, gripping his wand, the very same one Harry had once held when he discovered the boy's magical abilities. This time, he would claim full control of the body, and the power ring would be his. "Wake up, Harry," Aragorn said softly, shaking his protégé's body. It was 5 in the morning. But Halder had said the earlier they began the journey, the better. Harry's green eyes were revealed to his mentor, who smiled at him with a brotherly warmth. "Velina Aaron, Azelahan, good morning, ha. RRY." The young man looked at her confused, unable to make sense of where she was or what was happening. Suddenly, Harry sat up abruptly. "And Voldemort," he sighed with relief. Aragorn had woken him just in time, before the Dark Lord could seize his body. But he asked, "Estás bien?" His mentor asked, But, Hanenla bien. "Bien, gracias," he replied with a smile that soon turned to sadness as he recalled his experiences in Morpheus' world. For a brief moment, he had Sirius back. For a brief moment, his most cherished wish had come true. "Harry, are you feeling well?" the mountaineer asked again. He had seen how quickly Harry's eyes had darkened, how the brightness they'd gained during the journey had vanished in a blink. "But bien," he repeated it like a mantra. His mantra. Aragorn studied him for a moment before shaking his head. He knew it wasn't wise to pressure Harry into revealing his thoughts. He would wait for the boy to speak, and if that shadow wouldn't budge, he'd take Matt RS into his own hands to uncover what was hidden. As we had agreed, now I shall blind the dwarf Gimli, said Halder, pulling out a soft gray cloth handkerchief. This arrangement was made without my consent, Gimli said with displeasure. I won't walk around with my eyes blindfolded like a beggar or prisoner. I'm not a spy. My people have never dealt with enemy servants. We don't harm elves either. If they think I'd betray them, you could expect the same from Legolas or any of my friends. You're right, said Halder, but it's the law. I've already done a lot, letting you cross my country's borders and helping you get through these lands. Gimli was obstinate. He stood firm on the ground, resting his right hand on the hilt of his axe. Cursed dwarves! How stubborn they are! Legolas exclaimed. Wait a moment, Aragorn said. If I must continue guiding them, they'll obey my orders. It's hard for Gimli to be left out like this. We'll all be bandaged, even Legolas. It'll be the best, though the journey might seem slow and boring. Gimli suddenly burst into tears. What a bunch of fools we'll seem. Halder will lead us bound by a rope, like blind beggars led by a dog. But if Legolas shares my blindness, I'll be content. I am an elf, and a brother here, said Legolas, now also angry. And now we shout, damn elves! How stubborn they are, exclaimed Harry, feeling his urge to laugh again at the sight of his classmates' faces. Especially the elves. The entire company will share the fate of the dwarf Gimli. Come on, Halder, show us your eyes, Aragorn exclaimed. I'll demand full compensation for every fall and foot injury, said Gimli as they covered his eyes with a cloth, making Harry burst out laughing despite his attempts to hide it with a cough. No need, said Halder, watching the wizard with curiosity. I'll guide you well. And the paths are flat and straight. Let's hope it's true, Pippin sighed, taking one last look at his little pieces. PTQ 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 PTQ. The door of Grimmauld Place opened, letting Hermione and Ron in along with their former professor, Remus Lupin. The werewolf left them alone, feeling utterly exhausted and wanting to head to his room for a quick nap before the full moon. Ron and Hermione sat down on the cozy armchairs in the solitary room. The brown-haired girl's eyes rested on a letter resting on the table beside the armchair where she sat. It was the Ministry of Magic letter Harry had received containing his timos. The letter remained intact, its seal unbroken. Ron's father had brought it shortly after the arrival of the boy who lived. The results were supposed to have been sent in July, but since Voldemort's public appearance, the Ministry had been facing problems in every department. Hermione recalled the incident that had left the letter on that desk. Left abandoned in the room. She admitted she had been pressuring Harry to show her the results she'd achieved, but he, overwhelmed by so many things, had completely lost his cool. She had been the catalyst that ignited the feelings Harry had long been holding back. In response, Harry slammed the table, clutching the letter, and insisted she open it herself if she was so eager. Then he stormed upstairs, slamming the door behind him. He forgot about the letter. Hermione's eyes filled with tears, which began to slide down her rosy cheeks. Mione, her boyfriend's soft voice pulls her from her thoughts. What's wrong? He asked, gently wiping his tears with both hands. Nada, she said with a smile. It's just that I'm a weeping soul. A sad laugh escaped her lips. I think she's been crying too much lately. Don't you think? Ron gives her a soft kiss on the nose, then rests his forehead on hers. All right, Mione, don't worry, he said softly. I suppose it's okay to cry, of course, he added with a smile. Unless McGonagall shows up and tells you got a P, Circe. P for poor, the lowest grade, though I'm not sure if that's how it's spelled in Spanish timos. Hermione stepped aside and gave him a gentle squeeze on the arm, beaming with joy that Ron was there to make her smile. Ow, Ron exclaimed, pretending to be deeply hurt. Why was that? Tonto said with a smile. The young Weasley smiled, scratching his head. His eyes scanned the room, searching for what had made his little girl so sad, until they settled on the letter on the table, bearing the Ministry's official stamp. Why don't you open it? He said to Hermione. Harry surely wouldn't mind. I don't know. Come on, I'll do it. And with that, I took the letter, tore off the Ministry's seal, and after reading the paper inside, let out a whistle. Well, I think Harry deserves a big pat on the back after this. Curiosity piqued, Hermione snatched the letter from his hands. Relax, my own, he said, laughing at the chestnut's behavior. I can't believe it, he said in surprise. EE transformations. Surpassing expectations, EE enchantments. Surpassing expectations, EE potions. Surpassing expectations, EE herbalism. Surpassing expectations. Defense against dark arts. Outstanding, divination. Poor, astronomy. Acceptable, history of magic. Acceptable, care of magical creatures. Outstanding. With a big smile, he then turned to Ron. You'll definitely get all the ecstasis you need to become an Auror. Yes, but remember what McGonagall said. Snape won't accept anything less than excellent in his class of ecstasis. Nonsense. You'll see how McGonagall handles Professor Snape, he said with absolute certainty. Ron didn't know whether to rejoice or fear. He just hoped Hermione wouldn't match the deputy director in character, well, or even worse. He thought as he was putting his hand to his neck. She'll get over it. That's the kind of thing a Muggle student would say. The student outperforms the teacher. It's made me hungry, said the girl as she stood up and stretched. Ron gave her a playful look, then smiled and moved closer, taking her by the waist. Let's get something done, he whispered in his ear. Hermione gave a mischievous smile, then gave him a quick kiss on the lips before disappearing behind the kitchen door. PTQ 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 PTQ. Kars Galadon, the most ancient and beautiful elven city imaginable on Middle-earth. As you step through its colossal gates, the place seems eerily empty, no living beings are in sight. Yet with a sharp ear, you can hear whispers and murmurs in the air. All it takes is a keen eye and careful observation to spot the elves hiding among the branches, their gray-green robes making them hard to spot unless they make sudden movements. Within this city stood the largest Malliers of all Lothlorien, adorned with silver-lit lanterns that hung gracefully from their branches. On the massive trunks of the Malorn trees, one could see several stumps. And not only that, there were also beautiful purple wood stumps, as the city was built right into the trees. Kars Galadon, the city of the Galadrim and the Lord's dwelling. Celeborn and Galadriel, the Lady of Lorien. After the company arrived with their guides, Halder informed them that the lady and the gentleman wished to see them. In the Meliorn, the city's rulers lived in larger dwellings, so the climb would be a grueling journey for those unaccustomed to such heights. They began ascending in pairs, and Harry noticed Fletch's traditional horse harnesses scattered to the right, left, and around the massive trunk. Finally, at great elevation, they reached a towering structure resembling a ship's bridge. Perched atop this structure stood a house so vast that it could have served as living quarters on land. One by one they entered the house, discovering an oval-shaped chamber where, at its center, the trunk of a Malorn tree grew, now slender but still a pillar of immense circumference. A bright light illuminated the chamber. The walls were green and silver, with a golden ceiling. Many elves sat in 2 seats leaning against the tree trunk, beneath the canopy of a branch, where Lord Celeborn and Lady Galadriel were seated. They rose to welcome the guests, following the elves' custom, even those considered mighty kings. They stood tall, beautiful, and solemn. They were dressed in white, and the lady's hair was golden, while the Lord Celeborn's was silver, long and gleaming, yet there were no signs of age on them, except perhaps in their deep eyes. As they entered the chamber, the Lord welcomed them. Lady Galadriel remained silent, gazing at them. She stared at Frodo's face for a long time. Celeborn greeted each of his companions politely, calling them by name. Welcome, Aragorn, son of Arathrin. 38 years have passed since you came to these lands from the outside world, and those years weigh heavily on you. But the end is near, for better or worse. Take a break from your burden here. Welcome, son of Thranduil. Few of my people ever come from the north. Welcome, Gimli, son of Gloin. It's been ages since anyone from Durin's village has been seen in Kars Galadon. But today we've set aside that old rule. Perhaps this heralds better days, though shadows still shroud the world, and a new friendship between our peoples. Welcome, young Azella. We have some interesting news from you at Elrond and Hash 039. house. Please sit down and rest." When all the guests had finished sitting down, the gentleman looked at them again. "The enemy knows they have entered here. The hope they once held in secrecy has now vanished. 9 remain here," said the Lord solemnly, "but 10 have departed from Rivendell. Tell me now, where is Mithrandir? I in #39. They long to speak with him again. I can in #39. See him from afar. Except from this side of the barriers of Lothlorien, he in #39. Shrouded in a grey mist, and I don in #39. Know where he in #39. Going or what he in #39. Thinking. And quot. No, there were no changes at the council. And quot. The lady declared, speaking for the first time. Her voice was clear and melodious. Gandalf the Grey departed with the company but did not cross the borders of this land. With a sorrowful tone, she added, and quot, he has fallen into the shadows, and quot. It was carried by both shadow and fire. A Balrog of Morgoth. Thus we entered the networks of Moria without need, said Legolas. And quot. Nothing Gandalf ever did in life was ever in vain, and quot. Galadriel said solemnly. And quot. We still don in #39. Know what he intended. But in any case, these followers bore no guilt, and quot. The lady now turned to Gimli, who sat there in sorrow, and quot. Don in #39. Let the emptiness of Khazad-dûm disturb your heart, Gimli, son of Gloin. The waters of Keld-Zarim are dark, the springs of Kibble Nala are cold. And they were once beautiful, and quot. The halls of many Khazad-dûm columns in ancient times, before the mighty kings fell under the stone, and he smiled at the dwarf. Gimli heard those names in his native tongue, then looked up to meet Galadriel in #39's gaze. It felt as though he was gazing into the heart of an enemy, yet there he found love and understanding. A look of wonder crossed his face, and he quickly responded with a smile. He awkwardly rose to his feet, bowing in the dwarf manner, and said, "But even more beautiful is the land of Lorien, and Lady Galadriel stands above all the jewels of the earth." There was a silence. Finally, the lady spoke again. "In all lands, love is now bound to suffering," he said, looking at Boromir, who, under the lady and #39's gaze, was too frightened to meet her serious, solemn expression. "What will happen to this company now?" said Celeborn. "Without Gandalf, hope is lost. The mission hangs by a thread. Step off course, and it will lead to ruin for all." The lady fixed her blue eyes on Sam, "But hope endures as long as the crew stays true. Don in #39. Let their hearts grow weary. Go now and rest. Though our mission isn and #39, directly related. They may stay in town until they feel healed and rejuvenated. Rest, for a while we won in #39, speak of their future path." They stayed a few days in Lothlorien. They felt their only concern was eating, drinking, resting, and wandering among the trees, enough for them. And Harry never had nightmares again, nor those unpleasant encounters with Voldemort. They hadn't in #39 seen the Lord and Lady again, and barely spoke with the other elves, as few spoke the common tongue. Haldir had bid them farewell and returned to the northern defenses, now on heightened alert after the company brought news from Moria. Legolas spent many hours with the Galadrim, and after the first night he no longer slept with his companions, though he would return to eat and talk with them. He often took Gimli along for walks, and the others were surprised by this change. Harry wondered if the Lady Galadriel had anything to do with it. As the body healed, the company felt the pain of losing the Grey Pilgrim, their guide Mithrandir, draw closer. They often heard elfish voices singing nearby, songs mourning Gandalf's fall, their name echoing through sweet yet sorrowful words they couldn't comprehend. "I bet hey, don't mention their fireworks," Sam once said. "There should be a verse about them." "Why don't you do it yourself, Sam?" Harry said. "Come on, you've got something in your head if you're saying that," he added, trying to cheer him up. He blushed slightly, but then stood up. "The most beautiful fires ever seen. They burst forth among blue and green stars, and after the thunder, a golden shower fell like a rain of flowers. Though this is far from doing them justice," he said, blushing as he took his seat again. Harry smiled. "In Middle-earth, they adored songs and verses. Arwen had sung some during our classes. The elf lady had a beautiful voice. He remembered when Aragorn told him Galadriel was Arwen's grandmother. He couldn't believe it. Though both were indeed beautiful, Lady Galadriel was a Gaul. Den Beauty, the Lady of Light as her people called her. Arwen bore a striking resemblance to her father. The same eyes, dark hair, the evening star to her people. She wondered what Arwen's mother must have been like. She had imagined her in many ways, blending traits of Lord Celeborn and Lady Galadriel, with a touch of both. Always distinct, yet undeniably a sublime beauty. Gentle footsteps pulled the green-eyed wizard from his thoughts. Frodo ventured into the forest to take his usual stroll through the beautiful city. Harry got up. He might as well take a walk and have the hobbit's company if he allowed it. Frodo. Melon Nin, Frodo. My friend, he said to draw the ring-bearer's attention. May I accompany you on your walk? Frodo nodded. During a journey, there was silence as the two observed the small fields of beautiful yellow flowers. Eleanor had told Sam to tell Harry what they were called. The day we leave is coming, isn't it? Frodo asked, looking at him. Yes. The other day I heard Aragorn talking to some elves. Though, I don't want to leave, Harry said. This place fills me with a peace I never thought I'd feel again, he sighed. But the sooner we begin, the sooner we'll end, don't you think? He smiled at the porter, who nodded in agreement. The sooner we resume our journey, the less I'll miss this beautiful city. I just hope we'll see the Lady of the Elves before we leave. They were still talking when they saw Lady Galadriel approaching, responding to Frodo's words. Tall, fair, and beautiful, she walked among the trees. She didn't speak, but with a glance, she signaled them to follow. Descending the stairs, the lady entered a deep green chamber where the silvery stream from the hill's fountain murmured through the passage. At the chamber's base, on a low pedestal carved like a lush tree, stood a broad silver platter with shallow depth, flanked by a matching silver jar. The lady took the jar and filled it with water. Here is the mirror of Galadriel, I have brought them here for you to see, if you wish to. The air was very still, and the dark valley and the lady were tall and pale. What shall we see? The hobbit asked cautiously. Galadriel watched him for a moment as he approached the pedestal and poured the water from the jar into it. I can command the mirror to reveal many things, she said, watching both Harry and Frodo, and to some, I can show them what they desire. The green-eyed wizard was taken aback. Is this the Ozed mirror? But the mirror also reveals things beyond request, and these are often more beneficial. What they'll see, if they leave the mirror free, even the wisest cannot say. Will they look? Frodo did not respond. And you, Harry, would you like to see? He'll show you the past, present, and future. This, if you wish, is the magic of Galadriel. No wands, no swords. Harry and Frodo exchanged glances, then Azelahan stepped forward, bringing his face close to the water-filled barrel. Whatever you see, don't touch the water, Harry. The water appeared hard and dark, reflecting only the tree branches and the young potter's pale face. Almost immediately, the surface darkened, blurring the branches. The mirror turned gray before clearing. A woman with dark red hair held a small bundle between her arms, rocking it and singing to the child. A man with round glasses approached the woman, embracing her waist and resting his head on her shoulder, watching the little one with pride and love. But before Harry could even say what was happening, the light faded. He immediately saw a little boy with jet black hair in a mess, locked in a closet. His cheeks flushed and eyes glassy, with tears threatening to spill from those beautiful green eyes. The mirror glowed intensely, revealing a dark room. In one corner, a wolf with a coffee gray fur stood, snorting and sniffing the air, ears perked up. Moony, Harry murmured, watching the wolf rise on all fours and let out a howl. The surface trembled slightly, blurring the image. The sun blazed and the wind stirred the grass. A man with long black hair and blue eyes leapt forward, blocking Harry and a massive creature resembling a giant hyena that had risen to attack the young man again. A shadow swallowed the image, extinguishing the mirror's glow. Harry immediately saw himself gripping the wand in his left hand and holding Godric Gryffindor's sword in his right, clad in his Hogwarts robe, with a trail of blood beginning at his head and flowing down to his neck. Riddle stood before him, wand in hand, aiming at him. Voldemort muttered a few words as the mirror glowed with a piercing green light. Harry leapt backward just in time to dodge a snake that had sprung from the pillar, lunging at his neck with fangs poised to strike. He immediately reached up to his throat, examining it, feeling it with his fingers. Frodo watched the wizard in confusion, fear reflected in his blue eyes. Azelahan, he approached his friend. Are you all right? Harry merely nodded, his eyes fixed on the pile, waiting for the snake to emerge. The lady watched him. Do you want to look now, Frodo? Said Lady Galadriel. Do you think I should look? No, she said. I wouldn't advise you either way. I'm not a counselor. You might learn something, and whatever you see, whether good or bad, could be useful or not. Seeing both sides is wise yet risky. But I believe, Frodo, you have enough courage and wisdom to take the risk, otherwise, I wouldn't have brought you this. I shall gaze, Frodo said, climbing the pedestal and leaning over the dark waters. The sun sank crimson like blood through cloud ridges, its glare piercing the horizon. A tall, black ship with tattered sails came from the west. Darkness settled over the mirror-like surface before breaking through to shatter the Camarca Mill. Towering against a sky where clouds clung tightly together, hobbits marched in single file, their feet and hands chained together. The water in the tower trembled slightly, distorting the image, which then shifted to another scene where orcs were ravaging hobbits, hunting them in a bloody massacre as they tried to flee from the beasts. But suddenly the mirror darkened completely, and Frodo stood staring into the void. In that black abyss appeared an eye, which slowly grew until it finally filled the entire mirror. The eye was surrounded by fire, yet it itself was glassy, yellow like a cat's eye, watchful and fixed. The black slit of its pupil opened onto a well, a window to nothingness. The ring hanging around his neck grew heavier and heavier, heavier than a large stone, forcing him to tilt his head forward. The mirror seemed to warm, and swirling vapors floated over the water. Frodo took the ring in his hands and, with all the strength he could muster, leapt backward, escaping the gaze that kept relentlessly pursuing him. I know what you saw, said Galadriel, for it is also in my mind. A moment of silence fell as the lady and the ring-bearer exchanged glances. RRY instantly recognized it as telepathy. Though he knew better than to eavesdrop on others' conversations, he couldn't resist the urge. His mind raced through the words Gandalf had spoken about the power of the mind. He will try to take the ring. You know who I'm talking about. Boromir's words struck a chord in Harry's mind, but was it the Gondor captain? Though that was true, the council had refused to destroy the ring. One by one, they would destroy them all. Harry couldn't help feeling a pang. He himself had coveted the ring. If you ask for it, I'll give you the One Ring. No, it was my heart that longed to ask you for what you now offer me. For many long years I've wondered what I'd do if the great ring ever came into my hands. And look, it's within my reach now. Will you freely give me the ring? At the seat of the Dark Lord, you shall install a Queen. Galadriel raised her arms and a light burst forth, illuminating her alone while leaving the rest in darkness. She rose before Frodo and Harry, and suddenly seemed to have an immeasurable height, not dark but beautiful and terrifying like morning and night. Dangerous as the ocean, stronger than the foundations of the earth. Everyone will love me in despair. Harry and Frodo watched her with confusion and fear in their eyes. Could such power be contained in that ring to do this to the Lady of Lorien? Then, Galadriel, I let down my white, slender arms. And here the light went out. I have passed the test, she said. I shall shrink and march westward, and remain Galadriel. I can't do this alone, Frodo said, his eyes filled with two blue pleas on the child's face. You are a ring bearer, Frodo. To wear a ring of power is to be alone. The lady extended her hand, and for a moment it seemed as if a star had settled upon her finger. This is Nenya, the diamond ring. And I am its guardian. You were chosen for this task. And if you cannot find the way, no one else will. So I know what I have to do. It's just that I'm afraid to do it, Harry observed. And at that moment he knew exactly what he meant. Even the smallest person can change the course of time, said the lady, bending down so low she was at the hobbit's eye level. Frodo looked at her with sorrow and determination, then put the ring away again. An army of Uruk-hai rose in the basements of Saruman's tower, armed and ready for war and to hunt. Go after them. Don't stop until you find them. You know nothing of pain. You know nothing of fear. You'll be eating human flesh. Saruman shouted at his hunters. "One of the middlemen has something of great value for me," he told the captain. "Bring them alive and unharmed. Kill the others." 3 small gray boats had been prepared for the travelers, and the elves helped them load the food packages. The group was divided as follows. Aragorn, Frodo, and Sam traveled in one boat, Boromir, Merry, and Pippin in another, and in the third, Legolas and Gimli, now close friends, along with Harry. Harry found himself in a boat, having never boarded one in his life, only during his first year at Hogwarts. He felt a twinge of fear, not knowing how to swim and having heard the River Grande had dangerous stretches. He sighed. At least he knew a spell to create a bubble on his head. He hoped that would be enough. "Lembas pan de camino elfico," said the melodious voice of Legolas, taking a kind of cookie between his hands, and giving it a small bite. "A single bite is enough to fill a man's stomach," he had told Harry, Merry, and Pippin, who were in the same boat, before departing, leaving some packages beside those already there. "How many did you eat?" Merry suddenly asked Pippin. "4," said Pippin. Harry burst out laughing when he heard him repeat it. The elves loaded the packages onto the boats and added extra rope rolls, 3 ropes per boat. The ropes were thin yet strong, silky to the touch, gray as the elves' robes. "What is this?" Sam asked, touching a roll lying on the grass. "Of course, strings," replied an elf from the boats. "Never go far without a rope. A long, strong, and lightweight rope can be a great help in many situations. The danger grows with every leg of their advance southward," Celeborn told Aragorn. "Mordor's orcs are now patrolling the eastern bank of the Anduin. Nor will they find safety on the western bank, where strange creatures bearing Saruman's white hand have been spotted along our borders. Orcs seldom travel by day, yet these have done so. They are being tracked," he said in Elvish, handing him a dagger. "By the river, you can escape the enemy to the Rorros Falls. Though Hey, we're our guests," Celeborn said to the entire party. "They have not yet shared a meal with us, and we therefore invite them to a farewell feast here among the waters that will carry them far from Lorien." After eating and drinking, seated on the grass, Galadriel rose from the grass, took a cup from a maiden, filled it with white nectar, and offered it to Celeborn. "Now is the time to drink the cup of farewell," he said. "Drink, Lord of the Galadrim, and may your heart not be sad, though the night must follow the day, and the afternoon brings the night." She then brought the cup to each member, inviting them to drink and bid farewell. After everyone had drunk, she ordered them to sit again on the grass. The maids brought chairs for her and Celeborn. The maids waited silently around their lords. Galadriel observed the guests for a moment. Finally, she spoke again. "We have drunk from the cup of farewell," he said, "and now shadows fall upon us. But before they depart, I have brought gifts, that the Lord and Lady of the Galadrim offer you as a remembrance of Lothlorien." Then he called them one by one. "My gift for you, Legolas, is a Galadrim bow," he said to the Prince of the Black Forest, handing him a bow longer and stronger than those from his homeland, its string woven from elf hair. There was also a beautiful arch of arrows, a testament to the remarkable skills of the forest race. The lady bowed her head and turned to Merry and Pippin, handing them small silver belts with daggers attached. "These are the daggers of the Noldor. They have already been used in battle. Fear not, you, Ing Peregrine Took, you will find your courage. And for you, little gardener and tree lover," he said to Sam, "I have only a small gift," and placed in his hand a plain gray wooden box, without any decoration, except a silver rune on the box. "This is AG for Galadriel. This box contains the land of my garden, bearing the blessings Galadriel can still bestow. It won't shield you from the path nor protect you from harm. But if you preserve it and return someday, you'll receive your reward. Though you'll find everything dry and ruined, few gardens in the Camarca will bloom like yours if you scatter this land." Sam's face flushed crimson as he murmured something incoherent, took the box, and bowed in reverence. "What gift will a dwarf ask the elves for?" asked Galadriel to Gimli. "I desire nothing," said Gimli, bowing and stammering. Dame Galadriel, "Nothing, unless I may ask, or rather name, a few of your hairs that surpass the gold of the earth, just as the stars surpass the gems of the mines." The elves stirred and murmured in astonishment, and Celeborn looked at Gimli in surprise, but the lady smiled. They say dwarves are better with their hands than their tongue, he said, but that doesn't apply to Gimli. After all, no one's ever placed such a bold yet polite order on me. And how could I refuse when I've told him to speak? But tell me, what would you do with a gift like this? Treasure it, my lady, Gimli replied, as a keepsake of your words from our first meeting. Should I ever return to my homeland's forge, I shall store it in an indestructible crystal, both as my family's cherished heirloom and a goodwill token between the mountain and the forest, forever. The lady then untied one of her braids, cut 3 golden strands, and placed them in Gimli's hand. I have nothing greater to offer, said Lady Galadriel, turning to Aragorn, than the gift you already carry. She touched the stone that Arwen would give her before leaving. For her love, said in Elfie, I fear the grace of Arwen, star of the afternoon, may diminish. I would make her leave these shores and be with her people. Aragorn replied in the elven tongue, I would make her take the ship to Valinor. That opportunity still lies before her. You must make your own choices, Aragorn. To surpass your parents since the days of Elendil, or to sink into darkness, with all that remains of your race. Aragorn fell silent for a moment before nodding. There's still much you must accomplish. We shall not meet again. Elisar, the elf stone of the house of Elendil. To you, young wizard, I have something truly special, the lady said to Harry. News about you has reached me from Rivendell. It's a shame we didn't have more time to talk, for I can sense the power emanating from your body, though it remains in a wild state. You don't have full control over it, but it's only a matter of time before you learn to master it. And he brought his long, slender fingers to the scar on the forehead of the child who survived. A great destiny awaits you in your world. You need not fear him, for many depend on you, and when you look him in the eyes, Seldo Istar, angel, come and see, boy, the path is too dangerous, but they need your protection. Do you understand? Harry merely nodded, not daring to look at the lady. This, he said, placing a small silver mirror in her hand, framed by a golden ring and adorned with a thin silver chain, is a magic mirror. As they would call it, made of mithril. Like my water mirror, it will show you what you wish to see if you allow it, but it also possesses abilities even I don't know about. And as I caress her cheek, he added, mirrors are among the most magical objects in existence. You yourself have witnessed their power. Harry. He looked at the small silver mirror and turned it slightly on its stand before hanging it around his neck. And you, ring bearer, the lady said, turning to Frodo, you came to me last, though in my heart you were never the last. To you I give the light of Arendelle, she said, handing him a crystal flask that sparkled as she moved it. Our most beloved star, let me bow and kiss your soft hair. May it be your light in the dark places when all others have gone out. Remember Lothlorien, remember Galadriel and her mirror. PTQ 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 PTQ. August 31st, 1996. 2 days after the full moon, Remus Lupin was still exhausted from the transformation. He lay in his Grimmauld Place room, leaning back in bed with a package in his hands. Ron and Hermione had gone to pick up the mirror and had just handed it back. The Wanderer tore off the paper wrapping the magic mirror. He held it between his hands, examining it closely. The mirror was back in place, perfectly fixed on the slightly worn wooden surface, but still in perfect condition. As he watched, he couldn't help but think of the previous full moon. Why did he feel like he'd caught Harry's scent? It was madness, given that the boy was in another world, as Dumbledore had said. But, no, impossible. The wolf must be going mad. And old, he thought with a playful smile on his lips. His mouth opened with a loud yawn, describing the perfect roundness of the O, reminding him why he was in his room. He needed to rest, especially now that Dumbledore had. It had been a labor of love. The elderly Hogwarts director was brimming with optimism about Harry. Apparently, he had come across an old book discussing mirrors and their magical properties. The last time he met the director, the latter had told him it was only a matter of time. The werewolf slumped onto the bed, thinking about Harry's return and what he'd do once James' son was in front of him. First, he'd give the boy a good scolding for turning his gentle, docile nature into an animal that attacked defenseless potion teachers, though honestly, he didn't regret it the least bit. With that in mind, he closed his eyes, snuggled into the pillow, and buried his head in it. PTQ 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 PTQ. The bow ATS glided smoothly along the waters of the Rio Grande, carrying them further south. Legolas and Harry took turns rowing, and the young wizard appreciated the conversation between the dwarf and the elf, making the journey more pleasant. Though he was usually lost in the magic of the landscape. As they moved further south, the changing vegetation became more apparent, and winter was about to give way to spring. At night they would approach a shore, moor their boats, and cook something. After dinner they would sleep, with one of the crew members keeping watch. They would stay in the boats until late at night and resume their work before dawn. One night, Boromir had seen something very strange in the Anduin River. A log with eyes, drifting gently, had reached the opposite bank from theirs. It and #039's Gollum. He tracked us down from Moria, and quat, Harry said as he approached him. And quat, I thought we and #039 D lose him in the river, but he and #039's a very clever swimmer. And if he alerts the enemy to our location, Boromir said, it will make the crossing the most dangerous. I tried to catch him for a night or two, and quat, Aragorn said, and quat, but he and #039's more cunning than a fox and as slippery as a fish. Frodo also observed Gollum. A sad gaze lingered in his blue eyes. Seeing Smeagol reminded him of himself. After all, Smeagol, for better or worse, had been another bearer of the One Ring, and he didn't and #039 want to end up like him, nor did he want the ring to destroy his friend. That and #039 why he already knew what he and #039 do. As soon as they reached the Rorros Falls in the Isle of Escarp, he and #039 separate from the group and continue his journey alone. And quat, coma something, Mr. Frodo, and quat, Sam said. No, Sam, he hasn't and #039 eaten anything all day. Nor is he sleeping. I don and #039 think I and #039 they noticed. Mr. Frodo, I and #039 find the courier cut it off. But he and #039 not here. I and #039 here to help him. I promised Gandalf I and #039 do it, said the kind-hearted gardener, sitting down beside his master. And quat, you can and #039 help me, Sam, and quat, Frodo replied, his eyes filled with sorrow as he looked at Sam, defeated. And quat, not this time. Just sleep a little. And quat, Sam couldn't and #039 hide the overwhelming sadness that washed over him when he heard these words, and he retreated to try to catch some sleep. Harry was arranging the packages on the boats and leaving the essentials for breakfast before continuing when he overheard the conversation between Boromir and Aragorn. Minas Tirith is the safest path, said Boromir, you know that. There we can regroup and strike Mordor from a position of strength. No one in Gondor can help us, and quat, Aragorn said, looking him in the eyes. And quat, you placed too much faith in the elves, and quat, Boromir said, pointing at the boats. Aragorn merely observed. And quat, do you have such little faith in your own people? Yes, they're in #039's weakness. They're in #039's frailty. But they're in #039's also courage and honor in men. Yet you won in #039 see that, and quat, Boromir continued. Harry stopped what he was doing and listened intently to Boromir and #039's words. Aragorn turned halfway, ready to let Boromir speak alone, but the latter stopped him, pulling at his cloak. And quat, you and #039 afraid. And quat, your entire life you and #039 they been hiding in the shadows, and quat, Boromir demanded. Aragorn couldn't and #039 meet his eyes, for a part of him knew the truth the Gondor captain was revealing. And quat, scared of who you are, of what you are. And quat, finally, Boromir released the air of Isildur and #039's cloak. The man turned halfway to leave, but the captain immediately confronted him. I won and #039 bring the ring any closer than 100 miles to your city. The next day, the routine continued as usual, but this time Harry could sense Boromir and #039's resentment toward Aragorn. He was deep in thought about the argument from the previous night when he felt a few sharp jolts in his back. "Look!" exclaimed Legolas the Argonath, "the pillars of the kings." Harry raised his gaze and marveled at those colossal forms, vast gray silhouettes, motionless yet perilous. He saw the pillars were actually colossal carvings, shaped by ancient artistry and primal forces, still standing as mighty images despite the sun and rain of forgotten ages. Even Boromir bowed his head as the ships passed in whirlwinds, like fragile leaves, and the Volodises, in the perpetual shadow of Numenor and Hash-039's sentinels. Thus they crossed the dark opening of the gate. The terrifying cliffs now rose on both sides of tall Brandir to impenetrable heights. The pale sky seemed far away. The black waters roared and echoed, and a wind howled over them. The boats glided to the western shore, where they moored the small vessels, and the company below, delighted to stretch their legs. Harry helped Aragorn secure the boats to prevent the current from sweeping them toward the waterfalls. "We'll cross the lake at dusk," Aragorn said as he removed his long black cloak. "We'll hide the boats and continue on foot. We'll approach Mordor from the north." "Oh, really?" Gimli exclaimed. Azelahen braced himself for whatever he might say. They usually had a laugh together. "We'd just have to cross Emyn Muil, an impassable labyrinth of razor-sharp rocks. And then it gets better," the dwarf exclaimed, and Harry found his words less amusing than before. Pippin, who had been reveling in life's pleasures, said mid-task and stared at Gimli with terrified eyes, as if he were mad vapor-filled, foul-smelling swamps vast as the eye can see. "That's our path," Aragorn said calmly. Pippin looked at him with a defeated gaze, pleading for mercy, though Harry might have found that amusing, or perhaps even a touch of dark humor. "I suggest you rest and regain your strength, Sir Dwarf." "Restore my strength," Gimli cried at the mere mention of weakness. "Restore my strength. Don't pay attention to me, young rider, we dwarves don't need to regain strength." "Where is Frodo?" Merry suddenly asked, having gone to get some firewood. Immediately, Aragorn searched his improvised campsite, and Sam, who had been lying down, quickly got up. "I'll go get him," Harry said quickly, realizing Boromir wasn't there either. Harry was walking through the trees, searching for the ring bearer. He wished he had a spell to tell him where the ring was, but, damn. Where was Hermione when he needed her? He'd been searching for ages, seeing nothing, hearing nothing. The clang of swords clashing rang in his ears. He knew this sound all too well. He'd heard it himself in his few battles across Middle-earth. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the source, pressing his sword against his thigh as he quickened his pace. And then he saw. Frodo was running, fleeing from something that was chasing him. He turned his head backward, scanning the surroundings to make sure he wasn't in its path, but stumbled and fell face first to the ground. Warriors emerged from the trees, charging toward Frodo with swords in hand. The hobbit watched as one of them raised his peculiar blade, so much so that he could swear he felt the wind through the swing of the deadly weapon. Frodo closed his eyes, trying to shield himself with his hands. But the strike never came. Instead, a clang of swords startled him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Azelahen wielding the sword Elrond had gifted him, repelling the orc. "Frodo!" Harry shouted. "Run!" The hobbit resumed his journey. Harry couldn't remember where he had gone, as he was too busy fighting those strange orcs. The warriors charged at the green-eyed youth. Azelahen awaited them, bracing for battle. The orc he had repelled lunged at him, but Harry spun around, gripping the sword with both hands and slashing at his stomach, making him. He fell to the ground. Without hesitation, the mage lunged at an orc, delivering a powerful thrust that pierced through the thick armor protecting the beast's heart. He swiftly withdrew his blade to block another orc's attack, then unleashed his all strength to hurl the foe into the air. With a single swift motion, he severed both arms from the opponent's body, and with a final twist, severed the head from the torso. Harry leapt backward, ipping his wand and shouting, "Expelliarmus," to disarm one of the orcs. With a swift leap, he charged through another orc. When an orc lunged at him with a knife, Harry instantly shouted, "Impedimenta," slowing the blade's trajectory before striking it down with his sword. Azelahen seized the weapon and hurled it at the orc, slicing through its throat. Another orc lunged at the young mage, delivering a devastating sword strike that nearly killed the green-eyed sorcerer. But the mage sprang backward with lightning speed, taking only a bruise on his arm. With both hands gripping his blade, he parried another attack and spun around, ripping open the orc's belly with a single, vicious twist. The young man was about to charge at another enemy when he felt a terrible sting in his leg, followed by another in the other leg. Harry fell to his knees and saw with horror 2 arrows embedded in his flesh. The pain reminded him of both his time in the cemetery and when the basilisk's fang had pierced his arm. Harry struggled to his feet, but an orc lunged at him with devastating force. Azelahen barely had time to block the blow before Harry was knocked to the ground again. As the orc prepared to strike again, Harry shouted, "Fire!" and transformed him into a torch. Another arrow whizzed toward the youth, forcing him to leap backward and narrowly avoid it with a swift swipe at his cheek. But before the young man could do something, but an orc came and pinned him down, pressing his foot firmly against his chest. He had no way out. He was going to die. The green orbs watched as the orc prepared his final strike with the sword, but was repelled. A powerful light began to glow through Harry's robes, completely enveloping him. Aragorn arrived just as Harry's wounded body vanished without a trace. PTQ 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 PTQ. Nothing seemed to disturb the silent darkness of the room where a certain werewolf rested his head on a comfortable cushion cradled between his arms. Nothing, except for the faint light that began to emerge from the mirror beside the man, illuminating the delicate features of his attractive face and his disheveled honey-hued hair. The glow faded, and a voice could be heard, a voice emanating from the magical mirror. "Harry, Harry!" From the dark abyss of the mirror, a pair of cobalt blue eyes peered out, searching for something they would never find. "Harry, I am Sirius, Sirius Black. Wah, the first book is over. The first book. I'm so happy. And who will that person be in the end? In 2 weeks. You were never given a dream without also being given the power to make it true." Richard Bach. Strange Paths. Hey there. Just to make sure everyone knows, The Lord of the Rings belongs to J.R.R. Tolkien and all rights holders, and Harry Potter to J.K. Rowling. Let's hope they finally release the 6th book. The internet rumors are really making me go gray. Many thanks to Javi Fernandez, Layla Kyoyama, Jesse Tuns, Lewin, Lucumbus, Nelly especially, Lily Evans 1, Mr. or Miss Lily Evans. Don't worry, Harry will find out Aragorn's age, and so far I haven't planned any direct confrontation between Harry and Voldy or Faxid, Allison Black, Looney Mooney, Akira, the granddaughter of Vegeta, Noir, Herm Kinomoto, Lady Poison. It only began a few hours after the other event ended, and I say, a few hours, because of the duration of Harry's unconsciousness. To be precise, I'll base this heavily on the film, which contains far more action scenes than the book. I prefer Aemir being exiled rather than just imprisoned, and I like the Rohirrim taking ref. UGE in Helm's Abyss instead of being banished to the distant mountains of the sacred. Welcome to The Two Towers, Harry Potter and the Middle-earth Chapter 12. Strange Paths. His body felt as if it were floating in a sea of profound tranquility. A soft murmur of waves lullingly swayed and gently swept him toward an unknown land. Lingering in the sweet murmur of water, gentle and slow, like the sea in the morning breeze. When the waves come without violence to the shore, caressing the white sand of the beaches. Harry wakes up. What is this warmth? Wake up, sleepy. A voice, a beautiful voice in the cold wind. Time is running out. Wake up, little one. Harry slowly opened his eyes, waking up gently. A vast, lit sky welcomed him. The sun reflected in his green eyes. He felt a bit tired, but still managed to get up. His body ached. He had been lying on a bed that wasn't very comfortable. Dry earth and rocks had been where his back had rested. He finished sitting down, and for a brief moment, it seemed as if 2 figures were standing before him. But the intense sunlight had clouded his vision, leaving him unable to make out their features. Only faint silhouettes remained. One figure had long red hair swaying in the wind. The other revealed the sun's reflection on her face, in the spot where the eyes would be positioned, as if wearing glasses that reflected golden rays onto the young mountaineer's face, making it even harder for him to focus. For some strange reason, I didn't feel they were going to hurt him. He covers his eyes with both hands, cutting them, forcing them to adjust to the light, and has forgotten the shadows. When he felt his eyes were no longer disturbed by the intense sunlight, he discovered them. But there was no one standing before him. The figures had vanished. Startled, shocked, young Potter sprang to his feet, though he regretted the sudden movement that had pierced his ribs. He realized he was truly alone in the middle of a barren grassland. No trees, no rocks, no tall grass. No place where anyone could hide. He felt, rather than saw, a glow on his chest, and as he lowered his head, he found the small mirror, a gift from Lady Galadriel. Holding the circular mirror in his hands, the glow began to fade. He could see his parents' smiling faces reflected in the surface, encouraging him to keep going and not let anything he encountered on the road defeat him. "Harry, fight. No matter what you face, you must fight." A voice echoed in his mind, and it felt like the same voice he'd heard when the Dementors approached him. His mother's voice. Tears burned in his eyes, and he couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. He'd heard his mother's voice, but not in screams. "And you won't bend." She had heard Lily Potter's voice, the kind a mother would use to comfort a child who wakes up frightened from a nightmare and rushes to their parents' room. "Fight, son. We're not with you, but soon someone else will be." "Dad," that was the thought that crossed his mind. The images faded from the surface of the magical mirror. Harry closed his eyes, raised his head to the sky, and let tears slide down his cheeks until they merged with the elfish cloak resting on his shoulders. I ran my hands over the wounds, and when I brought my fingers back to my eyes, they were not stained with blood. As he examined the arm, he noticed the long cloak had a sword-like cut where the orc's weapon had grazed. Yet there was no sign of flesh damage. The skin remained smooth and flawless. Was this the work of the mirror? And his parents? Had they been nothing more than an illusion sent by the magical object? He didn't know, but any magic that had intervened in the battle had saved him, for that Uruk-hai would have killed him. Now there was one more crucial question I needed to answer. Where was he? I knew nothing of these lands, and during the journey, they hadn't crossed any prairie. The wizard spun around, surveying the scene. The last thing he remembered were the Rorros Falls, and the battle. What had happened to Frodo? To his friends? To Aragorn? Were they safe? Were they being searched? Were they heading toward Mordor? He strained to recall his mento. Aragorn's teachings when he showed him the map. Rivendell, Lothlorien, Caradhras, Moria, every place they'd passed through, was north of the Rorros Falls. They'd always been heading south. He also recalled that as they moved further south, the climate grew warmer. Given this, he concluded they were south of the waterfalls, or at least further west, though. Where? Perhaps Gondor or Rohan. He doubted this sunlit landscape could be Mordor. But would he advance southward, or turn back to reach Lothlorien? A voice in his head whispered, "South." Harry spun around once more, drew his wand, and whispered, "Point me." The wooden staff rose before him, pointing north. Storing the wand, he began walking in the opposite direction. He only hoped to reach his destination quickly, as he had few provisions. Him. Just a little water and 2 or 3 lembas. A scarlet steam locomotive with a massive sign reading, Hogwarts Express, stood on the platform, crowded with people and wild animals running freely across the metal tracks. The locomotive's smoke rose above the noisy crowd, while cats of every color darted between people's legs. The hares called out to each other with a grumpy hiss, drowning the chatter and the clatter of heavy luggage. You could see students calling out to each other. Some were walking among the crowd, searching for their classmates. Others were just waiting to be found. However, if one looked closely, one could see fear and confusion on the faces of the students and their families. After all, they were in wartime. The first train cars were already packed with students, some peering out the windows to speak with their families, tears welling in their eyes. The mothers knew this might be the last time they'd see their children's innocent faces. Not because they expected anything bad to happen at Hogwarts. No, as long as Albus Dumbledore remained the director of Hogwarts, the one who shouldn't be named, he wouldn't dare set foot on the school grounds. The CH. Anise knew that a band of morticians might enter their homes one night and kill them while they slept, or that they would hear the screams and cries of their young children, younger than. For years, while being tortured, they were mixed with the vile laughter of those repulsive monsters who showed no respect for human life, whether they were wizards or muggles. The students boarding the train did so with their hearts set on protecting their families. After all, who wouldn't want to stay with their loved ones? Though still trainee magicians, they could take action, or at least die trying. But dying together, that would be heartbreaking. Imagine waking up one morning, heading downstairs for breakfast, only to find a newspaper in your hands announcing your parents' death. Learning you've become an orphan. Never to see your little brother running around the house laughing again. Remus John Lupin stood in the middle of the platform, carrying an old suitcase inscribed with Professor R. J. Lupin's name in small golden letters. Though not blind, he could see the fear on people's faces. Yet strangely, when strangers approached and recognized him, they would stop to greet him with hopeful smiles and ask questions. How is young Harry doing? Hope. That was what his wolf-like senses sensed when hearing the name Harry Potter on people's lips. He was their hope, and Remus couldn't help feeling guilty when telling them that yes, he would soon return from his journey. A journey. That's what Dumbledore had said. The young Harry Potter was on a journey. He still remembered the conversation they had that morning when the werewolf found out about the lie. Traveling. Lupin shouted angrily, furious that Dumbledore was still treating Harry like a pawn on his chessboard. But do you even realize what you're saying? Remus, you must understand. Dumbledore had calmly told him the magical world would be thrown into panic if they learned of Harry's disappearance. Don't talk nonsense. You don't care about Harry. He's just another pawn in your game. The werewolf roared, but as his words escaped his lips, he could see sadness and fury in the old director's eyes. I love Harry as much as I would love a grandchild, Albus said calmly to Remus, knowing Lupin was only concerned about the boy and had no intention of harming anyone. I want to protect him as much as you do, but this isn't for my own sake. Whether we like it or not, Harry is famous throughout the magical community. He's the hope that one day will end all this anguish. If we say Harry has disappeared while Voldemort gains power, chaos will erupt. Remus paced the room, one hand on his forehead, pressing his nose with his fingers. I'm sorry, it's just the werewolf tried to say, but a sob escaped his lips. I want you back. He always told me I had to be strong because Harry needed me, but I need him. I turned his golden eyes toward the director. I'm going crazy. Loneliness is gnawing at me. Without a Dementor, he'd come closer now and then drift away like a leaf past a dry tree trunk, because I don't feel happiness in him. Remus, stay calm. Don't worry. My research on mirrors is progressing, and I've already told you I've located Harry's position, sirs. Remember that chapter where Dumbledore saw Harry in the Arised mirror? I know it's safe. He looks much calmer than when he was here. The director approached Ed the werewolf and placed a hand on his shoulder. Come on, Remus, your students are waiting for you. Remember to keep an eye on them during the train journey. Harry wouldn't have wanted anything bad to happen to you or to his friends. When they arrive at Hogwarts, a hot meal will lift everyone's spirits as they start their classes again, and we'll see our favorite werewolf in action. He sighed. I would do this for Harry. I wouldn't let myself be defeated when the young man returns, as long as everything is fine and you don't scold him for his lack of self-care. Professor Lupin, a young voice shouted from the train. Ah, Hermione, Ron, get on quickly, or the train will leave without you. Remus smiled at Ron, and after giving the families one last glance, he boarded the train, hoping for a quiet day ahead. Harry had been walking for 4 days. The sun was scorching his skin, and sweat slid down his face, leaving damp streaks on his dirty face. The young rider pressed the water bottle to his lips, eager to taste the sweetness of that colorless liquid. Nothing, not a single drop fell onto her dry lips. The frustrated wizard kicked the ground furiously at his feet. Throughout the cursed journey he had taken, he hadn't found even a single damned stream. Not even a puddle of frozen water. These days I had been walking through a desert meadow, the sun scorching me to the bone. Taking a few sips of water when I felt that already no. He could have done more by conserving the scarce liquid, yet not a soul had been found. not even a puddle of water. The weather had been cruel to him. For apart from that bright sun overhead that would have been welcome at any other time, it hadn't sent rain, not even a gentle drizzle. Though he was immensely grateful that he had at least brought that small amphora with him. Death would have found him otherwise. He also appreciated the breezes sweeping across the prairie, caressing his long coat and raincoat. The cool air helped him endure the heat, though it made the climate drier and filled the air with earth. Playing with his damp black hair, tied in a ponytail but still carelessly slipping loose to rest on his green eyes, his playful strands danced in the wind. The young man kept walking, drawing ever closer to the one who knew the way, yet he kept heading south, occasionally pulling out his wand to summon the spell that guided him. It was getting harder and harder for him to perform magic. He was exhausted, his defenses crumbling. Why, I hope Voldy has nothing to do with this, he thought. But it was the most likely explanation. After all, he shouldn't feel this drained. Not that he believed himself to be as strong and resilient as Aragorn, but he knew he could do better. A soft glimmer caught his eye. As he looked up, he saw a small stream winding through colorful stones, murmuring and shimmering in the sunlight. He ran. Running, he threw himself into the cove on his knees, dipping his hands into the clear, refreshing stream and cupping them to his eager lips. Closing his eyes, he drew them closer, then parted them to let the delicious liquid he'd been deprived of flow through. He tasted the parched dryness of the sandy earth, suffocating him. Immediately, the young man began spitting at her, and the one who could no longer. I swallowed the drink hard, as her parched throat refused to accept something so dry. What had happened? But he didn't have time to answer, as a new light caught his attention. Turning his eyes, he saw the stream, far away from him. Ignoring what had just happened, he dashed like a condemned man toward the fountain of life. This time, he bent down and used his lips to drink from the stream, but it wasn't water, it was dry, sandy, lifeless earth. Harry covered his eyes, trying to suppress the desperate sobs that were breaking free, but to his dismay, it was a tearless wail, dry as the landscape around him. Tisk tisk, poor Harry, a voice murmurs beside him. The stream slips away every time he tries to catch it. The Muggle opened his eyes and met Voldemort's crimson gaze. As the Dark Lord smiled and gestured with his hand, the damp earth began to fill with shimmering streams murmuring between the stones. With another gesture, the water vanished, leaving the land arid once more. Harry felt his anger consuming him. When would he stop playing with him? When would he stop making his life impossible? England was already his. What the hell did he want from him? With a gleam of madness in his eyes, the young wizard lunged like a wild beast at Voldemort's figure, who was laughing like a madman. His laughter echoing through the parched landscape. Harry had pierced him like a ghost, and now he had fallen to the dry earth, pounding it with both fists. "Are you thirsty, little Harry?" asked the dark-haired gentleman. "Are you tired? Would you like a glass of water?" he asked, extending a crystal glass filled to the brim with clear water that it was flowing down its edges. The young Potter could only watch anxiously, without saying a word. "Join me and you'll have it," Voldemort whispered. Harry let out a laugh. "Tired of me getting in your way? If that bothers you so much, then rejoice. Because I'm not coming back to England. Harry, you don't realize the potential you have. With a master like me, you'd be unbeatable. Join me, and the ring will be ours." Harry started laughing. So now he was after the ring. What a shame. He didn't even know where Frodo was. "Step back and leave me alone," he said as he slowly stood up. "As you please," said Voldemort as he began to drink from the cup and then poured the remaining water onto the ground, wetting it. Harry had to use all his self-control to avoid jumping at that little stream. It was an illusion, just an illusion, he kept repeating to himself. He felt the light sword turning into a heavy burden. The young wizard kept moving forward, with Voldemort right beside him the whole time, who was drinking and spitting water everywhere, so much so that even the smell of wet earth reached his nose. "I'll give you fame and fortune, food, water," whispered Voldemort's chilling voice, "if only you join me." "Don't come near me, Snake," Harry said, growing weary as Voldemort grew increasingly impatient. "Harry Potter, join me," he shouted, "join me or the consequences could be disastrous." "Largo, out of my mind," Harry shouted. The ring will be mine. You can die of thirst if you wish. But your body will be mine, and the ring too," roared Voldemort. Harry felt a violent surge of emotion. Riddle was attacking him, wrestling with his body, while he, Harry, could do nothing. The mirror began to glow, and Harry heard a scream of pain from Voldemort. Then, nothing. He was alone. The mirror had saved him from Voldemort, but still, he couldn't find water. He was going to die. PTQ 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 PTQ. The sound of horse hooves echoed through Rohan's meadows. 3 riders raced through the lush lands, completely ignoring the surrounding scenery. Their sole focus on pushing forward mile after mile. A magnificent and splendid specimen of those quadrupedal creatures led the group of 3 horses. A proud colt with a head adorned with silver streaks of moon and stars, its glossy white coat and sturdy legs raced alongside the wind that seemed to wrap around it, revering the pasture beneath its hooves. Shadow Grey, lord of all horses, one of the Miras, descendant of Felaroth. Strong and proud animals that were unmatched by any other in their species. Gandalf, the White Knight, stood upon the proud and noble back of the gray horse. His long white hair swayed in the wind, and his beard cascaded down his face like a flowing waterfall. He wore his light elf robes with gray mustaches. Sitting before Gandalf on the back of the gray horse, Gimli the dwarf clung tightly to the saddle, terrified of falling from the colossal mount. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, mounted Hasufel as an expert. His mind dry, FTED to a green-eyed youth who had vanished right before his eyes. He couldn't go look for him, knowing he had urgent matters to attend to. The first mission had been aiding the hobbits Merry and Pippin, leading them into a relentless pursuit that lasted 4 days without rest on the borders of the dark and perilous Fangorn forest, where they had encountered their old friend, the wizard Mithrandir. Now, at dawn on the 5th day, they must rush to aid Rohan, as Saruman threatened to strike at any moment, seizing the land of free men by force. Aragorn could only pray that the young man would meet well, wherever he might be. He hoped to find him at some point along his long journey. Arod rode alongside Hasufel. Though smaller than the mountaineer's javelin, its lighter weight allowed it to glide effortlessly across the arid prairies of the Rohirrim. With a fiery and arctic temperament, the Alazan proved the perfect mount for the elf who rode it. Riding barefoot, without saddle or stirrup, like the elves of the woodland realm, Legolas the Green Leaf displayed remarkable agility and mastery of the art of riding. The 3 riders galloped through the meadows of Fald Oeste, one of Rohan's 2 southern regions beyond the Fangorn forest. This was their 2nd day of swift riding, where time seemed the only rival to the swift horses and their riders. Yet no foe had anticipated encountering such a cohesive group of diverse riders, whose indomitable spirit prevented even the deepest fatigue and physical pain from defeating them. The distance was shrinking faster than ever. The horses could smell Adoras, and the riders could already see the towering snow peaks of the snow mountains before their eyes. This meant the end of the gallop was near, but the beginning of a battle against Saruman, the wizard who had shattered the whiteness of his cloak. Without warning, Arod halted with a sharp snort and raised its front legs. The other 2 horses stopped too. "What's wrong, Legolas?" Aragorn asked, turning Hasufel around. "There," he said, pointing with a white, elongated finger, "there's a man on the ground. I think he's injured." The elf veered off course, trotting to the right toward his target. After exchanging glances with Gandalf, Aragorn hurried toward where the elf had gone, followed by Sombragris. Arod arrived swiftly beside the man, bouncing lightly and nodding his head. As soon as the javelin stopped, Legolas leapt down and rushed toward the unconscious figure lying face down. The elf observed him carefully before slowly turning him around, not wanting to hurt any wounds. "Water, water," murmured the man with long black hair. Taking out his water bottle, Legolas brought it to the man's pale, parched lips, gently probing to let him know what was happening. "Bibi as much as you want," the elf whispered softly. The fallen one's deep blue eyes shot up in defiance when he sensed someone holding him, watching with suspicion at the man who wanted to help. After weighing the situation, he drank greedily, letting the elf prince hold him. "This isn't a man from Rohan," Aragorn's voice said, standing beside the elf and startling the man he was holding. Don't worry, we won't harm you. Drink. Drink and regain your strength. With a hint of distrust, he returned the container to his lips, which were still craving more of that vital liquid. How do you know he's not a man from Rohan? Legolas asked, observing the man with long black hair and deep, beautiful blue eyes, an attractive face and a dark complexion. All the Rohirrim are blonde as flax, typic. Ally sporting long braids that fall down their backs. They have stern, vigorous faces, much like Éomer and his men. Thank you, and quat, the man interrupted, and quat, I in #39, am grateful. I would have died if they hadn't in #39, T found me. It doesn't in #39, T matter, and quat, said Gandalf from the grey shadow, and quat, it was Legolas in #39, eyes that saved you. He was the one who found you. What is your name, and what do you do in these lands? You in #39. Not a man of Rohan, I can tell from your appearance, and quat, Aragorn asked kindly. My name is Orion. Orion White, he said, looking at them in surprise. Ever since he arrived here, everything had felt so strange, but that didn't in #39, mean he should stop being careful. After all, Sirius Black was a man wanted by both Muggles and mages. PTQ 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 PTQ. A green hill rises to the east. A moat, a solid wall, and a thorny fence encircled the hill, shielding it from outsiders. The rooftops of the houses rise above the ground, and in the center, atop a green terrace, stands a golden castle. Its light shines far beyond the surrounding lands. The door in #39's pillars are also gilded. Adoras, the capital of Rohan, home of the Rohirrim and the golden castle of Meduseld. The royal residence where King Theoden dwelled. The three horses halted, allowing their 5 riders to survey the landscape. Gimli sat opposite Gandalf on Sombragus. Legolas rode the spirited Arod. Aragorn was mounted on Hasufel, supporting the wounded Sirius Black. Though the Lemba and water had nearly revived him, they had discovered an arrow wound on his left side. Legolas had claimed the arrow was an orca. When Orion asked how he in #39 escaped those beasts, the man simply rolled his eyes and said he couldn't in #39 remember anything. Though they hadn't in #39, pressured him to tell them. It was obvious they didn't in #39 believe him. Still, they helped Ragnar, as he reminded them of his young protege. So many secrets. Adoras and the golden castle of Meduseld. Gandalf in #39's voice drew everyone in #39's attention. This is where Theoden, king of Rohan, resides. His mind has been taken over. Saruman wields immense control over King Theoden. Watch your words. Dawn in #39, expect to be welcomed, he added. Glancing at Sirius, I must ask you to dismount when we arrive. We have important matters to discuss with the king. You in #39, wounded, and we might find resistance. So you in #39, LLB waiting outside the castle. There are things I need to discuss with you. Sirius merely nodded. The old man kept reminding him more and more of Dumbledore. And if there was one thing he knew for certain, it was that death was better than provoking the headmaster. The horses crossed the border gate toward Adoras. As Sirius walked up the hill between the houses, he curiously served the purple-robed figures whose crowns were adorned with hair-like tassels that seemed to flutter in the wind. Though dressed in peculiar ways distinct from his fellow travelers, they all bore striking similarities. It felt as if he were trapped in a Muggle film about the fierce Vikings or some medieval Anglo-Saxon period. Soldiers carrying long lances rode past them on horseback, watching them with puzzled eyes. A sharp pain shot through his left side, forcing him to close his eyes to endure the agony. And quat, there in #39's more joy in a cemetery, and quat, said the dwarf Gimli. While they were being treated, they had arrived. Sirius grew increasingly uncertain whether he would find himself in England or somewhere on Earth. Perhaps the Vale you were traveling through. Now Sirius Black was lost in it, while his adopted son, Prongs in #39, child, had to confront a ruthless killer. He prayed the boy would be safe. They stopped in front of a stone-carved staircase and dismounted from their horses. Aragorn helped him step down from Hasufel. "Very well," said the wizard Gandalf, "we have reached our destination. The horses can no longer carry us further, we must climb the stairs on our own." Orion turned to Sirius and said, "Stay here, you'd only worsen that wound, besides. Cansaria's for blood loss. Remember, don't move from this spot. I have some questions for you." Sirius merely nodded, and as they left, he slowly sat down on the stairs. She was wearing the same tunic she had worn when entering the Department of Mysteries to search for Harry. The boy had the same trouble-seeking streak as his father. She genuinely hoped he was safe. Surely in the magical world everyone believed he was dead. After all, he'd crossed the veil, the Arch of Death. Apparently, he had other duties. Besides connecting the living world with the dead. If he were to return, he'd tell the Unspeakable One. Maybe he'd help with the investigation using that strange bow. He spent some time observing everything while being observed himself. No one dared speak to him. They didn't trust Gandalf, since his king had named him Gandalf, the Storm's Crow. That man had come with him. Yet this didn't stop T.H.M. from noticing the man's charm and the nobility radiating from his features. Tired of being observed, Sirius took out the mirror and tried to contact Harry again. "I want to see Harry Potter." Remus was alone in a compartment. After all, as Ron and Hermione were prefects, they had been in the compartment reserved for them for some sort of meeting. Now that Voldemort had returned, they would need to take more serious measures. A gleam in his briefcase caught his eye. When he carefully opened it, he discovered it was from Harry's mirror. Reaching for it, he tore off the wrapping paper. As he slowly turned it over, he found with something that could never have been imagined, not even in his wildest dreams. "Remus," Sirius whispered. "You're you, aren't you? You're Remus Lupin." Sirius said, a visibly pale werewolf god. "No way, you're dead." No, I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. "No, Remus, I'm not dead. I passed through the veil but didn't die. I was transported to a strange place. It's me, Moony, it's me, Padfoot. Oh God, please don't let this be a dream. Please." Tears welling up. "Sirius, are you really you?" "Of course it's me, Moony, the only one and the original. Tell me, where's Harry? I want to talk to him." There was a silence during which the werewolf didn't respond. "Moony, what's going on? Where is he? Is he okay? Right? Nothing could have happened to him in the Department of Mysteries." The silence continued. "Please tell me something. I'm sorry, so sorry. I should have taken better care of him. Holy sky, I should have been with him," Remus sobbed, ashamed and not knowing how to tell Sirius that Harry was lost. "Remus, what's Harry got? Where's he?" he shouted, drawing accusatory glances from several rhinoceroses. "Sirius, but he didn't finish speaking because at the moment the castle gates burst open with force and a man was hurled from it. "I've only served you, my lord," the man who was crawling at the foot of the stairs shouted. Sirius stood up. He was at the foot of the stairs, very close to Grima. By the way, he reminded him a lot of Snape. "You nearly made me walk on all fours like a beast," grumbled King Theoden as he strode forward with a resolute step, his sword drawn toward Grima. "Don't leave me by your side," the man cried out again, pleading. King Theoden swung the sword, then took it in both hands and placed it on his head before letting it fall upon the unfortunate man, who grew even paler. "No, my lord." Aragorn rushed to intervene between the king and his captive. "No, my lord. Let him go. So much blood has already been shed for him." Sirius observed the situation closely and was furious when Aragorn tried to help Grima, only to have him spit in his hand as if he hadn't done anything worthy of respect. Grima dashed toward the crowd, knocking Sirius off balance between him and the people. Sirius fell to his right side, sustaining an injury. He slowly rose, carefully avoiding further harm. "You'd probably be making a face right now. Long live King Theoden." At Aragorn's shout, the subjects began to kneel. Sirius didn't think of kneeling, his side ached too much. PTQ 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 PTQ. Harry Potter was about to drag himself across the earth. licking the surface in search of even a trace of water, or perhaps gnawing at the dry roots to steal every last drop of the vital liquid they might hold. His eyelids felt heavy, but he forced himself to keep walking. He wouldn't die here after overcoming Voldemort's temptations. He couldn't see clearly, but he could feel the grass turning green slowly. That meant there was a lake or river nearby. Yet he couldn't hear it. His senses refused to respond. He kept walking, advancing through his slow torment. Then he saw it, a city not far away. In fact, it was right there, so close it seemed unreal. He immediately began pleading that this wouldn't be just another of Voldemort's illusions. Without hesitation, he quickened his pace, keeping his eyes on the hill dotted with the rooftops of several houses. After the winding path, he reached the city wall. Leaning against it, his eyes were drawn not to the curious yet fearful onlookers, nor the houses adorned with horse motifs, nor the blond soldiers with long lances, helmets, and mesh coats. At that moment, his gaze was fixed solely on the crystal-clear stream that flowed through a path of carved stones. The young man plunged into the stream like a feverish man. He buried his head in the water, greedily sipping the liquid, savoring it as it flowed through his parched throat, moistening his skin and lips. A calm ocean erupted as massive oak doors swung open, letting the king and the snake tongue slip through like a reptile. But Harry was still just drinking. "I have served you only, my lord," cried a pale man with long black hair, whose hair only accentuated the pallor of his face, and the shadowy eyes that concealed a sharp gaze. "Grima, Snake's tongue, the king's advisor." The young Mountaraz pulled his head out of the stream and wiped his now flushed lips. The dryness had gone. Once his thirst was quenched, curiosity had taken over his body. Though he couldn't see, he could listen intently. "You Almos, she made me walk on all fours like a beast," growled a tall man with blonde hair streaked with gray and a beard growing over his noble face. He held a sword in his hand, and despite its weight, his fingers gripped it with incredible strength. His attire was rich in cloaks and furs, and he resembled a Viking king, a crown crowning his golden hair. His eyes were a beautiful blue, visible only in the clear winter mornings. "King Theoden, son of Thengel, lord of the Mark of Rohan, don't leave me by your side," cried Grima, Harry's hoarse voice as she heard the sword's clang slicing through the air. He took a step, and shouted, "Snake tongue of Grima." Harry thought it was all over, but, "No, my lord, I hear a cry." "No, my lord." Aragorn's voice rang out. Harry sprang to his feet, for he hadn't left his side since drinking from the stream. "Let him go. So much blood has already been shed for him." Sirius, forgetting everything, rushed to grab his adopted son's body before he would hit the hard stone and earth beneath his feet. "Oh God," Sirius cried, cradling the boy, his own son, between his arms. Harry was awake. He let out a sigh. A voice whispered beside him, the cold edge of a sword pressing against his neck. Sirius slowly turned his face, clutching Harry's body. Whoever he was, he wouldn't let him go. "Let him go," Aragorn said, his gray eyes locked onto Sirius's blue ones. He didn't know who this man was. Only the fear etched in Azelahan's face. He wouldn't let this kid get hurt now that he'd returned. Gently laid him on the ground and walked away. "Never. He's my sworn brother, and you'll have to kill me if you want to separate him from me," Sirius Black replied. A brief silence fell as the two men studied each other intently. The tension was so palpable that the townspeople paid no attention when Grima emerged through the gate, riding on the back of one of King Theoden's horses. Sirius was at a loss. Harry lay unconscious in his arms, with a sharp sword pressed against his throat. With a flick of his eye, he scanned the room for something to defend himself with. In a desperate attempt, Sirius drew Harry's sword, striking Aragorn's blade and knocking it away from the boy's neck. The Mountaraz drew his sword and struck Sirius with a powerful blow. Though Sirius had parried it, Aragorn's forceful strike sent the animagus sprawling to his knees, both of them slamming into the stone pavement below. As a member of the noble Black family, he had received the proper training in fencing since the age of 5, but when he entered Hogwarts, he had neglected it, and what can one say when he had fled the house? It was almost a miracle that he still remembered anything, but this man, Aragorn, was far better than him, much better. Aragorn charged again, striking Sirius in the neck. If he didn't want to let Harry go for good, he'd do it for the worst. And what better way to remove his protégé from that man's clutches than by killing him, free from any worry or harm. Sirius felt the wind brush against his neck. He raised his sword to block the attack once more, but Aragorn disarmed him with a swift, skillful motion. The Mountaraz spun on its axis, its thin metal blade slicing through the layers of wind. This was the moment. That man would die. Enough. Gandalf's hoarse voice cut through the air, halting Aragorn's strike that was inches from Black's neck. Both of you acting like children, he snapped, descending the stone staircase. Harry's body lies between you two. This pointless fight could cost him his life. Mithrandir studied the two men intently. Aragorn had already sheathed his sword, but his eyes remained fixed on his protégé's body. I think we need to talk, he said. If King Theoden allows it, we'll leave Azelahan in one of the castle's chambers while we sort this out. Gandalf turned to head toward the gates of Meduseld, but sensing the two men weren't advancing, he turned his head and found them exchanging suspicious glances as Orion clutched Harry's body. Legolas will carry the boy, Gandalf said as the elf approached Sirius, who refused to let him go. Please, Sirius, lock your eyes on his eyes. No one will harm him. The Animago handed Legolas Harry's body, remembering that he had saved his life. Meduseld, who had been overjoyed to see his mighty king standing once more, sword in hand, was plunged back into sorrow. When Theoden learned of the death of his son and sole heir, Theodred, under the guidance of Lady Eowyn, the women bathed and prepared the prince's body. The funeral would soon be held, and Theodred would never see the light of day again. Sealed within a stone tomb, Harry's unconscious body had been placed in one of the castle's chambers. Now Aragorn, Gandalf, Legolas, and Gimli awaited Sirius' explanation. The five were gathered in a castle chamber adorned with canvases depicting ancient battles. Dark wooden chairs had been placed in the room to accommodate the guests, though Sirius wasn't exactly a guest. Aragorn watched him with suspicion. He had never liked Harry's behavior when he saw this man. And he understood. In Rivendell, Harry had told him about Sirius Black, his godfather whom he had loved like a father. His loss had caused him great pain. And when Harry finally seemed to have recovered from that loss, this man would suddenly appear before him, demanding to be his godfather. Sirius was confused and annoyed. He had finally found his adopted son, only to have him taken back by the very people who had saved his life. He couldn't understand what Harry was doing in these strange lands or how he'd ended up there. One thing was certain, Remus had no idea where the boy was, and he felt guilty. He smiled. He could still read Remus Lupin perfectly, the only childhood friend he had left. Who are you, and why do you know Harry? Aragorn asked, bringing him back to reality. My name is Sirius Black, he declared, standing up to show he wasn't the least bit scared despite being completely unarmed. And as I told you, I'm Harry's godfather. That's a lie, the horseman exclaimed, his gray eyes locked on Black's figure. No, it's not. Indeed, he did. Aragorn exclaimed. He himself told me that Sirius, his godfather, had died. This left the Animago speechless, as it perfectly mimicked a fish by opening and closing its mouth, seeking a better response. I know, he began slowly, that for Harry and many in the wizarding world I died that night in the Department of Mysteries, but I swallowed hard I didn't, he said, looking each of the attendees in the eye. Then, Aragorn began, but Sirius interrupted him. It's true I crossed the veil of the Arch of Death, but I don't know how or why. I ended up here in this strange place and was lost for a day until you. Wait a moment. Just a day? Aragorn exclaimed. But Azelahan told me about your death about 5 or 6 months ago. I'm not sure. Sirius watched him, confused. Who is Azelahan? He asked, not really targeting anyone in particular, but just throwing the question around to get someone to answer. It is the elven name of Harry, said Legolas. Elves, exclaims Gimli, giving absurd names to everything, even though they already have. Zelahan isn't an absurd name, Legolas defended himself. It was true that the two were already good friends, since in Lothlorien Legolas and Gimli had often strolled beneath the golden trees of Galadon's face. But no one minded the little quarrel between them. It was more like a game, as Legolas explained. Green eyes, meant Harry had the strangest and most beautiful green eyes I've ever seen. That's the perfect name for Harry, Sirius had whispered with a smile, adding, Lily would be so proud of it. Well, Gandalf said, it seems our friend has already understood the name and who that person is. But what Aragorn says is true, about 5 or 6 years, since that's how long the boy has been in these lands. But Sirius looks at me confused, but the Department of Mysteries thing happened just 2 days ago at the latest. A silence fell. Everyone wondered how strange all this sounded. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Lady Eowyn, but my uncle, King Theoden, is leaving with his son's body. He turned his gaze to Aragorn and said, we're heading to the graves of our ancestors. Aragorn looked at Gandalf and then Sirius, his gaze wavering. He wanted to stay. He needed to sort this out before Harry woke up. And he didn't want to leave him alone in the castle. But leaving would be disrespectful to the Lord of the Mark. Stay, Aragorn, Gandalf said, noticing the hesitation on his face. From the assembly we referring to him. Legolas and Gimli we will go. In your place. Anyway, I didn't want to leave Theoden alone with this grief. But I must tell the king. Aragorn headed toward the gate, but when he reached it, you stay here, he said to Sirius, and although Sirius felt it was a bit harsh of him, he said nothing. As Aragorn turned to leave the room, he found himself facing the Lord of Rohan. The king was dressed in magnificent attire, his shoulders draped with a thick green cloak, while the crown pressed against his golden hair. I've heard this brief exchange, Theoden said. Don't worry, Aragorn. If that boy is like a son to you, who am I to keep you away from him and stop you from seeking his well-being? No, you must stay. I won't keep a father from his son's bed, especially after I've been so ungrateful to my own. He added with a sorrowful tone. The king immediately turned around, tears beginning to well up in his eyes. A king must never allow himself to show weakness by crying in front of others. Instead, he concealed the pain on his face and strode toward the door with firm, proud steps, where his son's body awaited him. You've heard the king, said Gandalf. Don't worry, Aragorn, we'll take care of it. Get this sorted out, you know we care about Harry's well-being too. Mithrandir stepped out the door, followed by Legolas and Gimli. Before leaving, they approached Aragorn, offering him a supportive look and a friendly shoulder pat from the elf. Sirius and Aragorn were left alone in the room. Why don't you tell me your story? Aragorn said, surely we'll find something. That shows you've been in Middle-earth longer. I'm telling you, it's been about 2 days since the Ministry's announcement. Tell me it wasn't an order, just a request. Sirius looked at the man. He would tell him what had happened. It all began at the end of Harry's 5th school year. Voldemort. Sirius stopped, expecting Aragorn to ask who he was, but didn't. Instead, with a nod, he hinted that he knew who was being referred to, discovering a mental connection with Harry. He began sending him dreams where his servants had me imprisoned in the Department of Mysteries. With no one to turn to, Harry decided to go and save me. Although he didn't want to, some of his friends came along. They didn't want to leave him alone. When they arrived, he realized it was all a trap. I wasn't a prisoner, I'd only been taken there to retrieve a magical orb containing a prophecy. Only Harry or Voldemort could touch it without going mad. When Harry discovered the truth, a fight broke out between the Death Eaters, Voldemort's servants, and his group. A group of children under 15 fought back against those misfortunates, though I must say they were still just kids, very brave, to be honest. When we learned about what had happened and where Harry had gone, several adult wizards rushed to help. We found them in a room housing a mysterious arch that seemed to be the gateway to the underworld, where anyone who crossed it got trapped. When we arrived, chaos reigned, and the boys were stuck inside. Believe me when I say we came as fallen from heaven. I started a duel with a Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange, when. Ooh, flashback. Ooh, come on, you can do it better. Sirius taunted Bellatrix, his voice echoing through the room. A beam of red light shot from Bellatrix's wand, striking her chest squarely. Sirius Black felt fear and surprise. He knew it was an arrow, and he'd been so foolish as to play with Bellatrix beside it. Sirius. The Animago heard Harry's shouts, calling out to him, drowning out Bellatrix's triumphant cry, Sirius. The Animago desperately wanted to answer his adopted son's cries, break through the veil, and then burst into laughter as if it had all been a prank he'd orchestrated. "I'm sorry, Harry. I'm truly sorry." Those were the words that flashed through Black's mind as he felt his body plunge into the void, toward death. "Please forgive me, James, Lily." Ooh, end of flashback. Ooh. Aragorn was resting on one of the pillars, listening intently to Sirius's story. The animago wandered around the room, reliving the moment when it thought it was dead. Remembering all the bad things it had done and the good things it hadn't. After that, Sirius continued, "I felt myself plunging into an abyss. My body was racing toward a bottomless void, falling into eternity. I don't know when or how long it lasted, but I lost consciousness, oblivious to what was happening around me." The animago paused, resting one hand on a pillar and bearing its weight. "When I awoke," he sighed, "I was no longer in the ministry, not even in the surrounding areas." Ooh, flashback. Ooh. Sirius slowly opened his eyes. Where was he? What had happened? He sat up, realizing he'd been lying on a pile of dry grass. His head ached terribly, as if someone had struck it. The animago shook him, hoping this would ease the terrible pain. Sitting on the dry grass, he turned his face to survey the surroundings. Why wasn't he in the Department of Mysteries? And most importantly, why wasn't he dead? He had crossed the veil, but was this where the spirit goes when one dies? He smiled. He hadn't expected to find himself in a tunnel where, at the end, there's a light and your loved ones await you, but a grassland. And to make matters worse, it's dry. I press my chin against his hand. Maybe it was hell. Perhaps all those innocent jokes from his childhood and adolescence had condemned him here, but he felt so alive. Was that normal? Maybe it was just the feeling. But surely he was already an entity that felt no pain at all. Out of curiosity, he pinches his cheek. "Hey, it shouldn't hurt at all," he exclaimed, clutching his poor cheek that was turning red. Could he still be alive? Impossible. He'd realized he'd pierced the veil himself. Who could forget such a moment? Sirius began to think and concluded that if he wasn't dead, he could appear near the Order's barracks and give Remus a fright. No, better to Snape. He'd get rid of that greasy little brat. Yes, he would. He focused on the destination he wanted to reach, imagining his body in that very spot. Feeling the breeze and the unique scent of that alley next to the noble black house. He even pictured his mother's portrait scolding him with careless curses. In short, he did everything necessary when he wanted to appear. He smiled broadly, recalling his exam to obtain the appearance license. The witch who had done it had been flirting with him throughout the entire trial and had Ivan the quick approval for a date with him. Of course, not that Sirius Black had mishandled the test, but when you're as handsome and charming as he is, you can afford to trade your pleasant company for something. After all, being a hottie like he wasn't exactly easy. Silence. The wind howled around Black, whipping his filthy tunic. After several seconds, he remained motionless. Why couldn't I show up? I tried again and again. Until he finally gave up. This was the strangest thing that had ever happened to him. He thought if he couldn't show up, he must be dead, but don't the dead feel pain? He wandered aimlessly, hoping to soon find another thinking soul to clear his doubts. At this moment, even some Aurors eager to hunt him down and hand him over to the Dementors would be welcome. That's how desperate he was. Unaware of how long she'd been walking, the scorching sun and stifling heat had left her parched. She desperately craved water, and even her stomach, accustomed to eating well and on schedule over the past year, was now begging for nourishment. A strange sound reached his ears, one that reminded him of his days as a cadet in the shock magician's navy. It was like hundreds of heavy footsteps pounding the grass at once, in an endless march. Still unsure whether he was alive or dead, he transformed into Padfoot, better safe than sorry, after all, than face an army of Aurors or shock mages. A massive black dog was dashing across the prairie, closing in on the source of the noise. From a distance, Sirius had spotted a long line of soldiers. Marching. Or rather, running. That was the correct word. A rather ugly one led the pack, with a sword between the hands. When he got close enough, he froze in place. What the hell were those things? They were tall, dark creatures with long, muscular legs and grotesque slanted eyes, clad in crude garments. The beings carried swords, and some even held bows. Their faces were painted white, and several helmet wearers had a white hand resting on their helmets. Sirius didn't see the arrow whizzing toward him, nor the horrifying shouts of, "Meat! Fresh food!" His eyes were fixed on two little boys carrying those merciless creatures. He couldn't see their faces. But both were wrapped in long cloaks, their wild curly hair stained with blood. The Animago had decided to try helping them. Though he didn't have his wand, no on. He knew where it had gone. He would come up with a plan, but he couldn't let those creatures harm two children. A sharp cry escaped Padfoot's lips as the arrow pierced his side, staining his jet-black fur crimson. The Animago collapsed groaning onto the grass, but his sharp hearing immediately picked up the sound of several of those creatures closing in fast. Thinking they wanted him for dinner, sir. Yu struggled to his feet and bolted away from the creatures. But the wound ached excruciatingly, the arrow paralyzed him, and the beasts kept closing in. A loud shout rang out. The squad leader ordered them to return. They didn't have time to hunt dogs. The master wanted the hobbits to reach his tower quickly. The creatures that had been chasing him stopped and turned their heads toward where the dog had been. They saw nothing. Though they could smell the animal's blood, it was better to turn back. They didn't want to upset the master with their delay. Sirius, hidden among the tall grass, waited for a moment of caution. When the footsteps had faded and disappeared with the resumption of the march, he emerged slowly, limping. Padfoot crawls through the grass, staining it with the crimson liquid oozing from his wound. He could no longer hold on. The pain, exhaustion, thirst, and hunger had utterly drained him. His eyelids felt unbearably heavy, closing shut. With a final groan, he collapsed onto the grass, once again transforming into Sirius Black. I was alone, in the middle of nowhere. If he still had any doubts about whether he was alive or dead, those doubts would soon vanish, for he would surely die there. Ooh, end of flashback. Ooh. Sirius turned to Aragorn, hoping he would believe him. The mountaineer stood lost in thought, his body tense on the same pillar since the man began his story. Sirius had said many strange things, and in a way, he had spoken of the same peculiar matters that he, Aragorn, was unaware of. As for the orcs, there was no doubt, they had healed his wound themselves, but what will it become? Well, I couldn't have doubted it either. After all, Beorn of the Beornid tribe was a skin changer, and even Sauron could alter his appearance. Besides being a wizard, as he had been told, Gandalf would be the one to test this, and upon reflection, Gandalf didn't seem suspicious of Sirius. Mithrandir always knew more than one might imagine. How could he? Surely if he asked, he'd come up with some riddle. Will you take me to where Harry is? The Animago asked, pulling Aragorn from his thoughts. Sorry, I didn't hear you, the rider said honestly. I asked if you'd take me with Harry. I'm just worried about him. He didn't look good when he saw me. He smiled bitterly, and it's understandable. After all, he thinks I'm dead. We'll head to the chamber where he's staying, Aragorn said. But if he's asleep, you'll have to wait until he wakes up. If he's awake, I'll go in first to talk to him, he said, looking him straight in the eyes. I've prepared this for you. I don't want him to have another scare like that. Besides, he's in a very weak state, he added thoughtfully. I'm sure he's been suffering from extreme thirst. But, will it get better, right? Sirius asked anxiously. Of course. Azelahan is a very strong guy, and it takes more than that to take him down. And after a pause, he added, follow me. Harry shifted in the soft, warm bed, slowly waking from his drowsiness. What happened? He grumbled. His head ached, and he couldn't remember. He rubbed his eyes with both wrists, realizing he hadn't put on his gloves. Looking around, he noticed he'd left out his elf cloak and long black overcoat. Instead, he was wearing a loose shirt. Blanca, whose sleeves extended slightly further when she reached her hands. Azelahan was somewhat surprised by this, and upon carefully observing the room, he realized it was of an architecture he had never seen before. It was not polished and refined like the ruins of Lothlorien. Even the slightest break seemed purposeful, though the occupant remained unaware as he was immersed in such beauty. The room had a slightly rougher design, but it exuded a nobility that only castles weathered by many winters could possess. The tapestries adorning the walls were crafted from soft, tactile materials, depicting glorious moments of war where warriors with long blonde hair, brandishing lances, rode proudly into battle's flames. The room lay bathed in a soft shadow, where only the glow of candles hanging from the dark wooden walls shone. Harry turned his head upward and saw a metal chandelier, but its candles were not burning. The bed was draped in white sheets, but beneath it lay a tangle of animal fur. The bed itself rested on a carpet made of the skin of a massive creature. Something Harry would swear was some kind of bear. Beside the bed stood a table with a jug of water and a glass on it. On a chair lay his clothes, his sword in its scabbard, and his staff. In a sudden impulse, he checked his neck. There lay the gift from the White Lady of the Lorien Woods. Where was he? He looked like he'd wandered off into some Viking movie. A new stab to his head made him close his eyes. He didn't know what had happened, but he felt dizzy, like when the Dursleys left him without food for days. The sound of the heavy wooden door opening made him look up. Aragorn was entering. He immediately felt a surge of immense joy. He had finally found her. When the headmaster looked up and met the green eyes of his pupil, he smiled, then pulled his head out of the room to speak to someone. Though Harry couldn't see who it was, Elendil's heir entered the room, closed the door, and approached the bed where the young man lay. He examined his protégé's face, then gave him a tight embrace, overjoyed to be reunited with him. "I'm glad you've made it to Adoras all by yourself. Anyone would say you know Middle-earth like a pro, even though I only showed you the map a couple of times," said Aragorn, sitting on the bed. "No," Harry explained, "I ended up here purely by chance. Honestly, I don't know how I found my way here. All I knew was I had to head south. That's where you and Gandalf had shown us the way." With a sad look on his face, "I figured it must be in Gondor or Rohan since the weather's warmer there. But honestly, I have no idea how I ended up in this chamber." "Don't you remember anything?" his mentor asked. Harry pondered his response, trying to recall the last thing he had done. He remembered the meadow, the overwhelming thirst, and Voldemort's tortures, even the village and the stream, but nothing more. "No," he said, lowering his gaze, embarrassed that he hadn't answered the question. "And quat, they're in #039's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry, and quat," Aragorn said. "And quat, it in #039's just that. Well, they're in #039's something I must tell you, and quat," he said with a serious expression. Harry looked at him expectantly. "And quat, first of all, you in #039, in the castle of Adoras. Medicilled, the Golden Castle, the residence of King Theoden and his family, and quat." Azelahan nodded, indicating he was listening. "And quat, I have excellent news for you. Gandalf is alive." "And quat, am I alive?" "And quat," Harry shouted. "And quat, where? When? And quat, wow, calm down. He in #039's not in the castle right now, but you in #039'll see him soon." "But I thought the Balrog had." "We all did it, but we ran into him again. Apparently, he had an interesting fight with the Balrog, in which he emerged victorious, and now he in #039's returned much more powerful. I in #039 am glad about that. Really glad," he said with a smile. His expression turned serious, as if recalling something. "Aragorn, where is Frodo? Is he okay?" Silence. Aragorn looked at him seriously. "So much has happened since you vanished." Harry looked at him with bated breath, fearing the ring-bearer might have met with some terrible fate. "As you know, the Uruk-hai warriors attacked us. Frodo got lost, and we scattered to search for him. I in #039 found him, but just then the enemies arrived. I told Frodo to run, to leave, because that was what he sought when he left us, going alone to Mordor before the ring corrupted us all and destroyed us completely. He ran while I kept the Uruk-hai occupied. Legolas and Gimli arrived promptly and helped me fight. No, we knew nothing of the hobbits in #039 Fate, who were busy entertaining the enemy to ensure Frodo and #039's safe escape." Aragorn turned to Harry, taking his hands in his own. The horn of Gondor echoed through the forest as Boromir called for help. When we arrived, he was dying. Harry tensed up upon hearing this. He fought valiantly and kept fighting even after arrows pierced his body. Before Boromir died, He told us the Uruk-hai had taken Merry and Pippin. Aragorn was lost in memories as Boromir and Hasho-39's body fell through the Rhoros Falls. We chased the orcs for 3 days without catching up, until with help from Rohan horses we reached Fangorn and Hasho-39's forest. There we reunited with Gandalf, who rode with us to this spot. Adora's looking Harry in the eyes and quoth, Don and Hasho-39 worry about Merry and Pippin. And quoth, they are safe. The forest guardian protects them, or at least that in Hasho-39's what Gandalf told us. And quoth, so I suppose it in Hasho-39's true, and quoth, Harry said with a smile. And quoth, I in Hasho-39 am truly sorry for Boromir and Hasho-39's passing, and quoth, he added, his eyes falling sadly to the floor. And quoth, though I didn't in Hasho-39 spend much time with him. He was an extraordinary companion during our journey. I in Hasho-39 am certain he was one of Gondor and Hasho-39's finest captains, and quoth, he said, his gaze fixed on Aragorn and Hasho-39's eyes. Boromir was a warrior, a great soldier, he said, placing his hand on Harry and Hasho-39's neck and his forehead on the boy and Hasho-39's. And quoth, you Haven and Hasho-39 told me how you got to this room yet, and quoth, Harry said slowly, trying not to break the spell of the moment or divert the conversation from that sad topic. But he immediately regretted it when he felt Aragorn growing tense and pulling away. His mentor returned to that serious expression, staring intently at the door and quoth, Aragorn. And quoth, Harry. And quoth, Don and Hasho-39 you remember anything about your arrival in Adoras? And quoth, his mentor asked again. Ust plunge into the little stream that runs through the city, the rest is confusing and hazy. Aragorn observed him for a moment, searching for the right words to explain what had made him faint. Harry, you Don and Hasho-39 remember anything? Because, you fainted, and quoth, Aragorn said. And quoth, you lost consciousness. It must have been the thirst that drove him, Harry said. When I vanished, I only a small amphora half filled with water with me, and I can't remember whether there were 1 or 2 lemmings. Besides, the mirages didn't make things easy for me, he explained as he lowered his head. Aragorn knew there was more to it than mere illusions, but he would ask later once this issue was resolved. There's more, he told Azelahan. The thirst wasn't the cataclysm that made you faint, it was something else. Another thing, Harry wondered, but what else could it have been? Suddenly, a fear gripped him. What if Voldemort had returned to possess his body? Please, he begged, that nothing bad had happened, please. Please, Harry, Aragorn said, sighing. There's someone I want you to see, he said, turning toward the door of the room. The young man watched curiously as his teacher opened the door and called someone. His mentor had a serious face, occasionally casting nervous glances at the person who had been called as they approached. Trancos stopped serious at the door, making sure Harry couldn't see who it was, and whispered something to him. He turned to the young man and slowly stepped away from the door. Harry sat up abruptly on the bed, his face contorting with terror and shock as the other person entered the room. A flood of memories surged through him, bringing to light what he had forgotten, the first time he had seen Sirius, he murmured in a soft voice. The Animago, stirred by the mention of its name, rushed to the bed, too fast for a young man who was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Get away from me, Harry shouted. Don't come near. The words and the tone of voice they used made the Animago stop abruptly in its tracks. Sirius felt a dryness in his lips and watched Aragorn rush toward the young man, doing what he had longed to do most, embracing him. When Trancos saw the fear on Azelahan's face, he quickly approached him after closing the bedroom door. Harry, he said while embracing him. Harry, everything's fine. He's just as real as you and me, no illusion. I can see and touch him too. Harry, listen to me. I promise I won't let him harm you, but you must talk to him. Only you can tell if he's truly Sirius Black or not, holding the young wizard's face between his hands, making sure he looked him in the eyes. I promise I'll personally take care of him if he's an imposter or trying to hurt you. Got it? He asked gently. Got it, Harry. The young wizard nodded, feeling more at ease now that Aragorn was beside him. All right. Azelahan slowly distanced himself from his mentor, then took a deep breath to recover before locking his gaze on the man who. He was standing nervously in the middle of the room. Harry studied him intently. The face, the long black hair, the body's contours, the expression in the eyes themselves. Everything was exactly as Sirius had been before passing through the veil. But observing him wasn't enough. Voldemort had sent him dreams where his godfather appeared just like that man, with the same expressions, the same voice. He needed something more to be absolutely certain, something that would help him make a decision. Yet even so, he wasn't going to make a hasty decision. He had suffered greatly after losing him once. Even the second time, in that dream, it felt like he'd plunged into the same hell. But the third time, with a man so real his heart screamed he'd leap out of bed and give him a tight hug to hold onto. He couldn't bear it. It would be death, even with all the immense love he had for his teacher. "What is my Patronus?" Harry asked, surprising Aragorn and Sirius by the abruptness of the question. "A deer," Sirius replied softly, saddened that Harry wouldn't trust him. "Why a deer?" Harry asked rudely again, not feeling the slightest guilt for treating that man the way he did. Sirius stared into his eyes for a moment. He was tired, confused, and sad. His mind couldn't make sense of the question. "Harry, I don't get it. I'm trying to say, Animago, but the boy cuts me off with a loud shout." "Why a deer?" Harry repeated, his eyes fixed like two blades on Sirius's. Even Aragorn felt sorry for the man, but he forced himself to stay silent. He knew Harry was doing what he was doing. The Animago compels his mind to ponder and process the question. He never imagined Harry would speak to him this way, look at him like that. Why, he wondered, being the subject of this interrogation wounded him so deeply. "Because of your father's Animago form," Sirius replied softly, finally understanding the boy Potter's question. "Because of James." "Because of James," the Animago whispered. Azelahan, like the coldest of the scrutineers, fixed his gaze on the man who was clamoring to be his godfather. His heart longed to believe him, but his mind warned him to be cautious. He wouldn't put up with another trick from Voldemort. Aragorn and Sirius waited for Harry's reply, the judge's verdict. Their silence surprised both of them. After putting on his boots, Harry stood up and began dressing. The cloak, the elf cloak, the sword, and the wand. When Harry finished dressing, he turned toward the two men. His green eyes met each of them. Although the answers were correct, the young mage spoke, quickly capturing the attention of the two men. Sirius stared at me with a glimmer of hope on his face. Wormtail could have told him about the animagi form Voldemort had used. Sirius was about to retort, insisting he wasn't some servant of that monster, but Harry silenced him with a raised hand sign and a glare. "The shape of my Patronus is already known to several Hogwarts students and Ministry members. Someone might have slipped up, and a Death Eater might have picked up the information. Even the Dementors could have told Voldemort." Sirius fell into despair and sadness. "For now we'll leave things as they are. Only time will tell if he trusted you or not." Sirius tried to say something again, to thank him or whatever. After all, that was better than being away from his godson. But the young man interrupted him once more, determined not to hear his voice more than necessary. "But if you expose it as a lie or harm any of my friends," Harry warned, "Aragorn won't have to stain his sword's blade. Because I'll personally send you to the afterlife," he concluded coldly. The young mage opened the door, ready to step out. "Aragorn," Harry said in a softer, gentler tone, "I'm starving. Is there anything to eat in this castle?" He turned to his mentor, giving him a smile while ignoring Sirius. The wizard nodded. Harry emerged from the room first, followed by Aragorn, who, before leaving, noticed Sirius sitting on the bed with his head in his hands, looking dejected and sad. The heir of Elendil watched as a tear slid down the Animago's chin and fell like a drop of water. He felt pity for the man and wondered what he would do if Harry treated him so harshly. He decided it was best to leave him alone, so when he left the room, he closed the door and headed toward Harry, who was waiting for him further ahead. Leaning against a stone pillar, with her head in her hands, she wept silently under the torment of misfortune that had stripped her of what she most cherished, the only anchor to her sanity. Her fingers clutched her black hair, clawing at it in a desperate attempt to wrench it free, a pain that would remind her she was still alive. His eyes fell on the bed where Harry had once lain, and he couldn't help wondering, why? What had he done in life to deserve such cruel, inhuman treatment? Life had not only deprived him of a happy, ordinary family, of a mother and who would love him and take pride in him no matter which path he chose, but had also cruelly taken away the family he had built and adopted. A foolish war had sown distrust among his circle of friends, reducing one of them to a human scum. Not only had he sold his brother and family to a deranged killer, but he had also robbed him of life by sending him to prison for a crime he never committed. Now life, not content with seeing him a fugitive from justice, a man forced to hide for reasons he was innocent of, had slapped him again and snatched away the affection of that child he so desperately wanted. The child who was like a son to him. Perhaps this was the punishment he received for being responsible for James and Lily's deaths, for leaving Harry orphaned, and for condemning him to endure a harsh childhood devoid of the warmth and love of a family. After all, it was I who proposed the secret change of guardianship, and I was the one who suggested Peter, because I had always doubted Remus. The pain and guilt intensified in his chest as he recalled Harry's cold gaze that had swept from his feet to his head, scrutinizing him and making him feel the shiver Voldemort couldn't make him feel. The harsh tone he used with him, as if speaking to a contemptible being, someone who didn't deserve forgiveness. If there were even one thing I could do to win back young Potter's trust, anything. Anything. I'd do anything to give him a second chance. I'd go to great lengths to repay him, even be kind to Snape, at least polite, and never curse him whenever we cross paths, always and when Snivellus didn't start the fight. Of course, he wouldn't have come off looking like a coward in front of his adopted son. A black dog raced through his mind like the wind, tongue out of its mouth. Of course, why hadn't he thought of it? The answer was simple and silly, like the solution to a puzzle once solved. Padfoot would be his salvation. If Harry refused to believe he was the original Sirius and not a cheap copy Voldemort sent, he would believe in his animagi form. After all, it doesn't matter whether someone takes the polyjuice potion or breaks their head to become an animago, the animal form is unique to the wizard who successfully completes the transformation. He banged his head. Why did he never find it odd that Peter was a rat? Well, that wasn't the point now. The real thing was convincing Harry to believe it, and he was going to do it, even if it meant petrifying the boy and dancing on his tiny back legs while holding a ball with his black, damp nose. You were never given a drive, even without also being given the power to make it true. Richard Bach. The taking of leave. Are you saying Harry Potter is yours? I heard it's from Rowling. Sirs. No, I didn't say that. And what about The Lord of the Rings too? That's from Tolkien. Sirs. I'm not a spider, I never said that, and I don't know what you're trying to say, but... You heard she said they were from her. Bring her in, officers. Big guys in dark glasses burst in, looking like total tough guys. Sirs. Oh no, I didn't say that. The officers scold her. You'll pay me when it's out. The officers kick her off the stage. Suffered. The soul of the child who lived wanted to believe him, and believed him, though deep within he knew there were things no one could protect him from, no matter how they tried. How are you feeling? The horseman asked. Harry fell silent at the question, unsure how to respond. He wanted to laugh at her, but not a mocking laugh or a cheerful one, just a sad, lifeless laugh. Devoid of the joy one might expect from a young man her age, who's learning to navigate the board of life and yearns to devour the world in 2 bites. No, the laughter he longed to let out was out of a soul bearing the weight of the world on its shoulders, having been forced to live with it since the tender age of 1, brutally torn from the protective embrace of its parents. Yet it held back the laughter, hiding it deep within its very being. Harry looked down, lost in the runes that formed the design of the exotic floor with enormous dark tiles. If I'm being honest, I don't know, he said, letting out a sigh. I don't know what I feel. I don't know what to feel. All I know is I want it all to be outside me, to leave me alone, he added, his voice tinged with bitterness. Then, suddenly swept up by an unfamiliar emotion, he said, I feel like a fool, like a damned blind man lost in the vastness of a square. The people walking around me don't even notice me, passing by quick why and pushing me toward a destination I don't know. Be at ease, Aragorn whispered, wrapping the young man in a warm embrace, sensing the boy's trembling heart. Yet how could he comprehend this? Aragorn himself, the Dúnedain captain and heir to Isildur, had been haunted by the fate that so many were pushing upon him. But he was beginning to accept it. Deep within his being, the king was awakening, growing ever more noble and mighty. A great king of men. You'll see, everything will work out, he whispered, feeling the young man bury his head in the Dúnedain's chest, pushing him to stroke his disheveled, jet-black hair. During the silence that followed the Istar's confession, Aragorn couldn't help wondering if that man was Harry's godfather. Will I lose him? Will he stop supporting me like he's done all this time? Will he stop loving me? Trancos placed a gentle kiss on Harry's hair. Though it would be a blessing for the boy if that man were the real Sirius Black, he couldn't help feeling a pang in his heart. He had invested so much love in the boy that it would mean the world to him if he stayed and could raise him like a son. Ah, hey, Aragorn, Azelahan, ah. Hello, Aragorn, Harry, exclaimed Legolas' melodious voice, who was walking down the corridor side by side with the dwarf Gimli. You're a real sweetheart, Legolas. How long have you been here, Legolas? Harry exclaimed. I ammed as he ran to the elf and wrapped his arms around the torso of the Black Forest prince, who was surprised by such unusual hugs for his kind. How have you been? The young wizard asked, but before Legolas could respond, a loud cough caught the young wizard's attention. Gimli, Alasia said, hello, my dear friend, and gave the dwarf a warm hug, who responded affectionately. You were worrying about us, boy, the dwarf scolded him. Especially that certain mountaineer, he said, gesturing toward Aragorn who was standing behind Harry. The Dúnedain nodded, then gave the wizard a guilty look. I couldn't help worrying, but come on, eat something. You must be exhausted from that strange journey through the Mark. Besides, I'd love to hear the details of that trip. Harry tensed up instantly. He didn't know if he could confess how Voldemort tortured him and toyed with him. It was too shameful to admit weakness. Aragorn and Legolas sensed the tension in the wizard's body, and the Mountman wanted to say something to break the awkward silence, but, you must be Azelahan, said a beautiful female voice. At that moment, Harry's gaze fell upon the woman standing before his companions. The tall, beautiful lady caught his eyes, her head adorned with a flowing golden cascade that framed her elegant hairstyle. A delicate golden tiara rested upon her noble forehead, while the fitted tunic of dark velvet enveloped a slender yet robust and vigorous figure. Tempered as steel, a true daughter of kings. Éowyn, Lady of Rohan. I'm so glad to see you standing up. She says you were so worried about all your friends. I'm Éowyn, daughter of Aemond, my lady, Harry said, breaking his silence with a slight bow. I appreciate your concern for me. I also remember all the manners I've picked up in Rivendell. I suppose you must be hungry, she said kindly, her eyes gleaming as she observed the young man's bright green eyes, which sang of the hardships he'd endured. The dark-haired youth with a broad forehead, his hair cascading over a peculiar lightning-shaped scar, stood there. Follow me, she turned to the others. Follow me all. I'll find them food, the lady declared, her blue eyes fixed on the mountaintop of Aragorn. With a slight tilt of his head, Trancos extended his hand, signaling that she would walk ahead of the group. The proud lady of the brand strode with her elegant and dignified gait toward the royal throne chamber. There stood rustic dark wooden tables nestled among thick carved pillars, their surfaces adorned with intricate and beautiful runes that interlocked like a royal design, forming a majestic and powerful composition. Éowyn pointed to one of the tables with her long, white arm, signaling with this gentle gesture that they would sit down. Now I return, said the lady, lost in one of the countless doors concealing long canvases. What do you think of Meduseld Castle, the noble residence of King Theoden? Aragorn asked Harry. It's truly incredible. The runic designs on its thick wooden walls and pillars radiate nobility and strength. The tapestries feature astonishing designs, all depicting epic battles, exclaimed Harry, thrilled by the excitement this scene evoked. A kind of magical atmosphere he'd only seen in Muggle movies or read about in old Hogwarts books. Would you rather have Rivendell? Legolas asked. Oh no, each one is beautiful in its own way. Rivendell is delicate, carved with the patience of time and the beauty of nature. Vanya Imladris, the lion's heart and the maiden's soul, Vanya Ellen Aim Gwinnett, beautiful Rivendell, fortress and power, your waters sing. The star that dwells within you is beautiful, Solfeo Harry. Ah, Azelahan, Vanya Leth Ama Linden, ah. Beautiful verse sung. Azelahan, Legolas chorus. Nothing, nothing, said the blushing wizard, nothing at all. I merely stated what Bilbo wrote. But he fell silent when noticing the dwarf's irritation. Gimli, what's wrong? The dwarf simply shot him a glance that clearly said, and you're still asking. Aragorn burst into laughter as he banged his fist on the table. Our dear friend didn't understand a single word of this brief exchange and is therefore annoyed, exclaimed Aragorn. Isn't that so, Sir Dwarf? Sorry, Gimli, Harry said. I've been speaking the elves' language so much that I've forgotten some don't know it. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. It doesn't matter, Magi Montaraz, the dwarf said. I'm used to it. Since this journey began, I've only heard the elves' language here and there. At least the beautiful Lady Galadriel was kind enough not to speak words I couldn't understand and named the mountains and rivers after my language, he sighed. And don't make promises you can't keep, he added. Gimli and a rosy-haired Harry, you speak that language whenever you go to the elf. And sometimes to your mentor. I suppose it's just a matter of getting used to it. At this precise moment, the Lady of Rohan chose to enter with a group of maids and servants carrying trays, each holding a delicious meal to be served to the guests. Harry licked his lips at the delicious aroma of the thick thighs of the golden red meat, the juicy soup that was still bubbling having been on the fire until just moments ago. The sweet, delicate steam from freshly baked wheat loaves, the tang of freshly milked milk, and the crispness of white cheese all reached his nostrils. He could even catch the aroma of grape wine in a crystal jar and the distinctive scent of barley that bubbles through the frothy beer. When the table was set, Harry watched the feast with barely contained hunger. Oh, it had been so long since he'd tasted a hot meal this exquisite. An elongated goblet with a swan neck was placed before the young wizard, who looked up to meet the blue eyes of the Lady of the Mark. I'm not sure if the young Montaraz is used to wine and beer, she said. But if not, I've brought some blueberry juice. She added, it's the dark berry fruit from a shrub growing around Adoras. The children are used to drinking it. She finished speaking and sat down in a chair set aside for her. As the Lady of Rohan, it was her duty to entertain the king's guests until he returned from his son's tomb. But eat, she said. The food was hot and had been being prepared since the funeral began, as the king himself had ordered. Gimli, the most shameless of the four, grabbed a plate and piled on some meat, cheese, and bread, then grabbed a beer can and poured a little soup into a bowl. Harry watched as the dwarf took a piece of bread into his mouth and savored it slowly. A steaming bowl of soup was placed in front of the young mountain boy, who thanked the gesture with a warm smile for his mentor. The boy who had lived took one of the glasses and poured himself some blueberry juice, since he wasn't much of a fan of beer or wine. As soon as Harry started eating, Aragorn relaxed and grabbed a bite of everything himself. Legolas only tried the soup, cheese, and bread, interested in meat and not used to eating it. The lady remained unusually quiet, speaking only intermittently during the conversation among the four companions. Their brief exchange ranged from the smoky meals of the dwarves to the orcs roaming freely across the Rohirrim's land. It was at this point, Éowyn was both sad and furious, for her cousin had been killed in an ambush by those despicable creatures. All of that is about to change, Aragorn said, or at least we won't just stand by as the orcs invade the land of your forefathers. Perhaps it's true, but the damage is already done. The White mage has made me lose my cousin and is the reason my brother Éomer was exiled. He sighed. Only the gods know which lands he rides. Saruman, the traitor, Harry said, his voice trembling with hatred. Or his hatred of traitors came from his own world. Will pay for what he did, that's for sure, madam. Éowyn gave the young man with jet black hair a warm smile, and the other companions were ready to continue their meal with a new topic of conversation. But then the heavy oak doors of Meduseld opened one after another, revealing Mithrandir and King Theoden, accompanied by two little children. Sirius wiped his face with a soft cloth resting on a bedside table. A basin of clean water was nearby where he had dampened the cloth. Once ready, he headed toward the door, but a glint in his tunic distracted him from his task. Pulling the mirror from between his clothes, where he had hidden it, the animago found himself facing Remus Lupin, who was staring at him with a gleam in his eyes. "Remus!" Black exclaimed, guilt etched on his face. "I'd completely forgotten about you. I thought everything was just a dream," the werewolf said, "because you vanished suddenly and never came back." "I hadn't called you," he said, his voice weak and broken because I was afraid to find out if it had been an illusion or not. "Oh Remus, I'm sorry, I didn't want to worry you, but I saw Harry is with me." "What?" exclaimed Remus, surprised. "How? When? Where is he? Can I talk to him?" "He isn't exactly here." "Oh, Remus. Why didn't you tell me it's been 6 months since the Department of Mysteries incident?" "But what are you talking about?" asked a confused werewolf. "About this, 2.5 months ago." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely, Lupin said so. I'm now on the express train to the start of the new school year at Hogwarts." "But," said a thoughtful Sirius, "but they told me Harry's been here 6 months. I don't get it. Did they lie to me?" He muttered to himself. Who, I don't know who told you this lie, but wherever you and Harry are, he's been there exactly 11 days. "Sirius, explain yourself. You've only managed to make me nervous." "But they looked so serious when we talked," he continued his monologue hum. Remus was watching him from the other side of the mirror, acting like he was crazy. "Just a moment, I thought to myself, Mooney's always been crazy. I don't know why I care about that now. You see, Remus, I had to cut off our communication at that moment," referring to the first time the werewolf had seen him alive, "because there was a major scandal that I won't discuss now. The fact is Harry was there, but he sighed. He screams and faints at the mere sight of me. Then comes that Aragorn, threatening me with a sword, and I won't let Harry see me until after a long conversation." "Sirius Black," Lupin exclaimed, nearly losing his composure. "How can you have a decent conversation in just 8 minutes? I warn you, even if I'm thrilled to see you alive, I'm not joking about Harry. Show some respect for me," he added in a weak, weary voice. "Please, Padfoot, I'm not joking now. Ever since Harry vanished, I've been feeling terrible. Please." "But I'm not joking," Sirius said. "I'm being as serious as I can be." "It's almost nothing," Remus muttered, his voice tinged with malice. "Hey," exclaimed the annoyed animago, "having heard it, I tell you, it's been about 2 hours since our first talk, at most 3. "That's impossible," the werewolf denied. "It was 8 minutes ago." He was certain of this, for ever since Sirius vanished from the mirror, Remus had been fidgeting nervously with the pocket watch. A moment of silence fell as they studied each other with scrutinizing eyes. Remus thought his dear friend had lost the last tightly fastened screws. Sirius believed the moon was affecting his wolf-like companion. After all, he still remembered the phases that had given the calm and shy Mooney his calm demeanor during their student days, when even the wandering spirits couldn't disturb his peace. Just like when he climbed onto the communal dining table and started stripping off his clothes to the music. Oh no, that was because they'd given him too much fire whiskey. Sirius shrugged. Now he remembered Remus had a low alcohol tolerance. What if? "Remus, what?" he grumbled. "Surely you haven't been drinking fire whiskey lately?" asked the animago innocently. "Of course not. You're not the one who's been getting drunk over what he knows. Hey, I'm the one who can take it the longest. I can down 5 bottles of whiskey and still act like nothing's wrong." "But here's the thing, a werewolf I know," he said, glancing sideways at the werewolf. "Just 1 glass and he's already stripping naked in front of the whole Gryffindor class. That, me, was something they shouldn't have. Embarrassing." Lupin stammered, blushing, vividly recalling the aftermath of that little incident. "I never imagined he'd become so popular with girls." "This has nothing to do with our conversation," he protested indignantly, repulsed by the memory of that mishap. "But Mooney, you're completely off the mark. How can someone confuse 2 or 3 hours with just a few minutes?" "I don't get confused at all." Another silence fell. "What if? Please don't end up with another of your brilliant ideas off topic," Remus pleaded, though he knew that when it came to Sirius, no god would listen to his pleas. "Oh, Remus, I was thinking maybe What if neither you nor I are wrong? Lupin raised an eyebrow. Yes, yes. See, how about time moves differently in this world compared to ours? The werewolf is contemplating this hypothesis. That makes sense, he said. Time moves faster over there than here. So 6 months have passed for Harry, Sirius corrected him, while for us it's only 11 days. But, wait, 6 months living alone or among strangers. That's a long time, way too long. What if something bad happens to him? Or happens all the time? Please, Sirius, tell me it's okay, tell me. I can't bear the thought of him suffering something terrible, not having food, or a warm place to sleep. The werewolf placed a hand on his forehead. He must be scared, annoyed with us for not finding him sooner. Tranquillo Mooney, he's doing well, he added, lowering his eyes. He's been taken care of quite well. The werewolf was about to ask something, but apparently some people found him when he arrived here and have been keeping watch over him ever since. I hope they didn't hurt him. No signs of malnutrition, no bruises, or anything like that. Remus had listened with rapt attention to Sirius's brief speech, savoring every word as if they were his only lifeline in a vast sea of emotions. What struck him most was how Sirius' eyes never failed to sparkle throughout Harry's description, radiating joy at being the godfather of this remarkable young man who had won the hearts of so many. But, so why am I noticing you're so sad, Padfoot? He asked gently. The animago let out a long, mournful sigh, gazing at him with pained eyes from the smooth surface of the mirror. No, they were merely sad, no longer the gleam that had colored them when they spoke of Harry, their gaze now fixed with a look of condemnation. Their eyes appeared, wounded, betrayed. He doesn't trust me, to him I'm dead, and me, a bitter smile crept across his face, I'm just a fool sent by the dark. Lord Voldemort spat out the title to torment him and harm his new friends. And I start thinking, if only it were better. A lone tear slips down her cheek as a terrible knot forms in her throat, reightening to burst into a painful wail. If only I could vanish from her life forever. She seems so happy with that Aragorn, much happier than when she was in England. Damn it, Remus, she screams. In fury, that wretch has hugged him more times than I've hugged him. Harry's teasing him, she's clearly happy with him. And I can only swallow my anger, my despair, watching him smile at me, speak to me with longing, while I must endure his cold stares, his harsh tone, But I can't just accept it. I'm his godfather. I was in the damned the hospital throughout the entire labor. I was with him as long as James was with him. Remus understood the desperation his friend was trapped in. Damn. Mooney heard Sirius kicking something forcefully, with rage. Then, the silence, the calm, interrupted only by the animago's irregular breathing. And the worst part is I can't hate that poor soul, he said with a bitter grimace. I know he's taken care of Harry. I know if it weren't for him and his new friends, the boy would have been in terrible shape. And most importantly, he loves Harry, and Harry loves him back. Harry changed a lot after you died, said the werewolf. He seemed to have lost the will to live. I suppose it was a good thing he found someone to trust, he added in a weak whisper, though I would have loved to be the one. Oh Moon, Harry loves you, and you know it's true. But Old never have gone to the Department of Mysteries to save me. Those sad blue eyes observed him from the other side. And this is fine, I say, you yourself said it, you've been with him much longer, and, she smiles, forget what I said. I'm already rambling. Some ideas to let them know you're their godfather, he said, shifting the topic. I had thought about becoming Padfoot in front of him, but I'm not sure if it would work. That's a good idea, I don't think there's any doubt about that. Besides, Lupin added with a smile, if that doesn't work, you could just hand him the mirror and let him have a few minutes of a good fight. What do you think? Sirius burst out laughing. The pacifist Mooney is bickering with Prong's son. I gotta see that. Hey. Just in case you don't remember, my dear Mr. Padfoot, I was your DCAO instructor and I believe I was one of the best. I think so. Sirius heard strange noises coming from Remus's side. What's going on? He asked quickly. Oh, you know, just the usual. Apparently some students are causing trouble in the hallways. If this keeps up, the rest of the school will be in trouble too. After deciding it was time to see his adopted son, Sirius burst into laughter. and hurried down the corridors of Medicilled. Remus's idea was brilliant. He no longer had to rely solely on Padfoot to convince the boy, he even had the mirror. The animago retraced the path that had led him to this corridor. Though initially unsure whether to turn right, left, or straight ahead, he soon cleared his doubts when hearing voices to his right. "No one warned them," said a woman's voice. "They weren't armed. Now the savages are advancing through the west folds, burning everything in their path." "Where is this mother?" Sirius arrived just in time to see the little girl asking this question to Lady Éowyn. As he had heard the name, while she kept her quiet, wrapping her in a thick green shawl. "This is just a glimpse of the terror Saruman will unleash," the old man warned, reminding Albus of King Theoden. The king ran his hand across his forehead, gesturing in despair as he heard the fateful yet true words from the elder's lips, more powerful now that he's driven by fear of Sauron. There was a brief pause. And Professor Dummer, the old man, Barbudo, better known as Gandalf, declared, "Go confront him and strike him down." The animago was now certain that he or the Veil had plunged into war. "Keep him away from your women and children." He and Albus would definitely have to hold a contest to see who could persuade them most effectively. "You must fight. He has 2,000 good men riding northward right now," Aragorn said, making Sirius turn his head toward him. The young man found his adopted son sitting beside the mounted leader, listening intently to the important conversation underway. Though he kept casting cold glances at him, Sirius could swear he'd studied under Snape, for his eyes were sharp and piercing. Éomer is loyal to him. His men will return and fight for their king. "You must be 300 leguas from here," exclaimed the king, rising from his throne and leaving his comfort. "Éomer cannot help us." Black watched as Gandalf hurried down the stairs from the throne platform, rushing toward King Theoden in an attempt to dissuade him from that foolish idea. "I know you desire me," said the king, "but I will not bring more death to my people. I will not start any war. The war is already looming over you, whether you like it or not," the mountaineer declared, not with arrogance but as a true king voicing his opinion. Sirius could only agree with the man. Who was taking the love of his foster son from him? Though it stung to admit, he knew Aragorn wasn't a bad person, quite the opposite, a strong and noble warrior. Not to mention, he'd been a shining star on his foster son's dark path. "The last time I saw," the king said, his face showing displeasure, "Théoden, not Aragorn, was king of Rohan," he added, his eyes fixed on the gray of the mountain pasture. Then Gandalf spoke before a quarrel could arise between the two nobles. "What is the king's decision?" "By the king's decree, the city must be evacuated," one royal guard shouted, drawing the attention of all the Rohirrim. "We shall head to Helm's Abyss Refuge." The villagers exchanged fearful glances. They had heard rumors of an orc horde crossing their land, but never imagined they'd reach this point. "Don't bother loading treasures, just carry the essentials. Down to the Helm Abyss." Gandalf roared in fury, turning toward the king's stables, passing the villagers who were hastily loading their food from the storerooms. And the children helping to saddle the massive horses. "They're fleeing to the mountains when they should be staying to fight. Who will protect them but their king?" Aragorn, Gimli, Legolas, and Harry ran after him. Sirius was not allowed to leave the castle until everyone had departed from Edoras. Lady Éowyn had instructed him to stay, as they needed to examine his wound and change the bandages. A long journey awaited them. "Only this is doing what it believes is best for its people," said the Dunot in the Helm Abyss. "Saved them in the past. There's no way out of this ditch," Gandalf declared, turning sharply toward Grey Shadow. "Théoden is setting a trap. He thinks he's leading us to safety, but all he'll do is cause a massacre." Turning to Aragorn, he continued, "Théoden is strong, but I fear he'll collapse. I fear Rohan's fall. Aragorn, you'll need him before the end. The people of Rohan will need you. Their defenses must hold out." "Let's hold on," the rider replied. Azelahen turning to Harry, who had rushed toward the wise wizard, "It's a shame we don't have time to chat, but the moment will come, don't worry about that." Then he fell silent, watching the boy. "You're strong, young, you'll withstand the trials ahead." He placed his trust in the boy's strength. "Don't be afraid," Harry said with a look of reassurance. "You'll see there's always a way out." "Why? I know this is asking too much," but his green eyes locked onto his "Trust that man. I'm certain he doesn't mean to harm you, quite the opposite." The mage observed the boy kindly, placing a hand on his cheek. Nai Eru Varuvilla, Azelahan may Eru protect you, Harry. With that, he swiftly mounted the white stallion. I've walked 300 human lifetimes on Earth, and now I have no time. Good luck. My search won't be in vain. Wait for my arrival at dawn on the third day. At sunrise, look eastward. Vete Aragorn said, nodding in agreement with Mithrandir's words. Come, Shadow Grey, show us the meaning of speed. The old wizard settled into the saddle and shot out like a white arrow. Good luck, Mithrandir, Harry shouted. It will be all right, Aragorn said, placing a warm hand on his protégé's shoulder. He will, said Gimli. We won't. He's a good rider, Legolas said to Azelahan, casting a glance at the dwarf so he could keep his ominous remarks to himself. PTQ 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 PTQ. Ron and Hermione walked together through the long corridors of Hogwarts Express, carrying out their duties as prefects to maintain order in the corridors and compartments. This is way too boring, Ron exclaimed after letting out such a yawn. I wish something would happen. Don't even think about saying that out loud, Hermione shrieked in horror. For once, I'd like this school year to be peaceful and free from Voldemort's attacks. A shiver ran down Ron's spine, making him freeze mid-sentence. What? The dark-haired girl asked. And don't even think of saying his name. The red-haired man put a hand to his heart. You should know the frights, Harry, and you give me every time you do it. Come on, Ron, it's about time you said his name, or at least stopped shivering every time someone says it. Okay, but don't get mad. My own. The young woman lifted her chin and rolled her eyes. Her dear friend would occasionally pull her out of her routines, but that was part of the personality she adored so much. After giving him a warm smile, they continued their patrol. My own. What now? Is it allowed to kiss in the corridors? The girl stopped in her tracks, her cheeks blushing in an adorable way. I don't know, Ron asked. Why? As he fiddled with the folds of his tunic. Why, a couple is doing this right now, he said with the calmest voice in the world. Hermione let out a furious hiss as she flung her tunic, then began walking briskly, ignoring her companion and not even glancing at him. She was annoyed with him. I don't know. And stop asking me such stupid questions when we're working. Ron let out a chuckle and, grabbing her by the waist, pulled her close to him. It was just a joke, my own, you don't have to bother so much. Hump. That was the only thing the red-haired guy got in return. While the brunette kept refusing to look at him. Come on, my own, forgive me, he said with a playful grin, and before she could respond, he pressed his lips to hers, gently exploring them, savoring the moment. As they part ways, Ronald Weasley, he exclaimed, pinching him on the arm. Don't you dare make me angry like that again. Oh, Hermione, she moaned, rubbing her arm. How can you reward me like this after being so sweet with me? Hump. Hermione. The girl let out a playful giggle, tugged at his tunic, and pulled him close, then gave the boy Weasley a soft kiss on the lips. Ron wanted to take revenge, but voices robbed him of the chance. Harry is no coward, a boy shouted, and cold, tyrannical laughter followed. Did you hear that, Harry Potter? The boy who didn't make it on the train isn't some coward, a voice scoffed. Which Hermione instantly recognized as Malfoy's. Except it, Longbottom, Potter is nothing but a coward. That's why he didn't come to Hogwarts this year. She's too busy hiding and sobbing to attend class. Neville reaches into his pants pocket, furious that his friend was being insulted and determined to defend him, but Tranquillo Longbottom, said the Malfoy heir coldly and boldly, pointing at him with his long, freshly polished wand. We don't want you to pull out an eye with that wand, do we? He closed the sentence with a mischievous smile on his thin lips. Leave him alone, Malfoy Ginny said, but if it's the little Weasley, she smiled coyly at Gryffindor, then not so little, Ginny proudly raised her chin. Enough is enough, Hermione shouted indignantly, standing firmly in front of Malfoy. Oh, look at what we've got here, Draco said to the gorillas, to Crabbe and Goyle, who were standing behind him. The filthy blood and his dumb boyfriend have come to defend the bunch of fools, and she called it a group of fools because not only were Neville and Ginny there, but Luna too, though she had stayed out of the fight, watching the rivals with her big eyes. When young Malfoy spoke, Ron's ears instantly turned red, but that didn't stop him from drawing his wand to threaten the three Slytherins, standing right in front of Hermione to shield her. "And this Malfoy corridor," he said angrily, "this is the one Hermione and I patrol. What's wrong with Weasley? Does the truth hurt? Harry is no coward. He'll be back soon," the young Weasley declared. "Seriously?" Draco asked, scrutinizing Ginny from head to toe, making her blush. "If they're so certain their golden boy will return, then," he paused. "So what, Malfoy?" I asked Ginny. "So don't look for a backup. Of course, if you're so confident Potter will return and you don't want to lose the Quidditch Cup, I'd say you should start flying kites." "What's going on here?" asked the weary yet resolute voice of Remus Lupin. "No, Professor," Malfoy replied, looking proud and defiant toward the werewolf he considered inferior to himself. "So I suggest you, Mr. Malfoy, go back to your cell." "Ah, but we can't do that, Professor," he said with a hint of mockery. "Look, I don't know if they told you, but I'm the headmaster and it's my duty to keep an eye on the corridors. Keeping watch isn't the same as causing trouble in it, Mr. Malfoy." Lupin said, "So either you do your job or I'll fire you, got it?" Draco gave a sneer of hatred. The wolf would pay for that, but now the most important thing. "Wait a moment, Professor," and he turned to Ron. "Then what, Weasley? Do you accept the terms?" Draco gave a sly smile, then made a ridiculous caravan of Remus before vanishing into the train's corridors with his two gorillas trailing behind. "That Malfoy has no respect for teachers," Hermione complains, raising an eyebrow. "Don't worry, Hermione," Remus said, "it's only natural that they treat a werewolf like this," he added with resignation. He still thought returning as a professor to Hogwarts wasn't a good idea, not because he feared his parents' retaliation, but because the students would surely show their hatred and fear. His worst fear might come true, being rejected. "Don't worry, Professor Lupin," Neville said, "I still think you're the best DCAO teacher we've ever had. I'd never be rude to you." "That's absolutely true," said Ginny. "If there's one thing I'm certain about, it's that he's got the whole Gryffindor team behind him." "I like werewolves," said Luna Lovegood. "My father knows a tribe that lives in America." "Professor, enemies," Ron said. "You'll see, everything will work out, and Harry will be back soon." Remus smiled, happy that at least 5 students still wanted him as their teacher. He knew things would get better along the way. He was looking forward to it. He longed for it. Besides, he knew he wasn't the last wanderer. Sirius was still alive. PTQ 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 PTQ. A long line stretched across Rohan's fields, winding through the white mountains that surrounded them. They walked over hills and rocks, along rivers and lakes, heading toward Helm's Abyss in the Westfold of Markland. Women could be seen carrying children on their backs, holding hands with those who could already walk. The oldest men, those who could no longer walk, were carried on carts by family members under the pale sun light that shimmered on the sweat-drenched faces of the peasants. The royal guard and their soldiers marched in formation on horseback, leading and protecting the column at its head and tail through these untamed lands. Other troops advanced outside the main column, patrolling the flanks to maintain order and ensure the advance continued as swiftly as possible before sunset. By King Theoden's side rode Aragorn, accompanied by Harry, who rode a beautiful 4-year-old mare with dark red coat, white spotted mane, snout, and legs. The spirited steed was named Furiel, a gift bestowed upon the young wizard. Legolas rode behind the horseman, side by side with Sirius. The Animago was mounted on a sturdy black horse with a proud temperament. Harry had refused to be given a mount, as he still considered the creature an enemy. But Aragorn persuaded him, arguing that the man was wounded and that this would allow them to monitor him more effectively. Elsa had accepted after this, but he remained unconvinced. He couldn't understand why his mentor bothered to ensure that the man who called himself Sirius would arrive safely at Helm's Abyss. "I don't think you're a servant of evil," Legolas said. "No," Sirius exclaimed. "I don't get it. Why do you trust me when you clearly don't like Harry?" The Animago had no horseback riding experience. His only riding was his beautiful motorcycle and magic brooms. Yet he had no trouble, as they simply walked while the elf guided the horse. Elf magic, the animago mused, watching his companion sing a song to the jester. I can sense when people are evil, the elf said. It's a trait of my people. Sirius didn't respond, his eyes still fixed on Harry's movements. Azelahan was deeply wounded, which is why he fears trusting you. He doesn't want to be hurt again. I know, but sigh, that doesn't stop me from feeling the way he treats me. Then Legolas said, changing the subject, your real name is Sirius Black, right? The animago nodded. Not very different from the one you gave us. Sure, he laughed, but I wanted to see, if you ever became Aurora, the look on your face, and if you'd let me go free. The elf looked at him confused. In England, my world, I'm accused of killing 14 people. But I didn't do it, he exclaimed upon seeing the Mirkwood prince's expression. And since I'm a fugitive, they're hunting me everywhere. Though I think they've stopped now, they must think I'm dead. The life of a fugitive shouldn't be too comfortable. No, it wasn't. But I didn't mind because Harry believed in me. Besides, it was better than the life I'd been living in prison, Sirius said, giving Legolas a genuine smile. Are you a wizard too? The elf asked. Yeah, like Harry, and then he smirked at his new friend's surprised look. Not that powerful, but I can handle magic pretty well. Well, I could if I had a wand, but I'm afraid I've lost mine. The elf seemed to meditate for a moment before drawing a long, beautiful knife that had been tucked into the saddle of his horse. Do you know how to use it? He asked Sirius as he showed him. The animago looked at him confused. You don't have a way to defend yourself, and if you used a sword, Azelahan would clearly see you. So I'll give you this elf knife. Black took the knife Legolas had returned to its sheath, separating the blade from the chair's armrest. Thanks. I doubt it has the same uses as a wand. But it'll definitely be useful to me. The sun was hiding behind the mountains, painting the blue sky with vivid orange hues and the clouds in shades of pink. The sunset reflected its light on the surface of the lake, where they had decided to camp. Across the field, one could observe the Sirius sat atop a small hill. His long shadow blended with Legolas's even longer one, as the latter stood gazing westward toward Helm's Abyss. The animago was furious. He still hadn't been able to pull off his plan. First, Harry hadn't shown up in Meduseld after leaving to follow Gandalf. Aragorn had told him he was in the stables. But they'd barred him from leaving the castle since they weren't sure if they could trust him yet. After that, when they had left Edoras, he thought his chance would come. Though it had been hard to convince Baron, his horse, to head toward Harry, when the boy saw him approach, he made his mare trot away, showing Sirius that he, Azelahan, had good control over horses. How much had he learned? He asked irritably, casting a murderous glance at Aragorn, convinced he was the one who had taught the boy to ride and that his own fault had easily led him away from the animago. Now that he was finally back on his feet, he tried again, only to find his neck at the end of Harry's wand. Harry ordered him to either stop following or promise to stay glued to the horse for life. He's as testy as his father, he exclaimed, letting out a sigh. If this keeps up, I'll have to tell Moony I'm sorry. Moony? The elf asked. My friend Remus, he pointed to the mirror. We can communicate through this. I was dying to see Harry, but apparently I can't make that dream come true because Harry's stopping me from getting close to him, the elf chuckled. What's so funny about that? The fact that you're reneging over a child. Azelahan is very stubborn. Once he gets an idea in his head, you can't. To get him out of there. It's a good thing because he's learned so much from it, but and he gets stuck in the path of understanding. It can be a real headache. The animago finally got it, watching its adopted son from its perfect position. Harry walked, calling out to the families and groups of friends sitting on the grass. He had gone to the lake to wash up and was now returning with his mentor. To his dismay, the young wizard realized that Legolas and the Death Eater, as he insisted on calling Sirius, were becoming close friends. Watching them chat, he wondered why Gimli wasn't with them, distracting the elf so he wouldn't talk to Voldemort's boot lacerator. But then it hit him. Imli had been happily chatting with Lady Eowyn and was now wandering around the camp. Reluctantly, the young mountaineer put on his elf cloak and overcoat, walking toward Aragorn. Harry was about to reach his mentor's place when he noticed Lady Eowyn approaching and offering him a hot stew. Seeing this, He decided to steal some from the Lady of Rohan. He quickened his pace but stopped when he saw Aragorn's face light up the moment he took the first spoonful. Though the lady couldn't see her face, the donkey clearly showed signs of being a poor cook. But to avoid hurting Eowyn's feelings, I swallowed the nearly raw piece of meat. Remembering I'd eaten worse before, Azelahen moved closer, hiding among the crowds. "Good," said the horseman. Harry had to cover his mouth to hide the laughter that was about to burst out. The expression, a look on Aragorn's face showed the exact opposite of what he had said. "Really?" the lady asked, her voice trembling with emotion. With a proud, self-satisfied smile, she turned away from the stable hand, who, spotting her from behind, quickly pulled the blanket aside. "My uncle told me something very strange," the lady continued, turning back to Aragorn. He swiftly returned the stewed dish to her lap before she could even grasp the meaning behind his gesture. Faced with this situation, Harry couldn't hide his laughter and had to sit down to press his stomach, as it started to ache from the force of his laughter. "How are you, sir?" one of the villagers asked Harry, turning respectfully toward the young man as he rode alongside Lord Aragorn and King Theoden. The young mage simply nodded, wiping a tear from his eye. "Of course, it's nothing. Thank you," he managed to say between laughter and gasps. The farmer looked at him confused and went back to what he was doing. "He said you went to war with Thangel, my grandfather," I hear Harry say Lady Eowyn, but he must be wrong. These simple words calmed Harry, who soon became more attentive to the conversation. He couldn't help but agree with the Lady of Rohan, as King Theoden was clearly over 50 and Aragorn didn't look past 40. "King Theoden has a good memory," the Mountain said. "He was just a TTLE boy back then." This surprised Harry and the lady. "Then you must be at least 60, she exclaimed. Aragorn shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. 70. The mountaineer denied again. "You can't be 80. She exclaimed, as Harry stared in surprise at his mentor. 87, said the Dunedain, leaving his student to perfectly represent a fish. "You were one of the Dunedain," she said solemnly as she stood up. The young mage watched his mentor nod. "A descendant of Numenor, blessed with a long life. They say your race is a legend. Few of us remain." Aragorn said the kingdom of the north was destroyed long ago. Azelahen stood up, lost in thought about everything his mentor had said. So absorbed was he that he didn't notice his tutor had noticed him and was smiling slyly, thanks to his sharp ears. He'd caught the laughter of his protégé. "Harry," he heard someone calling him, and when he saw his teacher's expression, he realized his mistake. Eowyn was kind and had brought some hot stew. The young mountaineer tried to find a way out of this predicament, but when the lady's gaze met his, he couldn't. Resigned yet brave after all, he was supposed to be a Gryffindor, wasn't he? He approached them, taking the plate offered by the lady. Night had fallen, and the villagers rested in makeshift tents they had set up for their families. The horses lay outside their owners' tents, resting on the green grass, their large black eyes gazing at the vast sky filled with glittering stars. Harry was standing by the lake, stroking Fariel's head as the young master sat beside him, enjoying the caresses he was giving him. Aragorn had dozed off a few minutes earlier, lulled by a whisper in the wind. "You're getting angry, Azelahen. What's going on, Harry?" Legolas asked, approaching the lone young man. Legolas, Aragorn and Arwen, what will happen to them? Legolas, Aragorn and Arwen, what will happen to them? Asked the young man with green eyes. Toll the toll, the ships are heading to Valinor. Aragorn is worried about her, so he wants her to leave. I don't want her to leave, Harry said. Aragorn loves her, and she loves him. I don't know why they can't be together. Is Eowyn the one? Are you saying this about Eowyn? Yes, replied the young man, resting his head on his steed's neck. It's their decision, but primarily Arwen's, the elf said. If the ring isn't destroyed and Arwen stays, she could die. The evil that rules the world would tarnish her light and grace, and when an elf's light fades, we perish. But you stay, the elves of your forest stay. Elladan and Elrohir stay, exclaimed Harry. Arwen feels evil more than we do, and her sensitivity to beauty is a double-edged sword, because she would not only perceive good things, also the bad ones. Exactly. Now you understand why Aragorn fears You know as well as we do that Sauron's power cannot be conquered unless the One Ring is destroyed. Aragorn's task is to keep his people alive as long as possible, but if Frodo fails in his task, said the elf, watching Azelahan. Not even Gandalf's power can contain Mordor's evil. Harry bit his lower lip. I understand. I understand. Alassie Lomé, Legolas, good night. Legolas the young mountaineer hurried to his tent. Lys Olori, Azelahan, sweet dreams, Harry. The green-eyed wizard lay down on his makeshift bed, recalling a conversation he had overheard between Aragorn and Lord Elrond. Our time here is ending, the half-elf said to his adopted son. Arwen's time is over. Let her go. Let her sail to Valinor. Let her take her love to the Evergreen lands. There, green will always flourish, insisted the Lord of Rivendell. But it will never be more than a memory, the groom replied, heartbroken by what his adoptive father truly meant to say. They exchanged glances. Aragorn's eyes were filled with longing, while Lord Elrond glared furiously at the impertinent human. Neither realized they were being watched by a boy hiding in the bushes. I won't leave my daughter here to die, Elrond said. He stays because he has hope. He's yours to keep. The half-elf scolded him. His place is with his people. The Dunedain looked at me once more, his face etched with defeat, before hurrying out of the forest. Harry couldn't understand how someone as good and fair as Aragorn couldn't have the thing he most desired in the world. That night, the wizard realized why Aragorn understood him so well. Harry saw that he wasn't the only one carrying the weight of the world. Frodo wasn't alone anymore. Aragorn, the horseman and heir of Isildur, had joined the burden. The morning arrived, and with it, the caravan of Rohirrim set off once more. Harry rode alongside King Theoden, who was deeply intrigued by him. It struck him as utterly bizarre that such a young man would wield a sword and ride the mount that had fought in countless battles. Theoden wondered if the young man might also be a descendant of Númenor, for despite his youthful appearance, his eyes told a different story. Those bright green eyes weren't proud or boastful like most youths of that age, but rather showed nobility and maturity. The young man was recounting the adventures the Fellowship had undertaken since leaving Rivendell, surprising everyone even more, to the king because Gandalf had allowed him to join the delegation. The king told him the story of Eorl, the young founder of the Rohirric kingdom. As the Lord of the Mark spoke, Harry noticed the Mortiferger watching him intently, tracking every movement. Thinking he was about to attack, Azelahan turned his face toward Sirius, ready to strike with a cold stare and, why not, a few curses. But he was surprised by the sad, wounded look in those blue eyes, so similar to his godfather's. The young wizard looked away from the man, and as the king recounted how he had met Aragorn, he thought the king had been very harsh with the executioner, if he had been, and although he wasn't ready to believe it was his Sirius, he would be kinder to him. A cry rang out in the air, and as Harry looked up, he saw his mentor charging toward them. King Theoden spurred his horse forward. What is it? What do you see? The Lord of the Mark asked urgently. Dwarfs. They're attacking us. As the Mountaraz, a local leader, shouted, panic swept through the villagers, who began screaming and scattering in search of shelter. All the riders at the head of the column. The king shouted, dismounting his horse. Harry rushed toward Aragorn, who was already mounted on Hasufel, but before he could reach him, he grabbed the reins with a firm grip. The Mortifer. Let go. Azelahan shouted. No. Sirius exclaimed. I know you don't want to believe me, Harry, but I don't want you going. It's too dangerous. Something could happen to you. I was trained by the best mountaineers and by the elves. Plus, I've already fought before. But, Harry, the horseman, forcing the Animago to release the reins. Then I'll go with you, he exclaimed. No, Harry shouted, his eyes immediately turning to Sirius with a pained look. You're still injured and not armed. The Animage thought he'd hear harsh, arrogant words, but not this. Even if you were, I doubt you'd be very good with a sword. That doesn't matter to me, he exclaimed, knowing Harry had a point. You can't go there alone. Harry turned his head and saw the riders already retreating, and finally Gimli had made Arod move forward. If you're truly my godfather, he declared, you'll ride the Rohirrim to the Helm Abyss. With that, Harry charged toward the riders, leaving his godfather between the sword and the wall. Sirius stood frozen, Stunned by what his foster son had said, Eowyn rushed to him and pulled him along, dragging him with her. The horse's rapid trot mingled with the whinnies of hounds that were charging swiftly toward the people of Rohan, threatening them. The riders charged toward the battle against those savage creatures and their riders. Harry watched as Legolas skillfully shot his arrows, each one striking the target he had chosen. When Arod was within the elf's reach, the latter seized the reins and, with a surprising move, mounted the galloping horse. The warhogs were already in sight. Realizing what would happen when the gap between the two groups closed, Harry pushed forward the group of riders, ignoring Aragorn's shouts as he worried his protege might get crushed by the wave of beasts. Azelahen halted just meters away from the swift wargos, making Firiel spin around her and lift her up, displaying an air of imperial arrogance toward the orcs. The orcs quickened their pace, eager to finish off that little brat who had been so openly mocking them. The desperate shouts of the other riders meant nothing to him, only the plan he had made up in his head. Clutching his lance, as the first rams charged, he leapt toward his prey, his voice clear yet hoarse. "Protect me!" The first beasts crashed into an invisible shield, their necks snapping violently as they slammed head-on. The orcs froze in surprise, unsure whether to advance or not, leaving the green-eyed youth who was sneering at them in the middle of the two opposing factions, surrounded by the bodies of 4 wargos. Harry shouted something in Elvish, which Aragorn and Legolas understood, and Aragorn translated the shout back in Rohirric. The group then charged at the orcs once more, catching them off guard with the sudden attack. The fight began, tipping the scales in favor of the horse owners due to the young wizard's prank. Swords and arrows flew back and forth, embedding elves in the massive heads of those beasts. Giant wolves are the torsos of orcs. The enemies sent by Saruman turned out to be a double-edged sword, as you not only had to guard your opponent's sharp blade, but also the enormous, ravenous jaws of wolves lined with rows of sharp fangs. The battlefield had turned into chaos, making it impossible to find your comrades without fear that one of those beasts would pounce on you and feast on your head. Azelahen had lost sight of his friends, too busy beheading orcs, holding the sword with his right arm while steadying himself and steering the reins with his left. A fairly good orc lunged at the young man, attacking him swiftly as the gargoyle threatened Firiel, who was growling and charging, striking the creature with his front legs. "Thor!" the elf wizard shouted, struggling to control the rock and block the orc's attacks as the orc laughed like a madman. In a desperate attempt, Harry struck the orc's sword with such force that he threw his foe off balance. Seizing both reins of the steed and turning it around to face his opponent with its back to him. The orc, letting out a roar of fury, recovered from the boy's blow and lunged again, raising his blood-stained sword. But he halted mid-strike when he saw the dangerous, strange rod pointed straight at his face. Snake Sortia. From Harry's wand emerged a serpent, its enormous mouth gaping wide, its elongated fangs gleaming with venom. The orc fell from his mount, desperately trying to dislodge the snake lodged in his face. But his frantic strikes soon turned into convulsions as the raw's venom rapidly spread through his body, killing him instantly. Harry lowered the arm holding the sword beside the hilt, then swiftly raised it, whistling fiercely as he plunged it into the hound's neck. The wizard galloped across the field, searching for another foe, but his eyes fell on King Theoden, who was in peril as 3 of them surrounded him. The young man rushed forward. One of the orcs spotted him and, leaving the king to deal with the matter later, lunged at the youth, swinging his sword. On his head, the young man watched the black dog with surprise and fear, but before the beast reached its destination, he felt the dog clinging to him, its fangs digging into the skin of his neck, climbing up his back, and burying its claws to avoid falling. The young man let out a cry of pain and began a dance of leaps, desperately trying to throw the dog away, turning his head every now and then, attempting to reach it with his jaws. The dog held its ground firmly, refusing to let the young man get hurt. A low growl reached the young wizard's ears. The hound had seized the dog's leg, bit it with its fangs, and hurled it violently to the ground. The wolf turned its face toward the young man and, with a sudden burst of momentum, lunged at him. Harry was bewildered and stunned. He saw the dog and the blood dripping from its snout, oblivious to the hound lunging at him, but fate played another trick. The wizard felt the world freeze around him as the dog transformed in one swift leap into a man with dark skin, jet black hair, and deep blue eyes. Serious. Harry felt his arms be. Aang forcefully pushed away from the wolf's reach, causing his head to strike a protruding rock and immobilizing him. A cry of agony sent the wizard back to reality. He looked up to see the monstrous fangs embedded in his godfather's flesh. Their snouts stained with his precious blood. The man had just saved his life at the cost of his own. A vast fury consumed her entire being, giving her eyes a fierce, savage gleam. It no longer mattered whether she was dreaming, whether she was. He woke up, unsure if that man was his godfather or not. The only thing that mattered was that a wargo had harmed him. A burning desire to witness the animal shrink and convulse in agony consumed him, delighting in anticipating its cries. Magic surged through his body in torrents, erupting with a thunderous roar. That sent the beast flying far from its guardian. The battlefield was filled with howls of agony. Many beasts writhed in pain across the stones and verdant pastures, staining the ground with thick RK blood dripping from their snouts and eyes. Just as suddenly as they had arrived, the cries ceased. Surprise and fear were etched on the faces of the Eorlings and orcs, who stood motionless before the creature's body. Their gazes shifting between the young green-eyed mountas. Harry had fallen to the ground on his stomach, gasping for breath as cold sweat streamed down his handsome dark face. Icate crystal droplets fell upon the grass, shattering into 1,000 fragments. The young man then crawled to his godfather, who lay unconscious on blood-stained stones and grass, his own blood. The mage acted with lightning speed, gathering all his strength to pull out the aethelus leaves hidden in his robes and swiftly unfasten his godfather's tunic, exposing the wound. Theoden was the first to recover from his shock, ordering the knights to eliminate the beasts and orcs that had escaped the young wizard's wrath. The Rohirrim obeyed the command and launched a hunt, now outnumbering their foes. The king turned to the young man, who was moving his hand swiftly and skillfully over the man's wound. Who was this young man? Or more importantly, what was he? Harry wished Aragorn could stay by his side to help, though the wizard himself felt clumsy despite his apparent skill and feared he might harm his mentor. What the wizard didn't know was that his master was lost, no one could find him. And only a dying orc possessed the answers to the riddles. Legolas had sensed the force that swept across the battlefield like a colossal wave, and knew the target was Azelahan. The elf was aware the boy was an Istar, but no one had ever told him how powerful he was. Soldiers charged back and forth, hunting down the last orcs and wargos trying to escape Rohan's arrows and swords. The wounded begged for help, crawling toward the horses without riders, while the meadow was littered with the bodies of orcs, wargos, and Rohirrim. Few of the Rohirrim survived, though the young mage had spared Ny lives by granting them the luck of a sudden attack. Aragorn, the prince cried, searching for his friend among the wounded and the bodies of the Eorlings, for it had been a long time since his eyes had rested on the figure of Trancos. When no response came, Gimli the dwarf joined the search, shouting the name of the Dundon. A agonizing, guttural laugh reached the keen ears of the elf prince and the dwarf. Gimli swiftly approached the dying orc, axe in both hands. "Tell me what happened, and I'll end your pain quickly," said the dwarf, placing the bloodied weapon on the orc's head. "He is dead." The terrible words slipped from his lips. "He had a small fall from the cliff," he said, savoring the elf's and the dwarf's reaction. Legolas was ready to pounce on the orc, but a fleeting shadow swiftly passed over the elf and the dwarf. "You're lying," Harry snorted, his tone leaving no room for excuses or denial. "Aragorn can't be dead." He pressed the tip of his sword against the orc's neck. A dying river, showing no fear of the weapon, dying moments later. A gleam caught the young wizard's eye, and he swiftly reached for the orc's fist, the Aragorn pendant, the elven jewel Arwen had given him. Unable to believe his own eyes, Azelahan dashed toward the cliff where King Theoden stood, watching the river below them flow. The green eyes darkened with shadows as the mage watched the raging current and the sheer drop. Lost in those dark waters. "Put the wounded on horses," the king commanded his soldiers. "The wolves of Isengard will return." "Leave the dead," Legolas said, turning his pained eyes to the king. "Come," he said, placing his hand on the elf's man and stepping back. Legolas turned to the young wizard, who was still lost in the river, unaware of what was happening around him. Gimli was to his left. Afado, Azelahan, then, Harry, the elf whispered. It's a lie, said the young rider. He's not dead. Chico Gimli tried to deal with it, but, he's not dead, he shouted. He'll be up in a heartbeat. They'll see. This is nothing for Aragorn, he said, tears welling in his eyes. They'll see how he climbs the cliff. Surprising us, maybe a little dirty, when isn't it? He said with a slight smile, but safe, alive, him. Azelahan Legolas took the young man by the shoulders, turning him around to face him. Aragorn, the bronze-tempered ancestor Aragorn, did not survive, he said slowly. With sorrow that consumed him too. Aragorn. Bah, I'm the brownie, I'm the guest who's been here. No head in the navel, no head in the navel, no, no. He lives. He promised to take care of me. So stop lying. So stop saying I'm dead. Legolas listened wordlessly to the young man's screams until Harry stopped, gasping for breath. He couldn't take it anymore. Aragorn's death, Sirius's mortal wound, now certain he was his godfather. He had found the mirror among his clothes while healing him, which made him feel even worse. He had treated him like trash, and now that he finally believed in him. A damned orc had bitten him. Best of all, it had saved him. Azelahan hugged the elf tightly, tears streaming down his face. Ba nasto onyo fur. Ba hartho anar fur. Ba, eat. He can't be dead. I don't want him dead. I don't want him. Gimli approached the wizard and placed his hands on his shoulders as the elf embraced him, giving him gentle pats on the head. Pt. QPT 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 Q. In a compartment of the Hogwarts Express train were Hermione Granger, Ronald Weasley, and Remus John Lupin. Professor Lupin. Ron asked, "Are you feeling all right?" "Maybe they're the side effects of the full moon," Hermione said. "That's not true at all," said the werewolf, frowning as he looked at the boys. "I told you Sirius isn't actually dead. Professor, not that I'm being rude or anything. But Hermione said once he crossed the arch, it's practically impossible for him to be alive. Moreover, if he were truly alive," Ron said, "Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have been cruel enough to hide it from Harry. It's because he still doesn't know, but I'm absolutely certain the mirror wouldn't lie," said Remus, showing them the mirror. "Let's assume for a moment that it's true," Ron said, "then tell us. Where is it?" "What?" Hermione asked, not believing what the werewolf was saying. "I haven't spoken to him yet, but Sirius saw him and is absolutely certain it's him. A pair. NTLY, they've ended up in the same world or dimension, which is great for us because we'll finally get reliable news about Harry." "But how's this? Is this okay?" I asked the Chia. "It seems so. This is really good, and according to Sirius, he's never seen him better. Apparently Harry has been in that world for about 6 months." Ron and Hermione looked at him as if he were crazy possible. "We realized time passes much faster there than here. 2 hours in that world or 8 minutes here." A moment of silence followed, during which Hermione frowned several times and muttered something with her hands before lifting her face in surprise. "1 day here equals 15 days. Indeed, but Sirius hasn't been there long. Just 1 or 2 days," said the professor. "Yes, it's possible, since the veil and the mirror were the means that carried them there. Time is irrelevant. It's not a rule to follow, because they're in another dimension," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. "Exactly. Another world. A history and customs different from ours. It's incredible. I never thought that was possible." Ron kept stealing glances between his girlfriend and the professor, who were exchanging meaningless words that made no sense to him. After a moment, realizing he was being completely ignored, he crossed his arms and frowned, then said, "What's the point of this? All I see is Harry being in another dimension. What if he can't return? What if we find a way to send him back?" At this, both Hermione and Professor Lupin were left speechless, brainstorming ideas. "I'm sure Professor Dumbledore will know what to do," she said with surprising confidence. "But you realize we'll be back by nightfall, by which time another 15 days will have passed for Harry," said Ron. "It doesn't matter. Sirius is with him. I'm talking about Remus, and I'm sure he'd rush to his rescue before anything bad could happen to him." With this in mind, The three shared cakes and chocolate frogs. Remus was happy. It felt like he'd returned to his teenage years. PTQ 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 PTQ. The Helm Abyss was a colossal fortress built within the mountains of Dunharrow, a gorge that carved out a vast chasm between the majestic peaks of the West Fold. A colossal wall blocked the path to the gorge, stretching from the southernmost cliff to a majestic tower named Quernavilla. The echoes of a war trumpet from the T.O.R. still reverberated through the sparkling caves, as if long-forgotten armies were emerging once more to battle from the caverns and hills. Below, the Bajo River flowed down the slope. It wound around the base of Quernavilla, then flowed through a narrow green earth passage. Adjacent to Quernavilla stood the citadel, where the colossal gate of the abyss was located. Within the citadel, a cave opened into the sparkling caverns. The Aglarond, named for the stones inside that made the light bounce and sparkle, as if the stars themselves had hidden within the caverns. The citizens of Adorazin, the Fald Oeste, had taken refuge within the colossal fortress. Children, women, elders, fathers, and sons were all inside, entire families of Rohirrim, the very people Saruman had been so determined to destroy. Within the citadel, among the soldiers wounded by Isengard's wolves, a solitary figure was seen pacing back and forth. The young mage stopped beside a pale man with a gruesome wound on his side, bravely enduring the pain. "I need hot water and some bandages," Harry told a woman standing beside the man, holding her husband's hand through tears. "And it needs to be done quickly. This wound isn't life-threatening. But if we don't clean it soon, it could get infected." "Yes, my lord," the woman replied, rising to fetch what she had been asked for. "You'll be fine, don't worry," Harry whispered. And the soldier could only look at him gratefully. The young mounted knight rose to his feet, heading toward another soldier stationed in a column near the other man. A youth of Azelahan's age stood waiting with a water bottle and bandages. The mage approached and began his task swiftly and mechanically, healing the knight's wound. Harry's figure was intently observed by a pair of blue eyes. After reaching Helm's Abyss, the mountaineer had said nothing about Aragorn. When dismounting, he had urgently requested thread, needles, water, and clean cloths to treat his godfather. He did so with a skill that would astonish anyone. After attending to Sirius and leaving him to rest under the care of the elf and dwarf, he stood silently and walked toward the wounded soldiers. His aid was welcomed with joy, and he devoted himself to healing them, his mind fully absorbed in the work. Yet Legolas and Gimli noticed their eyes had clouded, the green no longer gleaming as before, and a pallor had spread across their faces. The elf had been searching for Harry, pacing back and forth along the same path the young man had taken. Finding him wasn't difficult. All he needed to do was ask about the young sir, whom the Rohirrim had begun calling out of respect. The farmers kindly pointed to the direction he'd gone. Now he was watching the elf attend to one of the soldiers. "Ready," Harry said, cutting the thread after cooking. "Just be careful with your arm, or the wound might reopen." "Thank you so much, sir," he exclaimed gratefully, a smile playing on his lips. The wizard nodded in acknowledgement, then rose to return to the wounded soldier beside him, crouching down to tend to the injured man. "You must be tired," a voice said behind the magician. "Number," he replied softly, recognizing Legolas' voice while still attending to the soldier. "I'm fine." The elf urgently insisted he was wrong, that Aragorn's death hurt him just as much as his own. He was hiding at work, pretending not to see his godfather, who had just woken up and wanted to see Harry, which is why the elf had gone looking for the boy, because he was ashamed of himself and how he'd treated him. But he didn't, knowing it would wound the leader, and that feeling hurt would make him react violently and lose himself in the great fortress. "Sirius has just..." A sharp cry of pain from the soldier forced the elf to fall silent. And he watched as Harry finished treating him. "That will do," the wizard told the soldier and his wife. "Don't worry, now you just need to rest." She didn't know how much she was grateful for it. She exclaimed, taking Harry's hands and kissing them, "Thank you, thank you." At the gesture, Azelahan quickly withdrew his hands, overwhelmed by such a display of gratitude. "It's nothing, don't worry. Now, just take care of your husband." He stood up and walked away from the couple, followed by the elf. Azelahan, Sirius has woken and wants to see you." The boy said nothing, now. "I think it's more important to help the soldiers than—" "What's that?" The elf cut him off. "Why go see your godfather? Azelahan, I understand you're grieving Aragorn's passing, but I don't see why you can't go with Sirius." Harry stopped, turning his back on Legolas without looking at him. "It was my fault," he said. "If I'd paid more attention, none of this would have happened. Sirius wouldn't have been injured, Aragorn wouldn't have fallen." Closing square bracket. "That's a lie, and you know it. No matter how powerful you are, you couldn't have avoided any of it." "I would have done it," the wizard shouted, staring at the elf with wounded, sad, and lifeless eyes. "Then tell me what good is magic if I can't stop it? If I can't protect them? Help them?" Silence fell between them. Harry turned away from Legolas again. "Forgive me. I'm going to see Sirius right now." Sirius Black was resting on a makeshift bed in a small room in Cuernavaca. The dwarf sat beside him on a chair, his short legs dangling and swaying like a child's. The bandages wrapped around the wizard's half-naked frame, starting at his waist and ending beneath his chest. The soft cloths swayed at his stomach level, having slipped down Sirius's body when he sat down, revealing the bandages and the extent of the wound. On the dark brown skin of his right arm lay a tattoo of a black dog with its tongue out, a result of a drunken encounter with James. Padfoot still couldn't figure out how or why it had happened, though he did remember waking up with a hangover. When he and Prongs woke up, they found those tattoos on their skin. Needless to say, Sirius's friend had woken up with a deer on his right arm and a cute lily flower on his left thigh. The animago fixed its gaze on Harry's sword, leaning against the wall beside a chair where the elf cloak jacket, and wand belt lay. It also spotted the mirror. The creature still couldn't believe what it had witnessed when searching for Harry among the soldiers and wolves. The boy had grown powerful, not just physically, but now even knew a bit of medicine. Unconsciously, the animago reached for its wound, wondering what was going through James' son's mind at this moment. Exclaimed Gimli. "I see you've managed to find him, Legolas." Azelahan was with the injured, and he was easy to find. Sirius immediately looked up, meeting his godson's gaze. They exchanged brief glances, each trying to read the other's secrets, but in the end, it was the young wizard who lowered his eyes, looking ashamed and sad. "I'm glad you're awake now," Harry said, avoiding his gaze. "For a moment I feared I hadn't acted in time. But the wound will heal well." "Harry, do you really believe me?" Legolas and Gimli exchanged glances, knowing that Godfather and Godson needed some alone time. The elf placed a hand on the mountaineer's shoulder, smiled warmly, and the two friends left the room. An awkward silence fell. No one knew what to say. Sirius wondered whether he should repeat the question or at least be the first to break the silence. "Forgive me," Harry spoke. "Forgive me for not believing you, for treating you like I treated you. I shouldn't have judged you, shouldn't have been cruel to you." He lifted his ashamed eyes, meeting his godfather's blue ones. "I should have listened to you. I should have believed you. You didn't deserve to be treated that way." "No, Harry." The animago shakes its head in agreement. "There's nothing to forgive. I get why you acted that way. Don't worry about it, that's in the past. What matters now is that you finally know who I am. That you believe in me, and that's all I ever asked for." Hananla, Sirius, thank you. Thank you, Sirius," Harry murmured, hugging his godfather and burying his head in his chest. The animago, though he hadn't understood the boy's words, also embraced him, stroking the mount's black hair. "Gimli told me about Aragorn," he whispered in his godson's ear. "I'm so sorry. I know how much you loved him. Please, I don't want to talk about that, not now, please." Silence once again enveloped the two, and Sirius regretted mentioning Trancos. Harry must have been heartbroken. It was true that the boy had lost his father, and for a while he believed he had lost himself too, but that didn't mean he should grow accustomed to the pain of loss. Instead, this pain came with renewed strength, striking harder against the fragile spirit, shattering every fiber of the soul. "What do you think if we greet Remus?" Sirius asked, hoping this would cheer his nephew up. "Is that possible?" asked the magician with childlike innocence, turning to his godfather. "Of course, I've done this myself a couple of times. All we need is a mirror." He tried to get up, but instantly felt 1,000 needles pricking his side, making him let out a sharp cry of pain. "Don't move. You still have the wound. I've used elf medicine on you, and while it's excellent and better than Muggle medicine, I'm not good enough to completely erase the pain," Harry explained as he picked up the mirror and brought it closer to his godfather. "Elf medicine? You've really surprised me. What else can you do?" he asked curiously. "Well, I know a bit about fencing, horseback riding, fishing, hunting, and survival skills, basics every skilled mountaineer should know, plus the fundamentals of elven medicine. Arwen, a beautiful and kind-hearted elf lady, teaches me. Along with a few potions." "I thought you didn't like potions," the Animago asked with a smile. "What I really hate is Snape," he said with a wry grin, "especially when he's constantly breathing down your neck, telling you you're a spoiled child who'll never stop being the living copy of your father, just as spoiled and showing off in front of everyone, mimicking the professor perfectly. Somewhere in England, that professor never stops sneezing, and I wonder if his bad luck had struck again, making him catch a cold just hours before the arrival of the mischievous ones." Sirius burst into a hearty laugh, and though he found it hilarious, he soon regretted it, as his stomach began to ache. Well, Remus will surely be delighted to see you." With that said, he placed the mirror before his face. "I want to see Remus Lupin." The object began to glow, and Sirius's image quickly transformed into Professor Lupin's. "Sirius, of course, who were you expecting? The toothless rat," he exclaimed, laughing from ear to ear. The werewolf shot a glance at his friend, but decided to save the scolding for later. "You look so happy. I've got a surprise for you," replied the Animago. "And what is it?" Remus watched as Sirius vanished from the surface, and immediately a young, dark-haired man with green eyes and long black hair took his place. Who was this boy who felt so familiar? "How are you, Professor Lupin?" The young man greeted him shyly, his voice sounding like Harry. He exclaimed, making Ron and Hermione jump as they shared a chocolate frog amid playful laughter. "Are you? It's you. I can't believe it. Oh, Harry, I'm so glad to see you. You had us so worried. We had no idea what had happened to you, where you were, nothing. Albus frantically searched for a way to bring you back, but he couldn't find anything." The lycanthropo stopped his incoherent babbling and focused intently on Harry. His face had shed its childish features, now resembling that of a charming young man. His long hair gave him a rebellious look, cascading gracefully down his cheeks. Just as Sirius had described him. "I'm so glad you're doing well, Harry, it gives me such joy." Remus's words were cut off, and his face vanished abruptly from the mirror, replaced by Hermione's tearful one. The brunette, upon hearing her friend's name, had been itching to see him and prove the professor wasn't lying. In one of those childhood antics Ron loved so much, she snatched the mirror from the werewolf's hands and took it for herself. "Harry, oh, Harry, how glad I am to see you. How wonderful that you're doing well. You really worried us." Professor Dumbledore immediately started searching for a solution but couldn't find one. When he heard the young wizard speak, he had to stop a laugh that was about to escape his lips. His friend was saying the same words as Professor Lupin. "We miss you so much." "Oh, how could you think it was your fault? That I ended up in the hospital because of you? You're such a fool." Harry was scolded as if he were a 5-year-old. "When you return, I'll make sure to punish you for being sad and disappearing like that. You've been such a worry. We thought we'd never see you again. Fool, you're such a fool, but you'll see when you come back. Harry James Potter, you won't escape this." He wiped his tears with a handkerchief Ron had given him. Almost immediately, Hermione's face was replaced by Ron's, who was looking at her with amusement. "How are you, Harry?" "Hey, Ron, when Professor Lupin told us this, we couldn't believe it, but now I see it's true. You nay, Ed to return soon. I've made a bet with Malfoy. You must come back or Gryffindor will look like a fool next to Slytherin. Besides, Hermione wants to punish you, but of course, she's second only to Mom, who had a fit when she found out you were missing. And she's right. You ruined our vacation." A loud "Ron" came from Hermione, followed by a "Ouch." Hermione. The brunette had tickled him, but none of that matters now. "You're fine. And that's what counts, mate. But tell us, how much do you practice Quidditch there? You must be missing it terribly. The conversation went on and on. Harry was the one who talked the most, sharing his life in Middle-earth and briefly reveling in happiness. He hadn't forgotten Aragorn, but he was overjoyed to reconnect with his friends. Voldemort couldn't steal that moment of joy from him. He'd gladly take Hermione's scolding or a single shout from a Nazgul right now. That's how blissful he was. Night had come swiftly, plunging the abyss into darkness where torchlight flickered on a moonlit night. The dancing flames cast shadows that human minds interpreted as their greatest fears. Some saw the inevitable figure of an orc, sword in hand, shield and helmet, infiltrating to kill those they loved. Others saw the giant shadow of a wolf, lurking in the shadows, hunting in the night. The innocent minds of children interpreted everything from monsters hidden behind rocks to the solemn figure of a jester roaring in the moonlight. The Helm Abyss was guarded by warriors who roamed the ancient stone walls, wielding massive lances clad in gleaming mesh armor. Harry stood atop the oak gates with them, his gaze lost in the horizon. In his hand rested the diadem he had always carried, the gift of Arwen, the radiant star of the evening, the lady. That was Sir Ely heading toward Valinor at this moment, with the last of its kind. Life was unjust to those who loved each other above all, to those whose love transcended the barriers of race and time.